really hard these days to just stomp the mid in a pure 1v1. We've honestly seen it the last 2 days, which is very surprising that the mid lane matchups went really bad. We saw the Dragon Knight versus Puck, we saw the Void versus Puck, so maybe it's just Puck, not the mid lane. But they've kind of had rough times where the game snowballed out of control, but I wouldn't expect that today. I think it's more so going to be mid lane stable and whether side lanes kind of snowball one way or the other.
Also considering how important the laning are right now, like if it's really important to have the synergy between position 3 and 4, like same as like a safe lane, and you almost like need to have like those two players to be like a friends, because like it was the same for me when I was playing with Zeiss. Like we had an incredible like you know, working together time, because like we understood each other very well. We were friends, and this is like what's important for these players as well, like to have that synergy and like, you know, talk about mistakes, like improve on laning and understand each other without even words sometimes.
How would you compare Quinn and Nothing to Say in the mid lane? Whether it's hero pool, whether it's the importance their team places on them, how would you describe them or compare them, Gunnar?
They're honestly pretty different mids. I think Quinn, when you think of him as more either a spirit or a counter pick. Like he played Huskar, and he plays the Necrophos, these like kind of annoying heroes that just it feels really bad to play versus. And I would say Nothing to Say, outside of his Tinker, I think he's a lot more of, he just plays his good heroes. He's really confident playing just the same heroes all the time. He plays Ember, Pango. He plays a lot of Magnus for a really long time, which is kind of coming back in this tournament. So I think for Quinn, you're looking more for this guy to snowball the game for you, win the game for you, and Nothing to Say to just have a solid game.
All right, we'll see if they're going to draft around that. If we're going to see any new picks for them, or what's going to be banned, as we do have our lower bracket grand final game 1.
LGD versus Gaming Gladiators.
Game 1.
자, 뱀픽을 봐야 되는데 아직 준비가 좀 덜 됐죠. 자, 봅시다. 뱀픽부터. 랜드 파이널은 그냥 중계 틀어놓고 볼 생각이에요. 자, 푸비 열려있네요. 인첸벤, 첸벤. 글쎄요, 3픽 GG인데 열어놔도 되나요? 지금 미드 푸비가 오래 안 나오긴 했지만은 냅달픽 갈겨버릴 만한 미드라 핵 먹기도 좋지, 갱가기도 좋지, 레인 스킵하기도 좋지. 네, 저 일어나서 샤워하느라 조금 늦었어요. 아직 머리는 안 말라서 헤드셋도 안 쓰고 있어. 예비 시간. 글쎄요, 게이밍 뭐 다른 거 생각하나요? 혼돈벤? 그러면 스브 푸비 열렸다. 푸비. 스브가 푸비 상대로 좋으면서도 안 좋은데 시즈 운영 어려울 것 같다고요? 약간 뭐냐, 유지 강점이 15분에서 25분 사이에 푸시하면서 이득 챙기는 거잖아요. 그때 우르르 몰려다니면서. 근데 그거 딱히 막을 만한 영웅이 없기는 해. 맞불을 놓든지 아예 미드에서 진술사나 그런 게 엄청 잘 크든지 둘 중 하나인데. 불사조. 일단은 인첸 첸 밴은 해놨거든요. 콜랩스 라이칸은 별로기는 해. 라이칸 같은 애들도 이제 동물농장 하면서 똑같이 맞불 넣을 수 있을 텐데 동물농장이 좋지는 않은데 그냥 센 거 위주로 챙긴 다음에 넘길 수 없는 골드 격차까지 거기까지 끌고 가는 거라 솔직히 나도 뭐 레인 이긴다 빼고는 특별히 생각나는 게 없어.
Ban. Ten seconds remain.
버들벤.
5 seconds.
수건 갖고 와서 머리 좀 더 털어야겠다. 아이고.
It is Radiant's ban.
이거 장발이 되니까 위버벤 이런 부분이 힘들기는 해. 머리가 너무 느리게 말라.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds.
이러면 LGD 오프벤 하나 섞어놨으면 할 텐데요. 미리 이제 어떤 걸로 몰아가자 이렇게 뱀핑 얘기를 하면서 이게 4픽 후픽이 GG다 보니까 거기서 좀 어그러질 만한 거는 미리 치워놓는 게 좋을 것 같습니다. 아무튼
Radiant must choose.
설마 어떤 거 가져가나요? 스펙터 그림? 상대 어거지 푸시 막는 게 비슷하게 푸시하는 퍼그나 하이드 헌터 적당히 광역기도 있으면서 버텨지는 퍼그나 다헌
10
지진
seconds.
스브 이런 건데
5
지진은 좀 내려왔고
seconds remain.
무엇보다 미드레인전이 많이 힘들죠. 그래서 컨카 이런 것들이 있는데 다른 팀들이 잘 안 뽑기도 했었고 허그나는 그래도 좀 뽑았지만 하헌은 좀 함정이고 이기기 위해서는 좀 그래. 하헌 뽑았더니 에이스가 망령, 뭐 거미 막 이런 거 뽑아가지고서는 운영한다? 상대가 2캐리 한다? 그러면 바로 중반부터 데미지 딸리죠. 캐리 상대로.
Dyer's turn to pick.
Grimstroke.
그림
10
그림 스펙?
seconds. 5 seconds remain.
아 그래 던브레이커 있네. 스펙 던브 이런 글로벌 조합으로다가 미리 챙겨 놓으면 괜찮지 않나요? GG 상대로 그림 스펙 퓨리온 2개지만 챙겨놔도
Radiant's turn to pick.
Silencer.
사일?
Ten seconds remain. 5 seconds.
아 10초
Radiant's turn to pick.
섀도우 디몬 이 타이밍에 퓨리온 뽑고서는 동물농장 해버리면은 LGD가 역으로 쉽게 가지 않았을까 싶은 느낌이
5
있었는데요.
seconds.
그림 쌀? 스케일링도 안 되고. 후비가 조금 무섭긴 하지만 화정용이랑 같이 해서 오르르 몰려다니면은 다 뽑지 않았나 지금 GPD? 스브 Nothing to say의 스브 미드인 것 같습니다. 지난번 TI에 많이 나왔죠 미드 스브.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain.
미드 스브 잘 안 쓰는 이유가 어차피 스브 꽤 먹여야 되는데 스브가 중간에 풀어줄 게 없어.
It is
계속 먹어야 되는데 스브가 먹으면은 켄타가 서서 막아야 되나? 네크로. 네크로?
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Radiant's ban.
해보벤. 켄타가 지금 좀 힘들고 네크로를 최대로 노려볼 수는 있거든요. 소비 상태 할 수 있으면서 적당히 중반 타이밍에 네크로 때려 죽일 수 있는 게 뭐가 있지?
5
그 중에 하나가 페보였는데
remain.
최대가 어쨌든 궁 걸면은 디스펠 되니까 율로도 못 맞고 W로도 못 막는데 스펙벤. 나가 그냥 나가로 버티고 지우고 운영하기. 망령벤.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick.
옹키킹벤.
Radiant's turn to pick.
GG 중반에 올인했네요. 중반에 올인할 거면은 서폿을 조금 더 센 거 가져갔어야 되지 않나 싶은데
Select your hero.
실로는 그냥 루나.
Ultimate choice.
LGD 많이 어려워 보이는데? 켄타랑 쉐데랑 같이 알케 어느 정도 잡을 수 있을까? 알케 박살 내놓으면은 시간 충분할 것 같은데 박살 못 내놓으면은 네크로 도는 동안 스브는 뭘 못하고 후비 네크로 함께 4대4 하자고 그럴 때 스브가 할 게 없어. 켄타만 해야 돼서 욕심이 과했다고 보는 게 맞을 것 같아요.
10 seconds remain.
최대가 그냥 퓨리온 하고 다른 글로벌 조합 했으면 좋았을 것 같은데 지금 네크로픽부터 좀 껄끄럽죠. 루나가 뭐 그나마 마법 있고 뭐 쉴드 있고 그러니까 만 넘어가면 괜찮을 것 같은데 거기까지 가나? 아야. 거기까지 가나 안 가나 모르겠네요. 우선 오늘의 첫 번째 게임입니다. 패자조 결승 GG 대 LGD고요. 시작됩니다. 럭해번 서로 팁 교환 좀 해주고요. 근데 진짜로 스브가 그 팀이 뭔가 유성한데 아무튼
A true warrior never rage quits.
That may have been a mistake.
뉴 보스 스브가 미다스를 가야 돌면서 스케일링 가능하고 미다스를 안 가도 이 지금 조합 상대로 스브가 가서 할 수 있는 게 별로 없고 오 여기서 스모크 갑니다. 지금 GG는 미리 와도 다 박아놨는데요.
30 seconds and counting.
스브는 반대편으로 LG 3인이 돌아갑니다. 근데 데미지가 글쎄요 애매할 것 같은데 확인했죠? 와쳐 먹었구나. 불사조가 보여준 것 같은데요? 일단 셀러리 잡힐 것 같아요. 근데 리우가 교환되겠죠? 핀한테 킬 들어갑니다. 에크로가 뭐 물론 보트를 안 사기는 하는데 그래도 주기에는 좀 그런 느낌입니다. 최대한 질질 끌어요. 아 근데 환영이 원하는 위치 안 나왔죠? 바디블럭 하려고 한 거였는데 한 3개, 2개 정도 손해를 내려고 바디블럭 하려고 했는데 게임 확실히 GG가 글쎄 RK 어떻게 해볼 수 있을 것 같은데 다른 레인이 상성이 너무 그래서 헤드랑 둘이 그냥 콤보 넣으면은 셀러리든 드라초든 잡을 수 있거든요. 지금 드라초 가까이 못 오죠. C로 잡혔습니다. 서로 따끔따끔 곳에서는 1대1 교환이 일어났고요. 네, 퀸은 진짜 네크로 허스카 이런 거만 너무 좋아해. 이건 일방적으로 지을 수 있죠.
Evangelizing for my cause.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Denied.
그 보틀 글쎄 이거 보틀 있어도 좀 애매하긴 한데 리모 프로텍션 2개 들고 있어도 방어력이 마이너스가 될까 말까죠. 지금 들어갑니다. 오우 자폭으로 분열 2.75초라 진짜 잘 컨트롤하면은 3초 숫자 뜨자마자 하면은 가능할 수도 있거든요. 스스로 터뜨리도록. 좀 복잡하긴 한데 어쨌든 네크로 이 장면 계속 나와요. 한 웨이브씩 손에 만들어내는 거 3레벨. 예전에 한동안 여기에 걸쳐지면은 껴서 못 움직이는 버그가 있었는데 굳이 막 끼어서 뭐 밀려서 들어간 게 아니라 이렇게 지나만 가도 걸려죽던 시절이 있어서 불사도 잡히고요. 위쪽에서는 서로 스턴 됩니다. 팀 8개 서로 뭐 확실하게 가긴 어렵겠네요. 오 3스택? 다스택은 안 닿았어요 지금. 이 스택 옴니다스브랑 같이 이거 꽤 괜찮은데요? 마무리 이거 꽤 큽니다. 알케를 많이 찍어놔야 되거든요. 4대4까지는 조금 손해보면서 지킬 수 있는데 알케가 빨리 나오면은 루나가만 빠르다고 해도 나머지가 영 세지가 않아요. 데미지가 알케 궁을 뚫으면서 잡을 수 있을 만한 데미지 나오는 영웅이 없기 때문에 뭐 감안하면은 알케가 치료전 타겟이긴 하고요. 이게 뭐 네크로 죽여놓을 수 있으면 상관없긴 한데 네크로는 뭐 죽일 수 없다고 봐야 되니까 항상 킬 자체는 4대3으로 서로 반반입니다. 총골드도 비슷비슷하고요. 근데 총골드가 비슷한다는 거는 네크로가 1등인데 전체적으로 지지가 많이 망했다는 뜻이 되지 않을까. 방어력이 사라집니다. 안깎다. 오, 다 왔어요. 근데 불사조가 오기는 해도 일단 슬로우는 추가 안 나고요. 미드에서 퀸 또 서포 도움 받아가지고 하나 가져갑니다. 이거 콜론 도움 받은 거죠. 근데 잡아냈어요. 계속 쫓아갑니다. 버프가 올라는 오는데 많이 늦은 편이죠. TP를 가지고는 있었는데 TP를 오면은 쓸 스펠이 하나도 없었으니까. 그래서 퀸 첫 번째 스택 가지고 있습니다.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
버프도 지금 프로한 지 얼마 안 됐는데
Eager to know Dire's whereabouts.
서폿으로 벌써부터 이 정도 해놓으면은 제2의 퍼피쯤 되지 않을까? 게임이 안 망한다는 전제하에 10년은 더 계속 서폿으로 올릴 수 있지 않을까? 이 스택 스브 갑니다.
To their middle tower.
근데 스브 아직은 조금 서폿 그냥 무시하고 가요. 오, 이러면 마무리돼요? 그리고 살짝 바디블럭 닫고 있긴 한데 다음 차지할 수 있었거든요? 그러니까 지금 27, 8까지도 널렸죠? 진짜 이걸 끝까지 킬각 보면서 쫓아와가지고서는 잡아줍니다.
Radiant should
퀸 상대하는 미드들은 화가 날 거예요. 항상 보면은 1대1은 이기겠는데 뭔가 자꾸 서폿이 와가지고 먹어줘. 그래서 알케 글쎄요 킬 먹었습니다. 좀 숨통 트이죠. 4데스 중이었는데 1킬. 이제 퀸 투브 준비됐고, 글쎄요 스브가 미드 레인 서기 힘들어서 옆으로 자꾸 빠지는데 이거 에이스 위험해 보이네요. 뒤쪽으로 와드 잡아놓고 있습니다. 스브 돌리지 말라고. 이거 또 시작되죠. 서포터를 다 불러 모아가지고 미드 모여 하는 거. 여기서 플라이넷 걸렸습니다. 스브 이 틈에 그냥 미드 지우고요. 이 스택짜리 하나. 슬슬 돈으로 봐볼까요? 네크로가 좀 압도적입니다. 지금 LGD 파밍이 좀 많이 필요하다 보니까 쉽지 않죠. 미드 푸비로 생각을 했을 텐데. 그리고 이것도 에이스 픽풀의 영향을 받는 것 같아. 리드오프 둘 다 가능한 영웅들 중에서 OP가 있으면은 이거 서로 지나가네요. 스캔 서로 걸렸죠. 그러니까 이거를 다 같이 오는데 사네. 그래서 쌀 6레벨 찍힙니다. 불사조는 조금 더. 스브가 사실 제일 문제거든요. 레벨이 네크로 큰 거에 대해서. 에이스 오히려 들어가나요? 템피드 마무리. 서포 필요해요. 그러니까 알케가 다 회복했어요. 루나가 뭐 빠르다 해도 알케 타이밍보다 한 10분은 늦어서. 결국은 푸비 미드로 보고 뽑은 건데 스브를. 아 그러면은 같이 스케일링하면서 같이 달리면 되겠다 이런 식으로 뽑았을 텐데 실수한 거죠. 알케 11분 렐릭. 그래도 타워는 똑같이 가져갑니다. 근데 에이스 한 번 더. 오, 돌진이 있어요. 또 옆에 루나 있으니까 더 오진 않죠. 스브 미다스까지도 아직 1000골드. 진짜 한참 있어야 됩니다. 오, 스모크 올라가 볼 생각인가요? 루나 지켜주는 영웅이 없습니다. 한번 끊어내고 스탬피드. 근데 이거 너무 깊게 들어온 것 같은데요, 에이스. 서포트를 먼저 침묵. 글쎄 아직 없습니다. 10초. 근데 좀 강제로 잘못 건 것 같죠, GG? 지금 그림스트로크 소울바인드에 눈이 멀어가지고 콜피한테 그냥 걸었어요. 에이스 들어오나요? 네, 들어봅니다. 근데 이게 플래닛이 안 맞았어요. 시야 없이 들어가다가 손해봤죠. 퀸 방금 그 리퍼 사이즈는 뭔가요? 풀 피해 박아넣기. 그러니까 사실상 낚인 거기는 해요. 그림 공 걸려 있겠다. 그거 끝나기 전에 박아 넣어보자 이런 거였는데 이게 최소한 불사조피를 깐 상태였으면은 알이라도 안 까이니까 하나라도 먹으면 불사조에 집중을 했어야 되는 건데 어중간하게 됐죠 여러분. 골드 스윙 좀 큽니다. 6,000골 차이 나던 거 2,000골 차이까지 4K나 당겨졌는데 이거 한 번 더 오네요. 이번에는 스케일이 일방적으로 있긴 합니다. 오씨 뭐야. 끊어졌다 당겨졌다. 큰 스택 있으니까 일부러 한 번 넣은 거죠. 이게 결국 후비 장점인데 스브도 비슷하게 골라야 되는 상황이라 이게 좀 불가능하기는 해. 초비는 진짜 계속 싸우면 되는데 스브는 지금 덜 컸죠. 한참 더 커야 됩니다. 데미지의 아웃풋이 달라. 후비가 돈은 더 모자른데 스브보다 데미지는 훨씬 더 잘 나와서 후반은 괜찮은데 불사 이제 다시 들어갑니다. 다시 들어가나요? 네, 취소. 최대 공 빠졌으니까 굳이 더 들어가긴 애매하다. 네, 글사 정말 좋은 타이밍에 하나 빼놨거든요. 글로벌 사일런즈가 좀 줄어든 편이기는 한데 아시 가나요? 최대공도 짧아요. 60초. 시야 잡는 중. 살짝 공 보일랑 말락하죠. 와드 박아놓고 기다리고 있습니다. 뒤에 전부 후비까지 내려왔거든요.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
그 다음 옥살인. 약간 그거 있기는 해. 지금의 스브가 이전 패치 둠 같은 운영이 있거든요. 미다스, 옥탈인 별로 계속 웨이브 지우고 시간 질질 끌고 어쨌든 후반 밸류는 자기가 높다 이런 식으로다가 굉장히 많이 그렇게 하는데
Is under attack.
긴 바로 디스펠 했고요. 근데 이거 그림 잘 걸었죠. 알 까기는 했는데 마무리 좀 안 되고 있습니다. 마이너스 2 마이너스 2. 루나가 올 수 없었죠. 데미지 많이 모자른 편이었고요. 쌀 지능 늘어나기 시작합니다. 이거는 쌀 그림 나오면서 서폿을 진짜 세게 가서야 됐을 것 같은데 최대보다도. 이렇게 지금 불킹까지 나왔죠.
Radiant's middle tower is
루나로 쫓아갈 수 있나요? 공간 자체가 하도 좁아서.
courier has been slain in cold blood.
이게 애초에 스브가 같이 먹다 보니까 너무 좁은 것 같아. 스브가 너무 많이 먹어야 해서. 스브가 옥탈인 나와도 결국은 탱킹 능력이 안 되니까.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
불사조 보고 있어요. 불사조 이카루스 다이브. 살짝 피해주고요. 끝내 걸렸죠. 벽 쪽이 조금만 더 가까웠으면은 그냥 썰레이 하면서 티피아웃 하면 되는데 안 보였습니다. 스브 달려서
is under attack.
그러니까 이게 GG 이기는 가장 쉬운 방법이 그냥 미드 박살 내면 되거든요. 똑같이 서폿을 불러서 박살을 내든 뭐가 되든 그냥 미드 센 거 가져가서 퀸 죽여놓으면은 퀸이 스라초 파밍도 뺏어먹지, 에이스만 혼자 열심히 싸우지, 그런 식으로 많이 가는데
Dire should look to their top tower.
일단 LGD 서포트 자체가 볼 수 없는 서포트들이긴 하지만 하트
Dire's top tower is under attack.
토프만 나가지고서는 킬을 먹여줘서 근데 하트 나온 이후에 진짜 어떻게 잡나요?
The radiant glyph is now active. Dire should look to their top tower.
이젠 60
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is in danger.
그 서포트들 둘 위치 조금 어색하죠? 에이스 옵니다.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire
똑같이 2차 치는 느낌으로 하고는 있는데 아 네크로 와요. 글쎄요, 네크로가 이런 식으로 빠졌을 때 쌈싸 먹을 수 있으면은 시간 좀 지연을 해볼 텐데 스브 옥타린까지 500골드다. 지나쳐가긴 했는데 플레이 잡히죠.
is under attack.
네크로 아가님 나오고 나면은 못 막을 공산이 크거든요. 이 하트들을 요새 루나 불킹, 스카디, 사타닉
Dire are scanning for
그 다음 뭘 가야 이 피드짓들을 잡지? 생각나는 아이템이 없죠. 실버 엣지? 실버 엣지가 제일 데미지 효율 좋네요. 그렇게 가고 나면 남은 게
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
남은 거 중에서는 그거인 것 같긴 해요. BG 4인 스모크.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
어쨌든 옥탄이 뽑긴 뽑았습니다.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
옥타린을 뽑기는 뽑았고
Enemies.
이제 알케랑 네크로랑 한참 강한 타이밍 오는데 불사조 물렸어요. 마이너스 2 오랜만에 신형 추가.
Top tower is middle tower is under attack. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
이 게임 약간 팅커 어땠을까 싶기도 하다. 물론 팅커가 3픽에 나오지 못했었겠지만 어차피 무난한 루나 뽑을 거였다면 네크로가 오든 트비가 오든 좀 압박이 됐을 것 같은데요. 팅커 자체가 하도 캐치하기 어렵다 보니까 지금 사일이 있기는 해도 지금 스브로 미다스 옥타린 갈 돈이면은 어제처럼 불킹 나왔었겠죠. 대거 불킹.
Tower is under attack.
쫓아가 봅니다. 어쨌든 역겨운 스브 게임 시작은 됐어요. 옥타린이랑 미다스 계속 먹으면서 와드 깊이 박아놓고는 스브 차지로 계속 지우고 있죠. 피오는 거 보고 빠지죠. 기다리고 있어요. 중간에 쌈 싸먹어보려. 미드 쪽 네크로 방금 TP 빠졌는데요. LGD 사람 차 내볼 수 있을까요? 한 번씩 없애고는 있는데
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
아네이브 넘어갔던 것 때문에 2차 뚫립니다.
Has fallen.
아직 그래도 3차 올라갈 정도는 아닌 것 같아요. GG가 어설트 완성을 했나요 아예?
Blessings upon
완성.
a loyal warrior.
네, 이번 게임 GG가 올라가기 어렵긴 하겠다. 그나마 끝나지 않습니다. 침묵이.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
어쨌든 뭐 시간 잘 벌기는 했고 스브가 앞으로 한 10분 정도는 더 벌어줘야죠. 죽으면서 10분 정도 벌어줘야 하이그라운드 싸움을 좀 버틸만해지는 거고 지금 당장은 하이그라운드 밀려오면은 감당 안 돼요.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
이기려면 50분 이상? 좀 많이 걸리겠죠. 첫 번째 로시안 갑니다. 어쨌든 GG도 전과를 생각하면은 이블지니어스와의 전과를 생각을 하면은 하이그라운드 진짜 굉장히 조심해야 되는데
Dire's middle tower is under attack. To the Dire.
지금 최대한 비슷하게 가려고 노력하고 있죠. 웨이브 계속 지워내고 쉐드에 있어서 비교적
Illusion.
쉽게 막기는 하겠네요. 환영들이 쉐드 루나라 이쪽 또 지우러 왔죠. 여기 있는 한 웨이브 두 웨이브만 지우면 괜찮습니다. 또 미드 뚫리고요. 근데 이제 알기스 디펜스죠. 가능한가요? 네크로 그냥 TP 타고 옵니다. 포티 없어요. 3차 뚫리나요? 스무가 이 뒤에 시야가 있어야 뚫고 지나가는 건데 언레이로 지지고는 있습니다.
Radiant's top barracks are under attack.
루나는 아직 준비 안 됐어요. 아직 불킹까지밖에 없습니다. 스브 차지. 네. 이 네크로 샤드가 좋은 탈출기죠 지금. 너무 좋은 탈출기라.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
그러고 보면 예전에 플래닛이 디스럽터도 하지 않았나?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning
이제 보니 푸비나 기타 등등도 디스럽터 꽤 괜찮지 않았을까요? 여러 가지 있는데 다음 옵니다. 알케공. 미설도 곧 나와요. 지금 탑 쪽 웨이브를 전혀 못 지우고 있죠. 그래서 한 세트 밀렸고요. 미드는 자꾸 환영이랑 스브가 지원해서 글쎄요. LGD 최대한 미드 위주로 지우나요? 이거 없습니다 지금 이거. 진짜 끔찍해요. 한 바퀴 더 빠지죠. 그러니까 어영부영 끌리고 있어요. 위에 탑 쪽도 스브 지나가면서 먹을 것 같고요. 좀 살짝 나와봤습니다. 상대 빠져서 나오니까. 이 위로 올라와라. 상대 언덕 위로. 로나 실버에 찍어 나옵니다. 많다만 보내죠. 오 근데 이거 하필 꼬였죠. 불사 R 밀치 까긴 했습니다. 네크로티피 끊어지기는 했고요. 이렇게 연결되면서 이거 스브 와 푸비 은신은 또 무적이에요. 한타 이상해졌죠. 에이스 안 잡히는 에이스 잡혔습니다. 스브 은신 상태로 쭉 나쁘지 않은데요. 하도 망하던 중이라 이거는 서포트 둘 주고 코어 하나 받아온 겁니다. 불사도 뺐고요. 약간 참사가 있긴 했는데 들어갔다가 타이밍이 이 이후에 미드만 지키면은 오히려 이득인데 미드가 뚫리면 살짝 손해일 수 있어요. 스브 준비합니다. 스브 일단 지나가고요. 지금 알케 아이기스 8초거든요. 그냥 잡습니다. 궁 없어요. 알케 지금 궁 없어요. 지금 쓰고 죽었거든요. 울킹은 있는데 스브 차지 하지만 침묵. 은신으로 한번 피하고요. 스브 너무 빠릅니다. 달려나가 버려요. 게다가 옆에 환영 만들어서 자꾸 괴롭히죠. 서포트들 시야 따면서. 지금 따끔따끔해요. 네, 토프 죽을 뻔했습니다. 이게 알케는 리젠이 커서 궁 켜면은 아이기스 8초 냅두기 또 그랬죠. 한 2-3초였으면 기다렸을 텐데. 이렇게 아직 9초입니다. 알케. 한 번 더 가나요? 불사 만화 없고요. 네. 그럼 고인 느낌 있어요. 근데 바로 풀었죠 지금. 이거 에이스가 먼저 죽었어요. 지금 드라초 놓고 있고요. 퀸 그나마 리퍼 사이스로 루나 잡기는 했는데 이게 알케가 살면서 2대1 교환. 이거 GG 또 Z3사 날 뻔했습니다. 그러니까 너무 아깝네. 이거 알케 죽었으면은 역전 시작이라고 봐도 될 정도의 그 상황이었는데 이러면 한 번 더 잘 싸워봐야 될 것 같아요. 어쨌든 3사 지키긴 지켰습니다. 루나가 실버이스 아니고 나비검 나왔거든요. 루나가 아무튼 템 다 뜨면은 네크로만 어떻게 하면은 최대 공을 박든 스브가 계속 들이박든 꽤 가능성이 있다고 봅니다. 이번 거는 니우에게, 반대쪽은 도프에게. 그림 샤도도 꽤 좋기는 한데요. 아무튼 스카디 안 가는 빌드 타네요. 불킹을 관통을 안 하니까. 근데 진짜 불킹이 계속 이제 8천에 길어서 스카디 가기도 그렇기는 해. 한 6초쯤 되면은 고려는 해볼 것 같아요.
For enemies.
로샨 추가 시간 2분 22초. 2등까지 올라갈 수 있는 자리를 확정짓는 게임이라 그런지 로샨 시간이 신기하게 나옵니다. 이러면 탑에서 나오죠. 불사조 발견. 스브도 링켄. 뭔가 은신이랑 스키랑 동시에 잘못 섞인 것 같기는 한데 별일 없었습니다. 이제 탑 준비하죠 와드. 이쯤 되면 탑에서 먹을 게 확정이 됐으니까.
Just scanning for enemies.
두 번째라 치즈 포함.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
그러니까 딱 한 번이면 되는데 이게 시야 체크할 방법도 많거든요. 분열도 있지, 만타도 있지. 이것저것으로 체크하면서 질질 끌면서 GG 스모크 한번 갑니다. 이제 로션 타임 되니까 이쪽에서 파밍하고 있겠거니 하는 거죠. 근데 스캔 걸어보니까 로션 핏에 없어요. 로션이 없으니까 나올 수 있다는 거 알아야 됩니다. LGD. 오, 네. 지금 시야 똑바로 안 잡혀 있었어가지고 체크 못했죠.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
아들을 박았는데 조금 멀었습니다. LGD가 오히려 뒤로 돌아봐요. 네, 불사조 시야 걸렸습니다. 이렇게 일단 셀프 스턴 바로 풀어주고요.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
오히려 타워 점점 쫓아갑니다. LGD가 골드 격차 3K예요. 네크로 위로 시로 올라갑니다.
Dire's bottom tower.
로샤 거의 최대 시간 찍혔다는 거 압니다. 네크로 빠지면 이제 물로 가는 거죠. 4대5 하러. 루나의 넓은 시야 활용하고 있습니다.
Is under attack.
로샨 체크됐어요. 근데 스모크 풀렸으니까 알죠 이제. 안에 구석이 다 있구나. 이거 켄타스턴 이거 너무 잘 들어갔는데요. 드라초 녹았어요. 와. 근데 이거는 GG가 리퀴드전이랑 똑같이 말도 안 되는 실수한 것 같은데요. 이거를 시야 안 잡아놓고 이 안으로 들어간다고? 이거는 던진 거 아닌가요, GG? 이래서 GG가 우승이 좀 불안해 보여. 리아드 때는 한 번의 실수였다고 보는데 이번 TI 중에는 GG가 맛이 간 수준의 느낌이라 이게 서폰 약하니까 최대한 뒤로 빠지는 거는 알겠는데 먼저 무는 게 자신이 없으니까. 근데 이게 푸비도 없고 여기 와드도 없고 그 상태에서 이 안으로 들어간다는 게 진짜 나 처음 봐. 이 안으로 단체로 들어가는 거. 지인술사 같은 거 하나가 저 안에 들어가는 건 자주 봤는데 들어가면 나올 수 없는 애들이 우르르 몰려 들어간다고? 신기합니다. 아무튼 앞섭니다. 골드 이제는. 루나 사타닉도 있어요. 원콤 안 내면은 잡을 수가 없습니다. RK 이미 한도가 넘었기 때문에 미래를 대출 받은 거죠. 대출금 갚을 때가 왔습니다. 그리고 스브도 오면은 슬쩍 네크로랑 비비려고 해요. 지금 넘겨 지금. 이게 GG는 이겼으면은 밀었어야 되는데 실패했죠. 너무 휘둘려가지고 끝끝내 LGD가 넘기고 있습니다. 알케 솔직히 살 텐도 없고 세지지도 않고 이젠 분위기는 완전히 넘어갔어요. 아 그래도 지지 60% 찍히긴 하네요. 배럭이 까여서 그런가? 루나로 배럭 가는 거 10초도 안 걸리는데요. 와 더블 데미지. 그리고 다이달로스입니다. 실버 엣지 아니고.
Dire's courier has been killed.
드라초 커리어 사망. 옹키킹바 사려고 했었는데요. 이거는 크네요. 업댐 데모닉 클린즈. 네 이거 에이스 스턴 살짝 걸렸어요. 드라초 뒤쪽에 스턴 잘 넣을 수 있나요? 이쪽으로 로터스 때문에 못 넣었죠. 일단 한번 빠집니다. 뒤로 불킹 빠지고 나이달로스. 사탄이 회복하고 아이기스 있을 때 한 번 더 밀겠죠. 지금 GG 새로운 버티 돌아왔고요. 환영 너무 세요 지금. 환영만 가지고도 배럭 밀 수 있을 정도 상황입니다. LGD 안전하게 하고 싶으면 그냥 만타 올려보내고 그 다음에 분율 올려보내고 올리고 하면 돼요. 그리고 이제는 플래넷이 루나만 보겠죠. 루나 리퍼 사이즈 걸리는 것만 풀려고. 여기서 물렸습니다. 한번 글싸하지만 드라초 끊겼고요. 그러면 글싸 없고 드라초 없어요. 드라초 물론 아이백이 있기는 한데 링켈 스턴 연결되는데 퀸 브레이킹 켰고요. 글쎄요 사타닉 로피 유지합니다. 여기서 로터스에 지금 안사됐거든요. 그나마 잡아냈어요. C로 버티고 있습니다. 알겠어 아직 1분. 아역 쓰고 가나요? 불킹 곧 돌아오거든요. 로터스의 반사. 여기서 스턴 잘 넣어주세요. C로 마무리할 수 있나요 이거? 한타 좀 어렵습니다. 스브 차지 아직은 오고 있고 C로 TP아웃. TP아웃 했어요. 오우 엔타까지. 이렇게 되면 스브 바이빅이 좀 아깝기는 하겠습니다. 그래도 알케랑 교환했다고 본다면 나쁘진 않은 편이네요. 루나가 조금 더 시간 끌었다 올라갔어야 됐을까요? 불킹 타이밍도 조금 애매했고 사타닉 쿨다운 중이었어서 LG 터지지는 않았지만은 좀 아까울 것 같습니다. 루나 죽었으면 바이백 없었으니까 끝났겠죠. 좀 더 천천히 갈 줄 알았는데 떡댐 자신감에 올라갔다가 아무튼 지금 로터스 하나에 흡이가 망가져요 얘가. 그것 때문에 후반 밸류가 많이 떨어지는 편인데 자기 링켄이 있어야 궁 걸 수 있거든요. 좀 말도 안 되죠. 로터스 하나 걸리면은 자기가 링켄이 있어야 걸 수 있는 그런 상황이라 특히 이제 그러고 보니까 사일 때문에 다들 로터스를 챙겨서 더더욱 더 흡이가 하기 어렵네요. 스브도 9초 브레이킹. 이지 스모크 쓰고 스브 찾아보려는 것 같은데요. 근데 또 루나가 제일 앞이긴 해요. 빠르게 로터스 엑스 반사. 오 이거 캔다스 너무 잘 들어요. 스브까지 완벽했어요. 오히려 녹았습니다. 또 로터스 때문에 에이스 궁 빠졌죠. 퀸만 혼자 남아있는 상황. 스브 글쎄요 다음 차지 박아 넣었습니다. 근데 이거 조금 애매하지 아직? 다시 한번 반사 로터스. 근데 이거 루나 발백은 있어도 한 번 세이브 해주고요. 근데 이거 어차피 사탄이 없어서 살지 못합니다. 근데 이거 스프비란다. 스브까지 잡히면 문제인데요. 오 스브. 살았네요. 그래도 죽었으면 게임 끝났을 텐데. 와 예술적인 한타였는데 이게 데미지가 좀 모자랐네요. 오히려 모자랄 수 있었던 건가 이게? 어쨌든 그린 바이백 포티 빼고요. 루나 바이백 써야 될 것 같아요. 바이백 네 빠르게 빠져나갔습니다. 진짜 서로 이제 한 번인데요. 캐리 끊기면 끝입니다. 네크로는 어차피 혼자 살아남아도 의미가 없고 이제는 서로 캐리 목숨 걸고 노려봐야겠죠. 로샨 30초의 추가 시간. 다음 로샨으로 판가름 날 것 같습니다. 스브 25레벨 레벨 볼까요? 스브, 알케, 네크로, 루나 24반 25레벨 글쎄요 미니스턴 찍을까요? 루나 블래싱 데미지 22, 25레벨 특에 해당하는 능력인지 모르겠어요. 다른 애들은 더 아래쪽에 기본 데미지 50 막 이런 거 붙어있는데 루나 블래싱 자기한텐 2배라 40이긴 하거든요. 25레벨로 찍히는 게. 근데 하드 캐리한테 40 정도의 추가 데미지가 그렇게 클까요? 데미지 400, 500인 애한테. 잘 모르겠어. 이클립스 빔에 글레이브 터지면 모르겠는데. 그러니까 루나 자꾸 불안해요. 제일 앞에서 항상 스모크 브레이크 되고 살 때도 있고 죽을 때도 있고 그러는데 역시 시로는 시로인지. 근데 드라초도 비슷하니까. 시로랑 드라초랑 비슷하니까 스모크 갑니다. 스모 차지 한번 웨이브 지워주고요. 발견은 했죠. 오프 네 대거. 지금 근데 환영이 정리해요 자꾸. 이거 환영하네요. 이거라면은 진짜 오래 푸시하거든요. 지금 GG 이거 맞나요? 언제 나올지 모르는 로션 때문에 배럭 날리고 있는 거? 미드 배럭을. 네 퍼티. 아 이거 근데 환영하라 집에 가서 막지 않으면 2세트 날아갑니다. TP 타죠. 어쩔 수 없습니다 지금. 네 2세트 날릴 뻔. 그리고 로션 20초. GG 20초 내려 다시 갈 수 있나요? LGD가 시야 작업하고 있습니다. 이게 하필이면 또 환영아 나와가지고 일어났네요. GG 포티도 뺐고, 그러니까 포티로 끝날 줄 알았을 거야. 만타나 분열이겠지. 근데 포티로 안 끝나고 TP까지 다 빼면서 다음 한타 잘못 터지면 그대로 게임 끝날 것 같습니다. 로샨 나와요. 세 번째 리프레셔 포함. 루나가 아마 아이기스 리프를 가지겠죠. 아이기스 리프로 살아나면서 불킹 사탄이 한 번 더. 스브 기다리고 있습니다. 발견했어요. 불사. 근데 이거 나팅투세이 살리나요? 사나요? 어우 잡혔어요. 발백 없습니다. 게다가 알 까였어요. 알 발백 없습니다. 시로가 열심히 치고는 있는데 오 이거 너무 잘 들어가주는데요 켄타가? 알기스 시로가 챙겼습니다. 게다가 잼 바닥에 2개. 스턴 열심히 넣고는 있는데 발백하고 와요. 글쎄 이거 어떻게 될까요? 켄타 오는데 시간이 너무 오래 걸리거든요. 루나 리프 이거 잡혀버렸습니다. 루나 바이백 없어요. 120초. 최대가 한번 분열해줬으면 살렸을까? 아쉽게 됐네요. LGD 입장에서는. 진짜 켄타가 예술적으로 잘해줬는데 이게 또 알케가 살아서 알케 죽었으면은 막았을 수도 있는데 그러니까 약간 애매했죠. 스브 살렸어야 됐는데 쉐데가 세이브보다 다른 거에 집중하는 것 같아요. 쉐데가 그거 리퍼 사이스만 풀어줬어도 이겼을 듯? 그 정도 상황이라 스브 봐야겠습니다 이제. 어둠의 초상 세죠. 마법 면역입니다 심지어. 메가크립 올려요. 글쎄 이거 1분 버틸 수 있을까요? X 잘 깔아준 것 같은데 이번에는 에이스 잡히겠습니다. 에이스 발백 없어요. 근데 글싸 바로 근데 토프가 풀어지네요. 에이스 잡히면은 또 몰랐는데 루나 살아날 시간만 억지로 버티면 뻑뻑 치고 있어요. 알케 궁 기다리고 있고요. 스브 차지 그냥 한번 치고 아직 안사. 팅스 일단 살아가고요. 20초. 오, 네 에이스 들어왔어요. 네, 이거 알케가 마무리하죠. 포티 지금 미드에 크립 다 있어서 LG 디펜스 못할 걸로 보입니다. 10초. 전 모자라요. 토프는 잡혔지만 게임은 어쩔 수 없었습니다. 아쉽죠? LGD. 끝내 마무리가 안 됐습니다. 근데 이 정도 했으면은 다음 뱀픽 때 또 치즈픽 당하는 거 아니면은 LGD가 실력 자체는 위인 것 같기도. 그러니까 이거 솔직히 리퍼 사이스만 보고 있어도 될 것 같은데 쉐데가 딱 그것만 보면은 다 박살낼 정도였는데 루나 죽은 것도 그렇고 스브 죽은 것도 그렇고 쉐데가 한 번만 더 살리면은 아이기스들도 보통 그렇게 나가버렸죠. 그러니까 이거 상대 가둘 필요도 없고 운영할 필요도 없고 살리면 끝인데 리퍼 사이즈만. 이번 게임은 서포 차이네요. 포프가 플래넷에 비해. 그러니까 GG가 우승은 아니야. 맛이 가있어 얘네도. 와, 로샨핏에서 거기로 들어갈지는 진짜 상상도 못했다. 그 구석으로 들어갈지는 다 같이.
Yeah, and it looked like they had it for a second. The Luna Shard just was doing so much damage, but I think nothing to say. Dying at the start of the fight really hurt them. He wasn't able to protect the egg, which was really important for kind of their success. Also, there was an uncharacteristic mistake, I think, from gaming with the high ground push. I was really surprised because they're probably the best.
여기서 이제 들어가는데 마침 튕긴 거.
They know when to do it. They know how to do it without dying. But in this game, after they had this really nice early game lead, they kind of threw it away a little.
Yeah, they didn't have
그리고 여기
this
조금
lane.
늦게 잡혔죠.
They managed to come strong, but like I want to talk about like how they managed to take that mid-game lead with the rotations of the support because they play. So
여기는
well.
이제 교환
The
괜찮았어,
CCNC,
최종적으로는.
they managed to, like, make an even game to look like insanely one-sided, right? And they were pushing for a long time.
아 근데 진짜 이거는 상상도 못했다 이럴 줄은. 뭔 이게 말이 되는 짓인가? 차라리 반대쪽에 시야 잡고 있었으면은 전멸로 들어가서 광역스턴 넣고 시작하려나 보다 하겠는데 이게 맞나? 저기를 진짜 왜 들어가지? 그리고 여기는 불킹이랑 사탄이 쿨이 조금 모자랐죠. 아이기스 여유 있었는데. 여기도 최대 세이브 없었고요. 이 다음에도 최대 세이브 없었고요.
I think it was more than just the high ground pushes, but just like a little bit of sloppiness.
불킹 켠 이후에 뭐 그러려니 하겠는데.
Like for example, when they smoked into the triangle to
그나마
try and,
살아갔지.
disrupt Luna, get a kill there. The fact that they overcommitted and dived
최대가
the lives of 4
시간
heroes
질질
and had,
끌든
like,
뭐를
it was
하든
6K lead so early on. Like that was kind of where they could stomp
여기
it
이거 특히
and instead they kind of threw it away. And I think that was like a massive moment for them.
로터스를 타이밍을 잘못 쟀나요? 로터스를 쓰고서는 글자를 맞았어. 이거 진짜 아이기스 먹으면서 해주는 줄 알았는데 여기서 분열 써가지고 또 이 다음 분열 없었죠.
I also want to talk about item builds because when you're playing against lineup like this on the gamings, like they have 3 heroes that build like, you know,
누나도 이제 리프는 썼는데 나머지를 못 썼고.
They didn't have Shivas.
Poor Celery, did you guys see that? He went to go for the fist bump on Quinn and Quinn just stood up and walked away.
Oh, that happened to me many times.
플래넷이
Still a winner in the
Focused on the
game.
win.
He's too focused
There's a
on the
game
조금
to
더
really
세이브에
focus on
집중했더라면
But yeah, the item builds, like you need to have Shivas, you need to have Vessel.
그런 느낌이 있네요.
Lineup like this, and if you don't have, then we've seen so many fights when they start and like the fight.
LGD 많이 아쉬울 듯.
But then they go out, they reach.
근데 뱀피 꼬인 거 치고는 진짜 잘 따라갔어.
Lost many fights.
I was a little bit worried about the Alk. We've just seen him be quite tumultuous throughout this event. He's had some really good showings, some really rough ones, and that mid game was where I worried about if the Duracho Alk was going to be able to carry it. Obviously, we see it was able to in this way, but what else about the Alk meant that that late game was kind of difficult, that he wasn't really hitting the timings or couldn't be together as much with Gaming Gladiators?
The biggest thing with AUK is you generally want this really fast early game timing, which is always what gaming goes for. So I think the AUK looked really good up until the high ground push, and then after that it kind of just ended up being a little scary because he'll get outscaled by the Luna really quickly, and I think they threw their gold lead up to around only 4 or 5k gold, and when you have an AUK it's always just fake. So it started to look a little scary, but I think just the power of Necrophos in this draft it kind of showed. Also Primal Beast, where like they have double hearts. I think there was none on LGD if I'm not mistaken. Maybe the Centaur had one. But I just think that having more health than the other guys just matters so much right now.
It's all about being tanky. We're going to see some more breakdowns of this game at number 1. Purge has all the information.
네,
Tanky
어지.
is very important, but how you get there is by collecting gold and experience. And the way that Gaming Gladiators do it is so fast compared to other teams. And a lot of this comes with pressure on the map. Quinn here, 8 minutes into the game, they just got a kill on the Spearbreaker. He's constantly crossing into the enemy part of the map, and they already have an Observer Ward in this part of the jungle. So what he does is puts himself in an offensive position, but also is stealing stacks that enemies made. That means he's basically getting himself more gold while wasting their time with this move. And this continuously happened the first 15 minutes of the game. Here's the obvious Shadow Demon stacking 2 camps in this area. He kills the Watch Rune, which gives them vision, and they come over and kill him. They were just ignoring the tier 1 tower the vast majority of this game, which is not normal. Instead saying, we're ganking and clearing stacks easily using Necrophos, who's tanky and has tons of AoE damage. Very able to do this at this stage of the game. Now the invade fail that happened at the 12-minute mark was a little bad for them. This AoE here, this ink swell around the Primal Beast, if Luna gets within this range, she gets stunned and probably comboed. She interrupts the first stun. Stampede keeps her
여기도
slightly
꽤
outside of
괜찮게
range, and that's why they were
들어갔는데.
able to disengage and win that huge fight against Gladiators.
그림궁에 퀸 실수 하나
Immediately
들어간 거.
They went back to the same spot they do not want to let them clear these stacks easily. They want to get kills, they want to accelerate the gold advantage, and this all helps them accelerate their timing. So they win this fight, and Dyrachyo rotates over with his Radiance to clear this Ancient stack, taking it away from Luna. And all of this acceleration that they work for hits them with this crazy timing at 16 minutes. BKB finished on
그러니까 한타 때 좀 더 버텨야 되는데 모자라게 버텼어.
This is why they're able to rack so early. It's because they're invading constantly in slightly abnormal ways and winning great fights. It was a very, very close game, though.
It was a really close. LGD sometimes struggle with the laning phase. Gaming Gladiators, they love the tempo. They love to be aggressive for themselves. Everyone in this arena, they loved the game one, and it's nice to know that we still have at least one more game
그러고 보니
in this
파이프
best of three
없네요.
to be able to see some more action just like that. But it's not only people
파이프까진
in this
필요 없었던
arena
게임인가?
that
잘
are
모르겠다.
enjoying TI12. There are locations all across the world right now that are enjoying the action that is taking place here.
와, 굉장히 미국인 체형이 많네요.
LGD fans, they span all the way across the world, not just here, guys.
저긴 뭐야, 비쉑? 어느 나라인지 모르겠네요.
You expect this game to be like over soon because of
하잔.
the high lead of the
하잔은 또 어디야?
they had, but at the same time, like it's just like very back and forth, and those team fights, like there are very little gimmicks that decide
근처
who
술집인가?
win the game. You know, it's not clear until the very end.
Yeah, we talked a lot about how gaming maybe made a mistake on the high ground push, but I think LGD, the way they played the mid game from behind was really commendable.
그러고 보니 지금
They actually came
한국에서도
back
펌
and
열려
they had
있죠.
a rapier timing on this Aegis, and it was just unfortunate that the contest on the Roche fight didn't work out because he ended the game with a rapier in his inventory. He was just dead for 2 minutes, so he couldn't use it. And so in the next game, I'm probably looking for their lanes to go slightly better in the draft. I think maybe the Necro ban is probably something they should look towards because it seems like the hero pool they won for Nothing to Say is not really going to work out versus Quinn, at least if he gets the Necro. But overall, I think the way that they're playing is honestly pretty stable versus Gaming Gladiators. If they can kind of fix some of the big major mistakes in the draft, I think they'll be kind of set for the next game.
Alrighty, well, let's see where the crowd is sitting. If they're Gaming Gladiator fans, if they're LGD fans, if they're hoping for a 2-0, if they're hoping for 3 games. So let's see, Slacks, where are you? Where are you?
Hello, I am here with the LGD fans. LGD fans, this is the darkest that it has looked. They are down a game and they need us now more than ever. Gentlemen, ladies, it is time. Please get your dogs out.
핫도그.
Let's go with LGD. 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 LGD.
Excuse you.
What?
Excuse you.
What?
We vegans will not be ignored. Get out your celery!
아, 샐러리. 약간 밈이 있었죠, GG. 샐러리 때문에 채식을 해서 마음을 다스리는 팀이라고.
Vegetarian Gaming Gladiators, the celery dance. Are you ready? Celery dance! Celery dance!
What the hell is that? No! We will not let these calorie-deficient vegetarians beat us! We are preserved! We are the hot dogs! LGD hot dog one more time! LGD! LGD! I'm choking on the hot dog. Okay, thank you very much. Take it back to me. I'm so sorry. Hot dog.
Oh God, no, get him away from Slacks, get him away from Slacks. I saw we might have to give him the Heimlich maneuver there. He said he's choking on the hot dog. But that is a great bit. We love to hear the chants. Celery team hot dog. Where are you guys going for game number 2? Do you believe in the comeback from LGD that they're going to face Team Spirit again in the grand finals?
Whoa. We're not biased panelists. We are
I
very...
am.
Okay.
Oh.
I'm very biased. Like even like if they manage to win this game, like with this back and forth and happening in the game for Gaming Gladiators, I don't think like the next game is gonna look any different. Like if they get their lineup with the pushes and like how they can take down the towers early on, even earlier than this game, I think it's gonna be like super easy, super one-sided.
Okay, you guys might not be biased, but maybe I can win you over because we do have a listen in. We have Inside the Pods for Gaming Gladiators during that game 1.
But it doesn't matter, I think.
We just want to fight. Fuck this Roche. I don't need these objectives. Just want a straight fight. Head to head.
Did it convince you?
They just want to fight?
Yeah.
Very calm.
Yeah.
All they want, they're calm, and all they want to do is just take fights. They don't care about objectives. They don't care about buildings or Roche or anything like that. Just make sure you're killing the enemy heroes.
And just kill them twice.
Yeah. I mean, I'm biased for Game 3, so
Okay, so you're...
I have to root for LGD this game just for Game 3, because I think, you know, the more games today, the merrier.
Yeah, for sure. It's our final day, so we want to see everything go the distance.
Yeah, I completely agree. It's also like the level of Dota now is just like so unbelievably high when it gets really close. Like when we see these 78-minute games, we're getting all the tier 5 items out. That's the hype. That's the stuff I want to see today. I want to go the distance.
And you wanted to go the distance. You want 70+ minute games. You want 3 games in this best of 3. Well, game 2, it's still a little bit away, but we can talk about some change-ups. That Necro is a focus that you guys talked about, but then I wonder what you're willing to let through. Are you willing to let through a Bristle, a Dazzle, the Chen, the Ench on the side of LGD4 Gaming Gladiators to pick up?
I think it's hard to make an argument for Chen or Ench just because they both fill the same role. So if you ban one, it's kind of forced to ban both. Otherwise, there's no point. So it ends up being they have to choose between Dazzle or Bristle if they want to ban the Necro. And I think gaming has shown for both heroes that it's really, really scary to deal with. And I think as of now, Bristle probably has... People are more used to playing versus it than the Dazzle, especially because Dazzle's a flex hero. It goes mid, it goes offlane for gaming, but the Bristle's kind of always offlane, so you'll know, you go in the draft knowing what's going to happen, and you kind of at least can have a plan walking into it.
Yeah. I imagine this time LGD will have first pick as well, since it's game 2, which gives them the advantage, because last game, obviously, the Necro came out at the end of second phase, where they got to just like counter their lane and have a really good moment for the Necro. So they shouldn't have that this time, so I'm not sure if they need to like ban it.
I mean, if anything, they could change the Lifestealer ban to Necro ban, right, in the second phase. I think it's important. But I do think that there's 2 topics that they need to like discuss within the team. First is like how to prevent those rotations from supports and like protecting your mid lane, because this is where, you know, Gaming Gladiators start to pressure you super hard. And the second thing is about item builds. If you're playing against lineup that has a lot of region, like you need to have Vessel, you need to have Shivas, you need to have some ways to deal with it.
네, 다시
Tell
입장합니다.
me no, you don't have to answer, but you were in this position. You were on the main stage, and you were facing up against Gaming Gladiators. You guys lost game 1. What was that 15 minutes for you spent like to look towards game 2? What was your focus, and what did you just kind of have to push to the side and ignore?
It was a lot about... We talked a lot about the Chen, which is kind of the...
삼각?
Guys are going to try to end the game really fast.
사실 삼각을 해야 발표도 빨리빨리 넘어가고 결승하는 거죠.
Alright, well, the players are walking out now. They're going to be taking the stage. Maybe for the last time for LGD, maybe there's going to be a little bit more.
두 게임 하면은 올스타전도 어영부영 막 질질 끌면서 이상한 거 하고 막 응? 패널들 나와서 쓸데없는 소리 떠들고 가만히 있고 막.
Put carry mag and throw Lina mid or what? We'll have to see here. I do know for a fact that we've seen some interesting heroes from Shiro.
Well, they're gonna put the Skyrath. Wait, are they gonna put the Skyrath mid? No, I believe that's Kiyotaka. I think that's Kiyotaka. Broodmother.
아 진짜 개끔찍했던 그 게임.
作为一号位花烟指，我们当时的选项是根据阵容选的进程，到后面我们决定就是
나중에 정했다.
选择到最后几手时再决定把它当成1号位的。
Harry, Dark Willow. Yeah. What in God's green earth is this?
英雄的多样性，我认为是现阶段来说，可以算是我们队伍的强项吧。但是我认为是什么驱使达成我们的强项，可能更多是我们队伍生活平时聊英雄、聊阵容比较偏多吧，就是日积月累的形成吧。
This is why LGD has so many fans, because every time you think you've got this team figured out on how they want to play, they just bust out the wildest stuff.
关于我们为什么可以一直选比较偏新的英雄，然后我觉得更多还是出自于我们一个是团队的自信，然后再加上更多是我们选这个新英雄的大哥，我们3大哥都很自信，然后并且很敢打，我觉得这是比较关键的。 在关键的系列赛，他们敢做出这样的第一步，我觉得是他们自信的表现。
Can they find him? Yes. The Curse Crown with that shard activating as triple kill for Shiro.
我觉得更多是良好的团队氛围。我觉得是我们其实每一个人都觉得你玩就是可能 就可能我们中单想玩猛犸的时候，我们每个人也会去鼓励他。然后我们3号位想玩蜘蛛的时候，我们彼此互相都会觉得你玩肯定可以的，就是这样的。
Fortnite half HP is the Ancient. Waveform into Ramsey is going to get hexed right off the bat. There's the Ancient seal to follow. The GGs are called. The Ancient gets destroyed.
关于大家认为我们的打法比较先进并且多样这个问题，我认为我们更多的是我们每个选手对于自己打法的自信吧。我觉得，更加坚信自己玩，我们就是把自己玩的东西玩得更好一点，然后越来越自信了，所以敢选东西就越来越多了。
네, Y였습니다. 게임 2.
Gaming versus Gaming Gladiators. Game 2.
Game 2 of our lower bracket finals. We just heard it there from Y Innovation.
자, 엘리미네이션 매치입니다. 과연 LGD 살아남을지? 이쯤에서 죽을지? 주지하는 걸 봐서는 그나마 LGD가 스피릿이랑 비빌 것 같은데. 치즈픽으로 스피릿까지 상대 가능한가 LGD? 데즐벤, 첸벤, 인첸벤까지 갈 것 같네요. LGD는. 프비, 스브, 가멧벤?
Dire's turn to ban. Ten seconds. 5 seconds.
AA벤. 그러고 보면 AA도 참 괜찮은 것 같긴 한데 GG 픽에 대해서 카운터 칠 여지가 많아서 일단 무에르타파거나 나올까요?
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. It is Dire's ban.
혼돈 기사. 무에르타가 픽 돌리기는 좋은데.
10 seconds. Dire's turn to ban. It is Radiant's ban. Seconds. 5 seconds.
다음 편 뭐 나오지?
Radiant's turn to pick.
한다벤?
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dire's turn to pick.
아, 조금 전에 윌로우 영상 나왔는데 여기서 윌로우가, 그리고 마그 티탄 꽤 괜찮습니다. 이미 이전에 어느 팀이었죠? 스피릿이죠? 마그 티탄으로 혼돈기사, 풀템 남은 혼돈기사 찢어버린 경력이 있기 때문에 여기까지는 꽤 괜찮아 보여요. 윌로우가 일단 약하니까.
Radiant's turn to pick. Wraith King.
레이트 킹. 또 캐리 나오죠. LGD 과연 2캐리에 대한 준비가 되어 있을지.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds remain. Dyer's turn to pick.
I speak for the trees.
Dyer's turn to bat.
Naga Siren.
퓨리온 나가. LGD 벤픽 엄청 빨라요 갑자기.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. Radiant's turn to ban.
턱밴. 서로 이제 캐치가 좀 부족하긴 하거든요.
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. It is Radiant's ban.
콘카벤.
10 seconds remain. 5 seconds. It is Dyer's ban.
아혼벤. 약간 고루 벤한 것 같죠?
10 seconds. 5 seconds remain. Dyer's turn to pick. Radiant must choose.
What's it with?
팡고 픽 리얼 히로. 퀸이 채팅 쳐줄까요 한번?
10 seconds. 5 seconds.
라스트.
Choose
와 퀸패. 어떻게든 미드를 이기게 만들겠다는 의지가 엿보이긴 하는데 이게 환영 영웅한테는 퀸패 아가님이 적용이 안 되거든요. 그리고 퀸패 잘 안 나오는 이유 중 하나죠. 아가님이 있어야 좀 파밍이 되는. 물론 이번 패치에서는 아직까지는 안 나왔어서 자주 나오진 않아서 미다스를 끼울지 어떨지 모르겠네요. 미다스 2개로 바꾼 이후로는 거의 안 나와서. 어쨌든 미드 판고. 캐리는 망령 아니고 혼돈입니다. 왜 맨날 잠시 안 봐? 네, 그 얘기 했었어요. 혼돈 상대로 풀템 나와도 마그 티탄 높은 데미지, 반각 높은 퍼뎀 잡을만 했었죠, 충분히. 전 투 캐리에 대한 준비가 완벽한지 모르겠어. 예, 그래도 나름 투 캐리 할 수 있는 영웅들이 한정되다 보니까 나가픽이 괜찮기는 하거든. 콜랩스처럼 모를 일이죠. 과연 콜랩스급이 될까? 게임 2입니다. 과연 누가 이길지, 게임 3 갈 수 있을지 궁금해지는 타이밍이죠. 캡 주고받습니다.
Long have I waited. Where ride the horsemen, death shall follow.
근데 진짜 나가를 글쎄요, 라디가 물론 나올 건데 망령한테서 상대할 방법이 좀 애매하죠? 충분치 않아 보이죠, 나가 크고 났을 때. 이번 게임 특히 힘 2캐리 체제라 2캐리 세지는 거랑 비슷하게 무에르타도 캐리 전환을 시작할 거라 나가가 아마 나가 타임이 있고 나중에 약해지고 그래도 힘 K랑 비비면, 그것도 혼돈 기사 이런 거랑 비비면 성능 차이가 꽤 납니다. 네, 공포 룬 LGD가 3개로 시작하고요. 판고 너무 약해요. 원래라면 60%나 댐감됐을 텐데. 쉴드 꼴랑 150짜리였습니다. 60% 댐감이면 300 넘게 맞아줄 수 있는데 꼴랑 150밖에 안 일어났죠. 거의 반의 반토막이 났어요, 효율이. 어쨌든 리드 안 그래도 힘든 편인데 판고 대 퀸패. 그래도 경험치 손해는 없이 시작했죠. 뒤쪽 레인지 크립 어그로 일부러 끌어요, 퀸이. 생각보다 잘 먹었고요. 일단 따끔따끔 맞는 중. 그리고 이번에도 5번 퓨리온이죠. 좀 많이 맞습니다 지금. 네, 슬로우 살짝. 스턴. 이거 2레벨이었으면은 따였을 수도 있겠는데요, 드라초. 망고 2개 들고 있습니다. 셀브를 네, 퓨리온이 빨아요. 혼돈 템 셀브 오긴 합니다. 이 셀브가 문제가 오는 중에 죽으면은 진짜 억울해 죽거든요. 굳이 샀는데 죽으면. 저 근데 잡혔습니다. 셀브 먹고 죽었는데요. 근데 반대편에서 시로도 사망. 양쪽에서 캐리가 좀 죽고 있습니다. 먹고 죽은 게 아니에요. 놓고 죽었네요. 지금 셀브 오다가 죽는 거 얘기를 하고 있었는데 실제로 오다가 죽어버렸습니다. 이런 일이 발생을 하네요, 진짜로. 안전하게 하는 게 쉽지 않아요, 초반엔 특히. 길 자체가 타워에 꼬라박히는 게 아니라면은 그립이 엄청 크지도 않고 따끔따끔하죠. 미드 퀸이 살짝 앞섭니다. 물론 탑쪽 전투 근데 본체 본 것 같은데요. 시로 걸려 죽었습니다. 시로 현재 TP 40초. 이거 망했는데요. Y도 잡힙니다. 버프 더블킬. 나가가 암만 파밍이 혼돈보다는 빨라도 망령이 뚫는 게 너무 빨라서 레인전 무난하게 가야 될 텐데요. 그리고 또 옵니다. 토프 4분룬 봐주러. 아는 거죠. 눈 손가락 싸움. 퀸이 챙겼습니다. 웃기고요. 넘어가긴 했습니다만 이거 좀 불안하죠? 평타 이거 치면은 당연히 와도 있다는 거 압니다. 들어와요.
Did not think it was possible. Dire have fortified their structures against attack.
5렙 찍고 들어왔습니다. 셀러리 푸시 평타인데 마무리했고요. 이유가 어그로가 끌려있긴 한데 죽을 것 같진 않아요. 공포 다음 스펠 오는데요. 라초 살짝 네, 로터스로 버텨주고요. 이거 좀 깊지 않나요? 그러면 플랜에 끌려 들어가 사망. 셀러리 킬. 마그 마나가 좀 애매해요. 계속 들어오기엔. 그립한테 너무 많이 맞기도 하고요. 이러는 와중에 토프는 또 미드 와가지고 괴롭히고 있습니다. 나티투세이 또 잡히게 되죠. 서포 차이가 너무 큽니다. 일단 묶고요. 근데 이거 글쎄요. 공포 당겨오고요. 시로의 킬 나름 좀 복구가 됩니다. 이러면 이제 지금 혼동기사가 물론 킬은 못 먹었지만 어시 둘로 약간 경험치를 땡겨서 다른 것보다 중요한 건 판고죠. 이제는 레벨 차이 풀로 1레벨 납니다. 허프가 진짜 흑버들로도 이거를 다 해결해줘가지고 2번이나 잡아줬죠. 플랜에 니지 와서 6분론이라도 도와주려고 오는데 쉴드론 네 여기서 크래쉬 떴다고 합니다. 혼돈기사 이제 나가 타임 있으면 충분할까요? 네, 들어왔습니다. 들어왔죠.
Quest for ultimate glory continues. Gold for my food.
근데 이거 진짜 쉴드 늘려주든가 해야 될 것 같음. 효율도 구리고. 아니 뭐 쿨을 줄이든 뭔가 좀 에바임. 아무튼 6렙이라도 얻어먹어 보려고 발악하고 있습니다. 칠블룬 훔치기 도전해보는데요. 와이 발견하고 빠지죠? 빠지나요? 안 빠지나요? 아 재우고 먹어보려고 한번 못하게. 오우 근데 넘겼어요. 선 들어가는데요. 와이 죽겠습니다. 마무리. 오 마무리? 네. 룬은 그래도 하나하나 한국 6레벨 찍혔고요. 한국 6렙도 6렙인데 DPU가 나올 수 있을까요?
Forbidden.
Radiant are scanning for enemies.
일단 다 모여봅니다. 8분 룬. LG도 깨달은 것 같아요. 리젠 룬 앞자기. 네. 침묵 늦었죠? 플래넷이 오늘 퍼포먼스가 살짝 반응이 늦어요. 어째 LGD는 신큐를 데려와야 했다. 그럼 다시 한번 결승까지는 확실하게 갈 수 있었을 것도 같은데 이게 시로에 가려져서 그렇지 서포진들이 영 힘이 없네요. 와이는 그럭저럭 괜찮은 것 같은데 뭐 그 보스로 마그 끌고 넘어갔는데요. 그러면 근데 살아날 수도 있나요? 근데 길이 좀 갈리긴 했어요. 오히려 안고 롤링 선더. 근데 잡혔어요. 롤링 선더 쓰고서도 오히려 피 많이 빠졌죠. 미드로 되돌아갑니다. GG 진짜 어떻게든 미드 키우기 하겠다는 그런 의지가 느껴져요. 아니야 추가? 한거를 최대한 빨리 키워보는 게 좋을 것 같은데요. 다른 것보다는. 돈 1, 2, 3등이 GG였다가 나가였다가. 벌써 4K 차이 나고 있습니다. 나가가 그나마 괜찮게 가져는 가는데 이거 퓨리온이랑 망령이랑 흰패까지 이렇게 셋 계속 굴릴 거거든요. 빙글빙글. 나가 파밍 공간 벌 수 있나요? 혼돈기사 살짝 수면. 별일 없었습니다. 그리고 니우가 이번 게임에서 괜찮을까요? 흰패도 꿰뚫기 RP 안 되거든요. RP 네 짭에 박았나봐요. 팁 쏟아지고 있습니다. 다이브. 짭이 끌려갔거든요. 원체. 그래도 뭐 셀러리는 잡을 수 있겠습니다. 오랭산더 확실히 하자. 근데 이거 밀려났어요 구석으로. 글쎄요 드라처 잡을 수 있나요? 묶였거든요. 타밍 카운터 진짜 잘했죠. LGD 여기서 무너지나요? 푸시 속도 감당할 수 없을 것 같습니다. 나가 타이밍 오려면은 글쎄 많다 다음에 아이템 하나 정도 더 나와야. 오씨 네 칩 들어가죠. 드라초 중립 크림 먹다가 혼자 죽었습니다. 아무튼 나가가 웨이브 컷 하면서 클 때까지 시간이 좀 걸리거든요. 흰패 빼고는 정리하기 어려운 편이 맞고 그 전까지 버텨줘야 되는데 마그 모르겠다. 미다스 가자. 선 대거 가던 거 미다스로 바뀌었습니다. 근데 미다스 괜찮을지 모르겠어요. 게임 버티면서 하기에는 하도 푸시가 세서. 혼돈도 타이밍 슬슬 오고 있죠. 망령은 하도 빠르죠. 퓨리온도 있는데 퓨리온만 없었어도 미다스 뭐 버티다가 3차 가자로 볼 수 있었을 텐데. 나가도 미다스. 방고 스킬 없어요. Nothing to say. 오데스제입니다. 네, 나가 그냥 넘어가서. 나가가 이런 식으로 나가 게임을 한 10분 정도는 끌면서 파밍 같이 해야 되거든요. 플랜에 지금 안 보고 있어요. 어디 보고 있나요 지금? 지금 살짝? 드라초 올라오는데요. 근데 드라초 설마 이거 죽을까요? 드라초 송으로 끊어주고요. 이거 뭔가요 지금? GG 이게 뭔가요? 무슨 일이 또 벌어지고 있는 건지. 이거는 퀸 탓을 하기에는 너무 상대 지형이에요. 2차 타워를 통과해서 지나가 들어갔습니다 지금. 14번 룬 겸사겸사 상대 서포 잘라보려고 한 것 같은데 상대가 너무 안 올 거라고 예상한 거죠. 파밍에 집중하겠거니. 마그 미다스도 나와요. 이게 3차는 어렵거든요. 에이스 롤링 선더. 근데 소닉 웨이브 바로 나오겠죠. 한번 밀어내고요. 근데 살짝 밀려났습니다. 마그 뭔가 관전보가 있었는데요. 계약선으로 밀었죠. 이거 팀 콜인가요? 드라초 계속 상대 진영 안에 들어가 있습니다. 이게 여기 공간 없는 게 아닌데 상대 진영 안에 들어가 있어서 뭔가 좀 확신이 안 서네요. 왜 들어가 있는지. 공간 압박을 겸하나요? 겸하기에는 근데 서포트를 안 붙여줘가지고. 어쨌든 망령 계속 푸시합니다. 위쪽 침묵 들어가고요. 공포 들어가고요. 퀸도 오우야. 공포랑 같이 하나 나가나요? 송 없거든요 아직. 서로 아무도 안 죽었습니다. 퀸도 약간 돌발 행동이었죠 이거. 전성기 그 퀸패가 아니에요. 에이스 킬. 그러니까 나머지를 말려 죽이면서 시간 조금 더 버는 것 같은데 망령이 밀고 나머지가 말리고. 드라초가 오프 역할 하는 것 같기도 해요. 그렇게 생각한다면 해리로를 덤으로 하는 느낌? 근데 마그가 어쨌든 미다스 선택이 꽤 괜찮았는지 2차 뚫리기 전에 대거까지 나옵니다. 미다스 대거라 또 스케일링 쭉쭉 따라갈 거거든요. 디퓨저도 어찌어찌 억지로 나왔고요. 규지가 살짝 생각보다는 격차가 안 벌어지네요. 먹고 바닥부터 부수고요. 라초 버텨내나요? 네, 버텨냈습니다. 이건 그냥 한번 해본 거죠. 마그까지 와 있었으면 잡았을 것 같은데 그냥 거기까지만. 네, 스모크. 임페 아가님 가고 있어요. 임페가 물론 후반에 굉장히 잘 크고 킬도 먹어서 세기는 했는데 불안하거든요. 1포인트 아끼고 있네요. 아, 10레벨 색상이구나. RP 끌어갑니다. 재우고 침묵 걸고 롤링 썬더까지 공포 넣었는데요. 충분하지 않았습니다. 아, 공포 안 넣었구나. 왜 이렇게 공포를. 스킬 많이 박아 넣었는데 실패했죠. 이거 잡았으면 굉장히 컸는데 반격의 서막이 될 수도 있었는데요. 셀러리 못 묶었습니다. 두 번의 RP 0킬. 다 와요. 에이스 대거까지 나왔습니다. 이쪽에 시야 있죠? 지금 진짜 완벽하게 타이밍 맞춰서 모든 스킬 때려박는 거는 스피릿밖에 없는 것 같아요. LGD도 3명 이상 모이면 한 끗이 아까워. 물론 스피릿도 랄이랑 어제 끌어오는데 엑스마크 거는 그런 난장판이 있긴 했는데 아무튼 퀸패 아가님 직전에 끊어먹는 거 꽤 중요한 상황이었는데 이게 실패를 하네요. 스캔 중. 나가로 나가 게임 하고 있죠. 한 거 좀 위험합니다. 에이스 들어가서 스턴 녹았죠? 6데스째입니다. 6대 0킬 0어시. 퀸패 보세 있을 때 오히려 시도를 할까요? 근데 역으로 에이스 일단은 녹여낼 수 있나요? 아, 부활도 오고 왔어요. 리우 일단은 뒤로 오시죠. 일단 부활을 뽑습니다. 항고 10초. 나가 조금 더 기다리면 하트 나오기는 나오는데 병역댐들이 좀 있죠. 라디랑 퀸페랑. 하트만으로 안심하기엔 좀 어렵습니다. 하트 글쎄요. 오키드? 이번 판은 사실 퀸페 있어서 오키드 빌드 꽤 괜찮았을 것 같은데. 조금 더 기다려봐야 될 것 같고요. 마그 다음 불킹. 나팅 투 세이가 복구될까요 이게? 한거는 미라스도 없어가지고. 라초 불킹 원하면은 드랍 가능합니다. 허리어에 들었나요? 허리어 들기가 있기도 하네요. 불킹 뭐 묶을 수는 있는데 뭐 TP 있죠? 아 TP 안 쓰나요? 라초 TP 타고 와서 좀 많이 했습니다. 그래도 뭐 시간 끌었다고 봐도 괜찮을 것 같긴 하네요. 나가 하트 나왔고요. 로션 첫 번째죠. 알겠어. 이런 경우에 보통 퀸 줬었는데 이번에는 안 주는 것 같습니다. 퀸 율 나가 나비검. 민캐로서의 약간 그걸 노리나요? 내가 더 세게 갈 수 있어 이걸 노리나요? 악령 올라오고요. 악령 혼자기는 합니다. 타워가 있을 뿐. 아무튼 판고 스탯을 어떻게 해주든 해서 5% 좀 쓸 수 있게 해줬으면 좋겠어. 요즘 미드 어지간하면 안 해서. 오프 판고는 스탯이 너무 부달려서 14레벨인데 봐요 체력 1600이 말입니까? RP 끌어가고요. 조금 근데 많이 끌어갔네요. 이거 뭔가요? 스킬 겹친 게 하나도 없어요. LGD 3번의 RP 전부 다 0킬로 이어집니다. 차라리 뭐 나가랑 같이 가든지 묶어줄 수 있잖아. 서로 살짝 봤죠? 다 올라옵니다. 먼저 오 많다 났지. 송 TP아웃 빠르게 모두 TP아웃 성공하네요. 그래서 나팅 투 세이는 0킬 0C를 벗어날 수 있을까요? 다음 RP 50초. 조금 더 있으면 나오네요. 나비검. 사실 나가도 딥슈 빌드 타지 않을까 했거든. 힘캐들이라. 만화 싹 녹여놓고 하면 게임이 하도 편해서. 나 그냥 웨이브나 자르러 갑니다. 왕령 이거 힘들어하죠. 이기기가 쉽지 않아요. 아이기스 있어도 이거 너무 팀이랑 떨어져 있지 않나요? 스턴 안 닿았고요. 망령도 불킹. 어쨌든 킨페 아가님 나와서 적당히 환영 정리 조금 하고 있습니다. 이 뒤에 아마 멸니르 가지 않을까요? 불킹 아니면 멸니르. 일단은 센카. LGD 이번 게임도 3차부터 시작하나요? 일단은 계속 냅두고 있습니다. 혼돈기사도 하트. 올라가서 스턴. RP 쓰려다가 캔슬 잠깐 했고요. RP 오 이거 잘 들어갔어요. 돼지 부수기까지 들어가고요. 이거 근데 퀸이 살아갈 것 같은데 퀸 근데 오 에픽 짧게 먼저 송 걸고요. 이렇게 되면 에이스만 깨어있는 상황. 아쉽죠? 나비검 이거 3차 깨지면은 좀 불안해져요. LGD 3차 어떻게든 지켜야 됩니다. 공포 본체 걸었거든요. 아이기스 40초. 임페가 율로 살아버렸죠. 이게 아예 잡아서 안으로 끌고 들어왔으면은 됐을 것도 같은데 돼지 가르기로 시작을 아예 하든지 RP로 시작을 한 다음에 넣든지 하는 게 좋을 것 같아요. 근데 여기서 들어왔죠. 일단 토멘토 지원이다 혹시 모르니까. 네, 다 왔거든요. 오히려 C로 스턴 연결되는데요? 은신 써니그레이브 이쪽 마무리돼요. 오히려 성장 차이가 너무 컸습니다. 지금 여기서 이렇게 죽으면은 뚫려요. 베러 이거는 오히려 기다렸어야 했나요? 아이기스 마지막에 잘 써먹습니다. 롤링 선더. 아군이 근데 좀 멀거든요. 나가 아직 20초 가량. 이게 드라초가 아이기스 이번에는 넘길 줄 알았거든요. 알케 때랑 달리 기다렸다가 잡을 줄 알았는데 지금 LGD 딜레이 있는 스킬 때문에 전혀 합이 안 맞아요. 좀 전에 RP 돼지 부수기, 돼지 가르기 거기에 공포랑 침묵이랑 잘 안 들어가기도 했고 롤링 선더도 애매했고 지금 전체적인 한 문제가 있죠. LGD 어제부터 생각하지 않을까요? LGD Nothing to say. 특히 옆에 있는 게 신큐였으면, 옆에 있는 게 아메였으면 이런 생각하고 있을 텐데. 다음으로 시바스 갑니다. 결국은 나가가 때려 죽일 수 있는 범위를 넘어서고 있거든요, 슬슬. 네. 뭐 겁이 되고요. 나가가 뭔가 때려 죽일 딜이 모자라요. 그렇기 때문에 서로 미러 이미지. 본체 찾았어요. 변신 한번. 나가 환영 지금 싹 치워졌거든요, 순식간에. 결국은 날막 영웅인 혼돈기사를 똑같이 했어야 되는 건지. 네네 잡히죠. 아 공 한번. 근데 마뎀 들어와요. 오 이거 끌어 들어왔는데 셀러리. 셀러리 그래도 잡힙니다. 소닉 웨이브 다 왔어요. 그래도 2차까지 1대1 교환입니다. 골드 차이가 크기는 한데 나름 그래도 약간 굳이 이득이 되는 것 같진 않죠, LGD한테. 나가 민케의 힘 전혀 못 보여주고 있어요. 결국 최종적으로 보면은 올해는 3, 4, 5번의 해인가? 스피릿도 그렇고 거의 3, 4, 5번 순으로 서열이 정리된 것 같아요. 3, 4, 5번 힘 순으로. 뭐 팀의 절반이 넘어가긴 하는데 3, 4, 5라고 하면은 60%나 되긴 하죠. 아무튼 판고 KDA 빵점은 벗어날 수 있을 것인가? 그나마 어찌 보면 미다스라도 있어서 이만큼 따라가는 거기는 한데. 네, 두 번째 로션. 마그 오 반응은 했어요. 슈바스 다음 헥스까지. 판고가 후반 밸류가 예전만치 안 돼서 더더욱더 어려워집니다, LGD. 자, 두 번째 로션. 그래서 퀸 주려고 하는 것 같죠? 아, 퀸 치즈. 어지간해선 안 죽기는 해요. 나가도 지금 DPS가 높진 않아서. X 들어갈까요? 끌어서 RP 못 따갔습니다. 근데 불킹 오버리액션이라고 해야 될지 불킹이 생각보다 가치가 없는 걸까요? 제대로 기다릴 수 있으면. 은근히 각을 재는 팀들이 많은데 불킹 쓸 때 느라토는 그냥 냅다 봤거든요. 상대가 내 얼굴 위에 올라오면 바로. 일단은 궁으로 버티고 있습니다만 마덴만으로도 충분할 것 같아요. 공포 시바스 데미지. 불킹 없다고는 해도 아이기스 있으니까 다음 몽키킹 봐도 나옵니다. 나가 실버 했지? 이번 판 헥스 어비설 이런 게 더 좋지 않았을까요? 헥스 뒤에 어비설이나 스카디가 힘캐들 상대로도 상대하기 좋고 힘패드 어쨌든 간에 헥스 안에 못 잡을 것 같아. 이 정도 데미지로는 헥스만으로 좀 모자랄 것 같아서 RP 박아 넣는다고 해도 3선 깔 수 있나요? 무리일 것 같아. GG가 퀸 패픽을 따로 준비했던 것 같아요. 혼돈 망령 나오면은 상대 판고 같은 거 보통 평타용들 카운터로 나오니까 근접 평타의 카운터로 그러면 퀸패 뽑자. 이미 이전에 준비가 된 것 같습니다. 상대도 힘캐 나오면은 네크로, 상대 판고 나오면은 퀸패 준비를 해놓은 것 같습니다. 그래서 토프가 그냥 묶어가지고 잡아주자. 데미지는 충분하니까 견제해놓으면 토프가 론마드 내려오자. 이런 콜도 다 준비된 것 같고요. 임페 링켄 글쎄요. 일단은 부활 빠집니다. 근데 짧아요. 이미 21레벨입니다. 레벨 차이가 심하죠. 운동기사 몽키킹바. 근데 퀸패 진짜 링켄까지 있는데 어떡하죠? 묶는 거를 링켄 까고 그냥 헥스로 잡나요? 어차피 유리 쓰니까. 이번 판도 결국은 토프가 다 해버려서 이쯤에서 얘기하고 가는 퀸 이전 인터뷰 하나 있었거든요. 일단 소닉웨이브 피했습니다. 문제는 RP 좀 겹쳤거든요. 게임 끝난 것 같습니다. 롤링 썬더 RP 없이 메아크립이죠. 퀸 이전에 한 말이 있었는데 자기도 셉처럼 귀에 손대고서는 안 들리는 거 하고 싶다고. 문제는 오지랑 GG는 상황이 달라요. 퀸이 하면은 그냥 인성질입니다. 시로 못 버티고 스턴 연계되면서 마무리되죠. 아백 없고요. 그래서 GG 치고 LGD 3등으로 마무리합니다. GG가 결승으로 리아드 때와는 달리 결승까지 올라왔습니다. 자, 이렇게 되면은 중요한 건 사실 뭐다? 결승이 아니고 발표. 도타 8.0 아티팩트 3. 우리가 기대하고 있는 그것들이 발표가 될지.
Just letting out his disgust for Pango pickers big time in this game with how dominant and how just rough that mid matchup ends up looking on the scoreboard.
I mean, look at the damage numbers. It tells the tale of it all. Quinn, look at this. I mean, ridiculous. 36,000. How many 4-man ults can we see? How many times is he just going to stop? Nothing to say in his tracks, and the Rolling Thunders, nothing to say, did 11,000 damage. LGD tries to play for the late game, but it doesn't even matter. Gaming just controls everything, and even if it gets to these later stages, they had full grasp.
I mean, they look brilliant. I mean, as we said, we knew it from the Dyrachyo death of the neutrals that this game was over. They always win the games like that. It's a crucial point.
I mean,
you know, from that point on, she's just not beating them. You know, Dyrachyo, he's in full Dyrachyo form, and he does not get stopped.
No, he does not. A flawless game from Gaming Gladiators.
Absolutely. I mean, LGD, they had a great run, but here today, they get shut down out of the competition by Gaming Gladiators, who are going to be moving on to that grand finals with an incredible force.
배고프다. 오늘 뭐 먹지?
They win these two games with Gaming Gladiators. They'll take the series 2-0 against LGD.
아무튼 2대0 하는 바람에 결승이 좀 멀어집니다. 근데 올스타 할지 안 할지 이번에는 딱히 발표가 없었던 것 같기는 해.
In a short time, they have a little bit of time to reset, and we have some time to break down this series to talk about game number 2, because Naga could have done work, Gunnar. We saw the pick coming. We thought it was a great counter pick, but the game never progressed to a point where she had map to farm, where she could do anything.
Yeah, I think the Queen of Pain kind of popped off.
Yeah, massively.
Nothing to say had a really rough time in the mid lane, and Quinn just.
그러니까 팅커 줄만했던 것 같아요. 특히 게임 1이 그랬고 게임 2는 뭐 탕고가 하도 1-3번한테 좋긴 했는데 이거 절 못 봤죠. 아이고 저거 못 봤나봐요. 다른 화면 보다가 터프 어이없어서 웃죠 지금. 야, 이게 준비 필요한 스펠을 너무 한 번에 받아가서 나가도 좀 에바기는 했어. 민캐 차이를 낼 수는 있는데
Everything can be quite squishy when he's on the back foot, right? But when you're ahead, you're able to use those 2 lives to front for your team, using Nature's Prophetry as the scout.
안 나오는 데는 이유가 있다.
Your own jungle to make sure LGD aren't trying to farm there. You're scouting into the enemy jungle to find people.
이것도 빠지거나 했었어야겠죠.
Keep going and going and going. And in the moments where they thought they might have had something, suddenly Gaming are up and at him. They have a BKB. Queen of Pain's able to use her ult to maybe.
그러니까 총합 딜이 부족했어. 당구가 잘 컸으면은 상관없었을 건데. 결국은 터프가 다 그냥 먹여줬죠. 한고가 미드 나름 3, 4렙까지 계속 막타 비등하게 갔거든요. 나름 키도 계속 유지하고. 근데 터프가 2번 찔러서 2번 잡아주니까 5렙 때 7렙도 만들어주고.
Not playing scared doesn't result in a bad initiation. How do you make sure, or what was their formation to make sure every team fight was going to go in?
나그는 뭐 존재 자체가 없었고 아마 미다스 가면서 이거 그냥 3차까지 끌고 가자 그랬을 텐데. 아 근데 진짜 RP랑 돼지가르기 안 맞기. RP랑 끌어왔는데 침묵 한복판인 거. 이거 기다렸다 써도 되는 건데 프로넷이 스킬이 다 안 맞았어.
Gaming Gladiators now a top 2 team. They're going to be the grand finals. I'm sure they're elated. So let's hear from them in a little bit.
마그 어제 당한 것 때는 뽑지 않았을까요? 카오스 나이트 상대로 마그 티탄. 그거 아마 노려본 것 같은데.
The fact that they stomped early, but the game still kind of, dragged a little bit. It's just because Gaming are not giving them any opportunity to throw.
It was a hidden counter pick to the Pengo as well. I didn't know that this Queen of Pain is such a big problem to the Pengo during the fights, because he couldn't really roll into the fight and create this chaos because he was constantly pushing back. And they did a really good job of stopping Magnus from initiation, because it was their only chance of getting these 2 or 3 man RPs to turn the game around, but they never had a chance to do that.
All right, well, now I know for sure that they are ready. We're going to have a winner's interview. We're going to see how Ace feels about playing in the grand finals, being a top 2 team.
네, 에이스입니다.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, it's Ace from Gaming Gladiators! Ace, you are the rock of this team. You are hardly ever moved by anything, but now you are going to the grand finals of the International, a completely dominant year with only the smallest amount of stumbles.
그러니까 에이스가 개잘함.
And I'd like to see, crowd, if we can finally crack this egg. Can you guys give it up for Ace and get this guy to get a little excited?
그러니까 오라 메타를 할 때도 잘했고 오프 흰 메타를 할 때도 잘하고 그냥 다 잘함.
To be going to the grand finals, baby.
Yeah, it feels pretty good, but we didn't win yet, so I'm not all in the skies yet. You know, I'm still down on the ground. Still need to be focused.
Oh, that's what your team needs. Fantastic. Any words out there for your competitors, you know, that have come and gone? You guys have crushed everybody, breaking records, potentially 1 in a million in history, going from lowers to going to the grand finals and winning it. Any words for the teams that you have brutally eliminated along the way?
Sorry, boys.
떨궈서 미안하다.
And of course, thank you. Coming up to the grand finals, this is a match that you guys have done many times before. How are you going to beat Team Spirit?
They are hard to crack, but we're just gonna play our game, do what we've been doing so far, and then adapt along the way, and we'll see.
We will see. We will see.
우리는 우리 게임을 하겠다.
But I'm not gonna let you get away with that. Are you going to win the grand finals? Coming up, my friend. I want to get you hyping up this crowd just once in your entire career with me interviewing. Hype these people up. Are you going to win?
Let's fucking go!
에이스 첫 인터뷰인데. 야, 솔직히 지지. 퀸한테 마이크 안 주고 처음부터 토프랑 에이스가 인터뷰했으면은 개호감 팀일 텐데. 퀸 입만 닫고 있으면은. 에이스도 분위기 탈 줄 아네요. 진짜 퀸만 아니었으면은.
Had a pretty big roster reshuffle for themselves. 3 brand new players. This was their first TI, and they went the distance, Rezo. Not the whole way, but they went a long way.
I think they did amazingly, but the only thing I would like suggest them for the
스틸이 3, 4, 5번 괜찮고 미드가 랄이 미라미 포시카가 미드 터프처럼 봐주진 않거든요.
This entire series and kind of the entire lower bracket is gaming forces everyone to play their game. And LGD
아마 뱀픽을 따로 준비해야 될 거야. 미드 누르기보다는 지울 수 있는 뱀픽 아마 준비하지 않을까? 푸시 막을 수 있는 그게 아마 스브인데 스브가 하도 밴이 잘 돼가지고.
I just think, I mean, I'm just really happy that they managed to take it this far. I think like them and Azure Ray.
사실 마르스 같은 애들이, 마르스 세킨 같은 애들이 조금만 더 메타에 올라와 있으면은. 그러니까 준비는 했을 텐데. 마르스 세킨 같은 애들이 살아 있으면은 그냥 한타 상대 못 올려오면은 그냥 아레나 깔고 뭐 에픽센터 깔고 그러면서 한 방씩 쫓아갈 수 있거든요. 밀려도. 근데 그런 오프가 다 죽어 있어. 타워는 데미지가 안 나오고. 그런 느낌이 있는데 어떤 거 준비했을까요?
I think for sure they have like a lot of motivation right now since 2 of their top teams like in the top 3 and 4. So it's a really big boost for the region. I mean, of course, it would have helped if they won the whole thing, right? But it's still a very good result, and I'm sure like a lot of people get inspired by that, and we're gonna see a lot of more like Chinese competition coming to next year and next season.
Yeah, because they struggled, I think, the full season, but now it kind of goes to TI, and this is what matters, right? So them doing good at TI is definitely really good for the region.
Yeah, they were within the region really dominant, and then it was like that 9th, 12th a lot throughout. So I think it's a massive feat for themselves, a massive accomplishment, so they should be very happy. But LGD falling short here, but Gaming Gladiators moving on. Do you want to talk about the Gaming Gladiators Team Spirit matchup before we get our exit interview?
Yeah, sure.
All right, we're listening to you, so you're the pro.
Again, I think it's kind of the same story, right? It's hopefully the drafting. You have to solve this early game issues where Gaming Gladiators wins their lanes. Quinn has won his lane, I would say like probably 80% of the games at this TI, maybe 90%, to be nice to him. And they kind of just snowball off that every time. And it's also the supports rotating. I think the supports are probably the best support duo at controlling the early game, moving around, controlling runes, ganking mid, and just the way that they always set up their silence as well. It's everything you just have to counter. And so to some extent what Reza was saying was you don't want to purely counter the enemy draft, but I think there's some limit to kind of finding a balance where you're doing your own thing that doesn't get countered by what gaming's doing.
Yeah, I'm definitely a bit worried about Laurel because Quinn is like showing like every time, like every matchup, like it doesn't matter who's he's playing against, like he's stomping the guy, and like also with the support rotations, like it's a really big problem. So Spirit needs to be ready for that and accounting for that.
You don't have faith in the growth that Lal has had over this year? He's been showing up more and more every event that we see him.
I think Lal is like so stable that if you crush him the way you crushed like Nothing to Say in that last game, right? Like I think he'll struggle to find a game, and it will be very hero dependent on the impact he's able to have. For example, in games that they're losing when he's on Kunkka, he's going to play a lot better than like when he's on his Viper. You know, just by way of the heroes, by way of his playstyle. So I think it's going to come down a lot to the draft. I really hope he doesn't get his Conquer if Gaming want to win. I hope he does get it if you want them to win. But I do think he's good enough to like play this match easily. You know, they're in the grand finals for a reason. Wait.
발표나 해.
Exactly. I was about to say they're coming in the upper
시간 질질 끄네요.
bracket. Stay up there. They knocked LGD down here to be then eventually knocked out by Gaming Gladiators. What's a big takeaway from the LGD Team Spirit matchup that we had in the upper bracket yesterday that you're like, oh, maybe this is something that is a weakness we haven't seen in Team Spirit before?
Well, the biggest thing that excites and worries me is that there was a 70-minute game, which we really haven't seen Gaming play. So either Spirit will be able to force Gaming to play this really long game, which I would say favors them, or will Gaming just destroy the average game time for Spirit, make it really low, and just kind of crush 3 games in a row.
Hey, we kind of heard when Ace had his winners interview that they're going to keep playing at their game. Maybe it's going to be that tempo. But right now, we do have to close out this series. We want to hear from one of the LGD players. We have our exit interview. It's Tsunami and Why You Smile.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am standing by with Why You Smile, and Jin will be helping me.
네, Y입니다.
Smile, it's a
와, 저 아저씨 키 엄청 크네, 이제 보니까.
Very much a veteran, and for a squad like this,
키가 몇이야?
players that are
쓰나미가 좀 작긴
new
했거든.
to an experience like this, what was it like guiding them through such a high-intensity tournament here at the International?
就是Y队，你现在在这个战队里面是其中一个老将了嘛？然后这次就想问你，带了这么多新人吧，新血液来到这届比赛，然后整个过程是对你来说是什么样的一种感受呢？
对于我来说，可能整个过程也是更多也是唤醒自己，就是因为看着他们比较年轻，然后比较有冲劲，然后也更多是对 TI 的冲劲吧。
It's more of it feels like a wake-up call to myself as well, because just watching these younger players, seeing the drive, seeing the motivation, it kind of it's like a wake-up call for me. It reminds me of what kind of mentality I should be having as well.
That's wonderful to hear. Then also in terms of maybe reigniting your competitive passion, obviously here in this venue even, you must have some very fond memories. So was there any experiences that you had with the fans or just the being back in Seattle sensation that you're hoping to remember as you leave this event?
就想问，这次来到西雅图，相信你也是有很多回忆啊，包括有很多让你怀旧的一些情景和经验。然后包括这次来到场面上，看到这么多粉丝在支持你们，看到整个比赛的过程，你有没有什么就是关于怀旧这方面的感受呢？
现在可能这方面感受比较少吧，但有一点是线上观众特别多，并且支持我们的观众也特别多，然后在西雅图毕竟是他国嘛，然后这种感触特别深吧。然后现在可能更多是比较难过吧，因为最后的决赛并没有杀进去，然后就是没办法继续听到他们为我们呐喊吧。
I don't really feel much of those emotions at this very moment because we just lost our series. I'm feeling pretty sad right now. However, it is very touching to see so many fans, so many Chinese fans and international fans here at the arena cheering for us. I think one of the biggest sense of loss I feel right now is just not being able to get into the grand finals, not being able to hear them cheer for us once more.
Well, why I'm sure there's no doubt in my mind that we will be cheering for you no matter what happens in the future. 谢谢, appreciate it.
谢谢.
And back to the panel.
네.
Such a beautiful interview.
발표.
Thank you so much. And why you smile
큰 거 온다,
as
큰
well.
거.
There were a lot of fans every time LGD was playing. This crowd was louder than I felt it could go, and it just keeps pushing itself more and more. So why you smile, there's a lot of fans here, and I'm sure that they'll be cheering for you. Maybe even later today if they see you around, you know, they'll be having a lot of fun. But for now, Gaming Gladiators have got a little bit over an hour, Rezo, to reset themselves, look towards the grand final. You were in a very similar position not that long ago. What did you do in your hour? What do you think they're doing?
I mean, to me, it has been really tough because the series that we played before was like three games, and it was like really like up and go. Like, you know, you don't really know if you're gonna win or not. But for gaming this time around, like they're very confidently taking those 2 games, so they don't really. I think they don't really waste it on all their energy, so they don't really need to do anything other than just like, you know, prepare themselves for taking the spirit and like think about what kind of heroes they want to draft for the next series.
Yeah, you don't want to like phase yourself too much. You still have another game. You can feel good, but at some point you have to just reset. Just, all right, start of the new game, so let's play the new game.
Well, look, they're going to have their time. We're going to have some time as well. And to help us fill in the time, there's going to be some more content. We have a very exciting video that we're going to get to watch right now.
Please, this is not how heroes act. You both
발표
think
온다.
it's in your nature to fight. But your first and only answer can't always be violence. Your sisters.
Violence is never my first choice.
Never my first choice. We know it's why you lose.
Lena.
I'm just saying, sometimes you gotta burn shit down if you wanna win.
Except you don't just burn people or things. She starts emotional fires. She knows her stupid real fires can't touch me.
Are you kidding me? Emotional damage doesn't even work on you.
It hurts my feelings.
You don't have feelings. Seen warmer eyes on a shark.
We should really,
And nobody's buying your cute little smile, by the way. You look more like a hell bear.
Oh, I remember how great it felt when Mom and Dad sent you to live in that desert.
Remember,
For something I didn't do.
Why would anyone believe you?
Be fair, Riley. Let's listen. Lena, can we talk more about why you had to leave home?
She had to leave home because she burned home down 9 times.
That's a lie.
Everything you say is a lie.
The 9th one wasn't me. Mom and Dad said it was my last chance and I wasn't gonna blow it.
You're right.
I was innocent and no one believed me.
It's funny. I was scared at first, but now it's my happiest memory. Watching you cry.
You cold-hearted bitch.
I am so sorry about her. She's been that way
Since you were born. Before you came around, I was...
Enough! I see a lot of dysfunction walk through that door. Believe me, your coworkers are all a mess. But somehow, you two, you take the Aegis and the cheese. The good news, there's still hope. You just have to be honest with yourselves, with each other. Maybe move forward for a change.
Maybe you're right. Lena, there is something I have never told you about house number 9. It was me. I was the one who started the fire. And when they asked me who did it, I lied. You got sent away because of me. And I would do it again in a heartbeat.
Alina.
Shut up. I really respect that.
Wait, you what?
That doesn't sound like you.
Okay, maybe I don't respect it,
음.
but I'm proud. You solved a problem with fire and lies. That's my playbook. You learned that from me. I didn't think you were that smart.
That's not the lesson here. You need to work on your problems. You can't just commit arson. That's insane. I mean, it's not insane, right? What is sane anyway?
You know what, Doc? I think we're just about out of time.
그래서 대체 뭐였을까요 이게?
So that's what happened with our last counselor.
But I doubt we'll have a problem with you.
That's not a compliment.
What are you writing down? Say something.
Yeah. You don't want to make my sister mad.
뭐 하자는 거지?
Lena and Crystal Maiden, definitely some twisted sisterly love going on there. I would not want to be in that counselor's seat at all.
Dude, I was laughing the entire time. It's like the ninth house. I mean, the highly flammable water. I was like,
I was gonna say that was my favorite when it rolls past the newspaper. TNT. But the highly flammable water, that's
like
dangerous.
some old like TF2 type stuff, man. That's the good humor that I love Valve for.
Yeah, it's the regular thing to hold that thing in your house, right? Like at any time.
Is that not what your house looks like?
Yeah, yeah.
Just to have everything lying around,
Just
fire,
stacks
no
of
gate.
TNT in your lounge room.
You don't?
Silly me, I put it elsewhere.
We're in the USA.
True, that's the difference. Being in Australia, you have to hide it. You have to stock it away. But look, speaking of being in the USA, we're enjoying TI-12 here in the arena. There's a lot of fans still sitting around, and there's a lot of fans elsewhere around the world. So
와.
we're not just watching
자고 하나 쓰는 어디요?
TI-12 in the United States. There's fans everywhere, Sheep.
Oh my god, but none in England. We have no Dota players.
Whoa, 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 whoa. TSM will take offense to that one.
No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, no, it's great to see all the fans all around the world enjoying it. It's like the time zones, right? It's like some of these people are just going to be up at like 5 a.m., 4 a.m. Just like, yes, we're
그러니까
here.
우리가 지금 4
We
a.m.인데
love it. And shout out to you guys.
I was gonna say, I know a lot
배려
of
좀
fans
하고
from
발표 좀
Australia
해줘.
sitting in Discord, they're watching it together. It's an ungodly hour. I think it's actually 4 a.m. for them. So there's probably not any places for them to watch it out in town, but they're at home. I know they're enjoying it, and I'm sure a lot of SEA fans are doing the same as well from the comfort of their home.
And hopefully it's a long night for them. I'm hoping for a really long best of 5, some fun games. So if it's a late night for you already, I'm sorry about that, but I'm hoping for more.
We're all hoping for that one. Isn't that so, Rozo?
I mean, TI finals is always where you stay up till the very end and like you cheer and you get the energy from like just watching purely. It's just an insane journey.
You know, 5 games would be phenomenal. There's still a lot of time before that grand finals. Do you guys know how else we're going to be filling in the time?
Perhaps with
The
some
film contest?
Okay, that.
Yeah, that's
Maybe
one of
some
them.
Cosplay.
Yeah, a little bit of
와,
cosplay. Do you have a
cosplay.
favorite hero that you would like to be seeing on the stage in cosplay? Okay, someone said Primal Beast. Me, but why did I even ask? Why did I even look at you? That
I
was
don't know
so
what you
silly.
Invoker.
Invoker?
Alchemist.
Alchemist. That would be a pretty difficult
I know
one.
something. I know something.
You can't spoil
Rizzo.
anything. Yeah, I would want to see a Witch Doctor one. That's the cosplay I would like to see. You guys
With
see?
like that monkey on the shoulder.
Yeah,
poking
but
out?
an actual monkey.
Oh.
I don't want it like paper mache or anything like that. I want a real monkey. Hey, we'll see if it's going to happen. We're going to see a lot of costumes, though. The cosplay contest is happening. We got Tsunami on the stage.
That's right, friends. And there's a very special thing happening on the stage because if you notice, I am flanked by some cosplayers because we have a tradition around here. It's time for the International 2023 Cosplay Competition presented by SteelSeries. Are you guys ready?
와,
Lovely, lovely.
와 마르시.
Some judges joining me.
두렵다
So I'd like to
두려워.
take this opportunity to introduce them. I am joined by Fairy Fingers as a Crystal Maiden. Fairy Fingers, wave to the crowd, wave to the crowd. And then, how long have you been cosplaying for?
I've been cosplaying for 28 years.
와우, 28년 경력에.
A wealth of experience, and it shows with this outfit, as well as joined by me. It's Anahi from Seattle Cosplay, where I suppose like how about we just like I know, right? I totally agree. I can't wait for grand finals also, but I want to do this cosplay competition first. And lastly, it's Abbycat Cosplay joining me as a Nature's Prophet. And this isn't your first time here, is it?
No, I've been competing on this stage before.
Ooh, and now you're ready to judge our contestants. Well, let's get started then. May I present Styro Girls as Alchemists. You may remember
오, 알케.
Girls from a few years ago because in 2018 Vancouver the Styro Girls were ogre magi and here they are treating us to an
근데 이거는 코스프레라고 해야 될지
That's our first contestant. Next up,
인형탈이라고 해야 될지.
Makabaka as Marcy.
Now, this Marcy took over 200 hours to complete, and she specifically added all the bling to her costume to make it really pop on stage.
And
지난번
boy,
스킨이죠.
does it look that way. Next up, we've got Sunray as Anti-Mage, or Way specifically.
이거 또 스킨 나왔죠?
Anti-Mage is a
근데
really new skin. It's only 1 month old.
빨리 하고 발표나 봤으면
She designed all the lights that are programmed in C++ using
Arduino, we got the tech over here.
와, 프로그래밍.
Anti-Mage doesn't use magic, but he does use technology. Next up, we've got Kronos Chick as Pugna.
이건 웃기기라도 하다.
Has these beautiful vibrant colors, and all of that was done with airbrushing.
And it pops on the stage for sure. Moving on, we've got Flivo as a vengeful spirit.
So the wings on this costume alone took 250
도발.
hours. It was all hand-dremeled feathers.
The intricacies are amazing. Moving on, we've got Tyrant as a void spirit.
His cosplay completed within a month.
보이드
It is a
스피릿.
really impressed first ever cosplay.
다리 왜 안 올려?
Shout out to the anniversary set. It looks
나무 자세 왜 안 해?
as well as the
못하는 건가?
Next up, we've got Chiyuneko as a Skywrath mage.
With almost 4-meter wingspan, the 6-inch heel with clear makes it look like she's floating in the air.
Almost sometimes looks a bit like a chicken sometimes. You gotta get the Next up, we've got YMR as Drow Ranger.
The Drow Ranger took 7 months to complete. Using household items, her arrows are actually chopsticks.
That's right. Even you at home can find things to cosplay with.
파란색으로 안 칠했네요, 몸을.
To look at this intricate. After that, we've got Not in My House as a Phantom Assassin.
This cosplay took 130 hours of work. 30-hour work is on the blade alone.
And last but certainly not least, we've got Dawn as Crystal Maiden.
Her staff is 3D printed out of dual color filament that makes it look like different.
네, 이게 코스프레 관련 내용으로 몇 시간 걸렸어요. 뭐 프로그래밍 했어요. 등의 소개가 맞는가?
Best technique is Crystal Maiden Dawn.
와, 베스트 테크닉 3D 프린터가 가산점을 받았나 봅니다.
Next up, Best transformation. Could we get some eyes on the Skywrath Mage, Chiyu Neko?
이건 베스트 트랜스포메이션이야? 알케가 베스트 아님? 물론 외장형이지만.
Now we've got a thing called Judge's Choice. Abbycat, what is Judge's Choice exactly?
Judge's Choice was the cosplay that we were very impressed with, that we really liked the finishing on, and that just had great stage presence.
Well, we can go ahead and hand that to Fuevo on the Vengeful Spirit! Seattle, could I get a little drum roll going as we get ready for Best in Show? The anticipation's killing me. It's almost like a unstable concoction because it's Alchemist, the Styro Girls!
와, 베스트 인 쇼. 근데 어깨 안 올라가나 보다. 도발을 못 하겠다.
Cosplayers, we loved all of the performances, but we've got more festivities to attend to. I appreciate all the help, judges in the prejudging and joining me up here. But are you guys ready for some short films, maybe?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Tsunami. Incredible cosplays that we got to see here today. The community is so creative, and that's why we love being Dota players. But as impressive as the cosplays are, one of the most creative moments that our community has are our short film contest every single year. And today, our top 3 are some of the best that we've ever seen. So, to start things off, may I please present to you the 3rd place, who was a 2nd place winner at TI10. Let's go on a journey and see our 3rd place contestant finally get their prize as they travel across all the Valve universes in Game Breakers.
네, SFM. 굳이 다시 봐야 되는 걸까? 이것도 잘 만들긴 했는데 내용은 없었죠. 그냥 밸브 게임들을 다 모아놨을 뿐. 의의 이씨벤 벤당했다.
So many fantastic references in that one, and a joy to watch. What an incredible journey. Thank you so much for your submission. But now it is time for our 2nd place winner.
네, 다음 2등.
First place of TI8. This one is from Keller Max. You guys ever been in a game where they just keep fountain farming you and you can never get out? What do you say? Of course, you would say, finish please.
네, finish please. 이건 재밌었어. 도타 그 자체였지.
Dire's middle barracks has fallen. The Radiant now have Mega Creeps.
근데 이게 2등? 1등 뭐 있지? 없는 것 같은데. 시애틀로 달려오는 아무 내용 없는 게 1등일까요? 이번에 투표도 없었잖아.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Fun, who will show you what it's like to have some chemical rage.
케미컬 레이즈가 1등이야? 이거 근데 뭔 내용임? 내용을 이해할 수 없던데. 도타 스킨을 쓴 뭔가 이상한 거던데. 스모크 썼는데 왜 얘는 안 붙고. 아군은 어디로 사라졌고. 클링스 이거 맞는 공격인데 몽키킹만 없어도. 갑자기 아군 죽어있어. 마시기 전부터 뭔지 모르겠음.
God damn! That's how every single carry thinks that they feel in your games. That was wonderful. Well, thank you so much to everyone that participated. So many of our community members submit short films, and every year they get better. So please, if you didn't win this year, try again, because we love watching them, and they are such a absolute little joy. All right, anyway, there's one more video I think you guys might want to see.
트루 사이트?
Something I forgot. Perhaps you might want to look at this.
마지막 비디오 트루 사이트? 신캐 발표 오나?
We've all heard stories of children running away to join the circus.
오, 링마스 나오나 보다.
Not in my experience. You can't drag them away. Besides, you'd be astonished the lengths people go to get a child back. People miss children. But your average run-of-the-mill hero, they're easy to catch, easy to train. Plus, they're all egomaniacs, so they're natural performers. Why not capture heroes?
네, 2024.
The Ringmaster coming to you soon! You guys ready for a new hero? I'm left here thinking, in honor of North America, of course they would add a hero for a circus. It has to be representative of our entire region. My friend, you know the question that's in everyone's mind. What kind of hero is it? We got a support, we got an offlane, we got a mid, we got a carry. What's happening?
It looked like it has some kind of catch. So I would say like support, like a position 4.
Okay. Traps. The Dota community kind of has a troubled history with heroes that make traps. You miss old techies at all?
Not at all. I hate old techies.
무베르타가 언제 나온다고 그랬더라?
How about?
Is it Puppet Master? What was that? Did I take over heroes? That was sick as hell. What do you fit? You're playing a literal game right now. This guy's playing Dota Underlords. What the hell? What do you think about that hero reveal?
What?
The hero! You were playing Underlords. Did you even see it?
Yeah, they Dota Underlords.
Okay, great.
언더로드 하고 있어 지금.
What do you guys think about the new hero? Look, yeah. Thank you. That looks hype as hell. Good lord, baby. The circus is canon. It's canon. Thank you, Tsunami.
What is with you and the lore, Slacks? What, are you gonna do another loregasm for this hero? Ringmaster loregasm?
No self-advertisement on the stream. Thank you very much for watching.
Very generous of you. All right. We can revel in that, but we got a grand finals to get to. We've got a little bit of time for it. What do you think of that lower bracket final, my friend?
It's gonna be amazing, but I hope Quinn doesn't win.
Boo this man. Listen, he's trying to improve his entire image right now, all right? We know we all had troubled past. Do you not believe in second chances?
It's been a while and his persona has been the same, so I don't know if he's gonna recover from that mentality or not. But
what's on your mind, friend?
Quinn will win. Yay!
You think being a TI winner will change someone's personality for the better or for the worse?
better?
I mean, you can talk to S4 after that. It doesn't get much better than that. Who are your expectations as we look forward to this grand final?
Just a good final. I don't care who wins, I just want good Dota.
Who doesn't want some good Dota? But before we get to the grand finals, we have a little bit of another treat for you guys. Obviously, in the grand finals, you got some champions. Let me show you some champions on the floor.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. The enjoyment, the content never stops. And I have one of the most decorated panels I think I've ever seen in my eyes. We're just going to enjoy the cheers for a while. Jerax, you're joining us. Aoi.
무에르타가 얼리 2023 하고 4월 25일 나왔습니다.
You guys have won a
그럼 링마스터는?
two TIs in some cases, maybe different ways too. And there's 10 players sitting out the back right now. They're about to come on stage. They're about to have their grand final and hopefully win a TI, whichever team it is. I want to start all the way down the end with Dendi. You were at the beginning of this. You won your TI so many years ago. Did you expect TI-12 to happen, to be in Seattle, to have a crowd like this and the history and the legacy that it would create?
Of course not. Like it's hard to expect something like this, but yeah.
11 챔피언 랜딩.
A long time ago, and different stories were around. Overall, I love it. Like this TI is great. Competition is super high level. Watching those teams is amazing. Good feelings.
Do you think you'd have nerves if you were going into this grand final, either as Gaming Gladiators or Team Spirit with the crowd?
No nerves at all. Come on, look at this crowd. What kind of nerves can it be? No way. Everyone is cheerful, so yeah, it's easy peasy.
For sure. Jerax, we'll move up here because two-time TI winner, Team Spirit, going into the grand finals, they could be joining you in the ranks of a two-time TI winner. You're like, oh, I don't want to share that title with anyone, or are you hoping that another team is able to do it too?
I think there's some anxiety about it, but in the end of the day, I feel like we're all cheering for the best Dota.
못 알아봤어 약간. 머리가.
It doesn't really matter.
It doesn't matter at the end of the day. Were you more nervous the second time round when heading into the grand finals? You're like, no one else has done this, no one's won two? Or was it more, we've been here before and we've done it, we can win a grand finals?
I think the emotion that I had the most is I think we kind of ran out of the game, so that was frustrating, I would say. Because the first time we just went through the open qualifiers all the way. And I think as a player, you really cherish these moments when you really get to play on the highest competitive environment. And yeah, maybe frustrated.
Oh, that's an interesting emotion to feel. But Aoi, you've been in two grand finals as well. One as a coach, one as a player. Is it hard being a coach, seeing the grand finals? Like, what would Silent and CY be feeling out there, seeing their 5 players about to walk on?
I think as a coach at this point, you're mostly just proud of what your players have done, what they've come through. You've watched them work hard for so long. And I think mostly what you want is for them to be able to enjoy the moment. The best Dota's played when you're having fun.
And Fia, you shared your win with Aoi. Do you want to, any stories, any feelings that you had? Because you're a very stoic man.
I think any, like finals experience is gonna be different for everyone, right? But when I went into it most, I was thinking there's always gonna be nerves, of course. But what I always told myself going into it is just like, as long as I choke less than the other team or less nervous than the other team, that's good enough. You know what I mean? Because every single time you're gonna be a little bit nervous.
What was the main feeling then? Jerax, you were saying frustrated. Was that the second time round or the first time you were saying?
That was the second time, so just the lack of games. I feel like when it goes really fast, then you don't really get to prove yourself as to the same level. I don't know.
I think that's fair. That's a very valid thing to be able to say. Yeah, of course.
I have no idea. That's how I felt.
So the first win meant just a little bit more, even though
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Interesting. What was your main feeling, Aoi?
For TI11?
Either one, you can tell me.
I mean, I think TI5 is definitely more nervous, like as a player than the coach. I think it's just so much happening. You feel the vibration of the crowd. You don't really know what's going on. I hadn't really experienced anything like that before. For TI11, it's a lot more calm. We worked a lot on like controlling our emotions to make sure that we were in the best performance shape. I think it was honestly sort of similar to Jerax. Like we wanted to show off our Dota, and I mean TI11 may be similar to TI9, not the best for that.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really speak for you, but that's my own experience, yeah.
Mm-hmm. What advice would you give to those 10 players out there right now? What is something that you wish you had heard when you were in the tunnels, when you were building up to walk out, when you either had the lower bracket 1 hour wait, or when you were coming in from the upper bracket? If you want to start, Denny.
Sure. Simple advice. Play the best Dota of your life.
I think that's the sort of advice the crowd would give as well.
I mean, it's gonna be similar for me. Like, you just don't get this opportunity very often. Who knows the next time you'll be in this position? This is like going to be your opportunity to potentially win a TI, in Spirit's case, win another TI against Laurels first. Cherish it and take advantage of this moment and do the best you possibly can.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, same for me. I think just make sure that like the main thing you have here is making these memories. I think that's the most important thing. No matter what happens, win or lose, you want to be proud of what you've accomplished in Dota.
Personally, for me, I feel there's when the nerves really get to you, you start to really look outside. But I think if you really tune into yourself and give opportunities to those thoughts of like, okay, we have this crazy idea, we don't really feel like pulling it here in the TI finals. But I think if you commit to that, I think that goes very well.
Mm-hmm. How much internal pressure did you guys place on yourself, and who was trying to help you pull that out of you, that you weren't getting too caught up in your head?
Is that for me?
Yeah, all of you guys.
Johan was the very big part of our energy, our flower.
Okay.
I definitely felt that I was very supported in the team. And if that wasn't the case, I don't think I would have enjoyed as much.
Okay.
I think honestly during TI5 it was Fear. Like he was always a solid rock. I feel like Fear actually has a Dota superpower. Like he makes all his teammates feel super comfortable and able to play at their best because he's so reliable. And at TI11 it was supposed to be me, I think, but I don't know.
Just a little bit of all of you.
It was more chill, you know? Yeah.
I mean, I say that about Fear for panels as well. He definitely calms the nerves for all of us.
Well, I guess for me, then I kind of felt like on EG it was an unspoken rule that everyone kind of just had to play their part, you know, and just be confident in what we're doing and just believe. And I didn't really feel like anyone looked up to anyone, personally speaking. And I thought we just like were just going at it together, and we all knew what we needed to do and just had to get it done.
I had an amazing team, and I was very unconfident coming to the TI actually, but they all cheered me up through the entire tournament. And coming to the grand finals, I had the feeling we cannot lose. That's the feeling I got. That's very weird. I don't know if I would ever repeat.
Okay, well, when was the shift for each of you then that you felt you cannot lose this? At what point in the tournament, if you were coming in nervous, what point was that changing?
I mean,
moment?
for me, it's if Curtis ever got techies or Naga. I just knew we couldn't lose, you know. It was a guaranteed win.
So yours was in the draft. All right, I see.
I mean, we were so confident that we even picked, like, in one of the games we picked Patch just because we wanted to have some fun, you know, like to play it.
Yeah.
So it was kind of crazy back in the days.
Yeah, honestly, I think as soon as like Boba found out they don't play Leshrac.
That too, yeah.
Yeah, and Sumail was like, okay, free win. that was good.
I didn't really think if we gonna win or lose. I really just played. I don't know. I just had a lot of fun myself. I didn't.
몇 시간 진짜 질질 끄네요.
I didn't. Yeah.
Do you guys want to show off your rings, by the way? I don't know if everyone in the audience has seen these before, but I mean, you got two, Jarak, so we'll start with you. We'll show off both of yours. Do you wear it often? What was the feeling when you picked it up as well? Because there's going to be 5 players and a coach getting to pick up theirs in, you know, after this one.
I think they're getting dusty most of the time.
Really?
And, I guess I don't really have a place to show them except this. Yeah.
You come to TI and you're like, oh, hey guys, check out the rings, by the way.
I don't really live off right now. I wish I could do that, but I don't seem to do that very well.
All right. Then you guys want to quickly answer it because I know there's some more questions circulating around the arena.
No, I don't leave home without it.
Yeah, I thought so. Yeah, I've seen you all the time, Fia. He's polishing it in the back room, in the green room. He's just making sure that that is shiny as. We've got Slacks in the crowd. We wanted to ask them more questions out there. There's going to be some fan
와,
questions.
GG팬입니다.
Give us the first one.
Yes, I've spent a lot of time finding someone with a real question that was not trolling. Thank you. One person in this entire area, but we did get a Wojin in.
Sahil.
All right, fantastic. What would you like to ask these folks?
For all our Archon, Heralds, and Crusaders out here, what does it take to be a TI champion?
What does it take, TI champions, to be a TI champion besides just being one of these Archon, Herald, Crusader scrubs? No offense to 90% of the audience.
Do you want to go first, Jerax? Because you've had to do it twice in 2 very different ways.
A lot of emotional damage in your public matchmaking.
But that's the solid advice to be a TI champion. All right.
I don't think you can make the step from being Archon Herald to TI champion. That can be your dream, your aspirations, but I think the only advice I can give is just play a lot of Dota. Just keep playing, and eventually you'll play with better players, and then you'll play with pros, and then from there you'll get on teams, and then it's a slow process, but it will happen.
Yeah. How you were saying the other day that it's a lot of luck, a lot of things kind of falling into place for you.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of luck, honestly, but I think you have to like put yourself in a position to get lucky. I think if, as Fear said, like if you just keep grinding at it, like that's gonna open the opportunities for you.
Do you want to add anything else, Denny?
Oh yeah, I completely agree to that. You need to love the game and try to not get frustrated in your pub games, which is not as simple.
Wish somebody told me that before.
Yeah, then maybe not so much emotional damage would have occurred for poor Jerax here. Tsunami's also out there. Here's another fan with another question.
That's right. My friend, introduce yourself.
My name is Seth.
And you got a question for one of our panelists.
Of course, for Fear. So my friends got inspired to play Dota 2 because the North American representation. So how does it feel, Fear, to be the North American representative of Dota 2? Free to play, I mean, you were the main guy for us. How does that feel?
I just feel honored to give them the opportunity to like be represented in free to play. Like
피어가 북미의 약간 아이돌이야? 그 정도 급인가?
I'm just very fortunate.
옛날 도타는 안 봐서 잘 모르거든.
This opportunity, and I just will run with it for as long as I can because I just love Dota. So I'm just happy to be here.
The arena giving you a big round of applause there. That's also made me think about another question is at the end of the grand finals, I'm sure you guys had a lot of elation, a lot of joy, maybe even relief, but when did it really set in? Where were you like, oh, I wish I had spent more time in the moment? Was it a couple months after, or it still really hasn't? Every time you come back to TI, you're taking it back to what has happened in your past, in your history.
I think thinking years back, I feel like now it's maybe coming more than before. Personally, especially the first TI, I think it took me like 2 weeks to even understand what happened. Because I was so much in the moment, and I guess that kind of carried over, that you're just not really thinking what had happened.
Yeah, honestly, I think the same. Like, when you're there, like, there's just lights everywhere, there's fireworks, you just like...
The confetti coming down,
you don't know what's happening.
You're like, oh, I guess we lifted this now.
But I think as soon as you have some time and you think about, like, these are the memories you'll never forget. Like, you always remember these moments.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Yeah, it took a very long time for me as well. Like, there's a lot of people cheering for you. You win, there's confetti you talk about. You get back home, and I'm like, all I've been doing is playing Dota for years and years. So what did I do when I got back home? I just queued it up and just played more Dota. So it just felt like nothing happened. I was just back on it, and later
More
on,
emotional damage.
once you start playing less Dota, you're not playing as competitive anymore, then you really look back and how special these moments really are.
I had euphoria for like a week, I think, and I was looking in the sky and like, oh my god, so good. That happened a lot of times through that week, and trying to work through the information in my head. We actually won TI. Wow. Yeah, after a week, I get back to normal and just keep going.
Such a surreal feeling that sometimes it's like it never really will set in. But we're going to keep asking some more questions. We got Slacks out there. Another fan, another question. Let's hear what it is.
Thank you, thank you. Now, I did have a question, by the way. I managed to catch up with a guy who has an ORT sign earlier, and I said, what the hell is that? And he said, quote, I don't know, I just think it's funny. So thanks a lot. All day, this guy, ORT. He's a goddamn madman. Anyway, a real question, what's your name?
Dylan.
Dylan, what do you have for these legends of Dota 2?
Legends of Dota 2, what advice would you give to the teams that have been vanquished from TI? Do you disband? Do you reform? How do you move
떨어진
forward?
팀에 대한 조언.
Yeah, good luck with this one, Howie. Me?
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's a tough question even when you do win TI, what you do with the roster after that one.
정작 아우이는 우승하고 떨어졌는데 팀에서.
Honestly, if you attended TI, you watch the finals, you watch them win, and it doesn't motivate you, then maybe you take a break. But I think for like 99% of Dota players, they watch that like, this is the fire that burns. This is what keeps you going through the emotional damage and trauma. So yeah, just keep going.
It's tough being a spectator at an event that you were a part of. You wanted to win. You had that drive, motivation, and passion, but you just couldn't get there in the end. Then you're not in your head.
Yeah, it's very tough sometimes, but it's good to live in the moment and enjoy, because this is also a great experience to watch it from crowd and have a lot of fun, for sure.
Do you want to add fear, Jerax?
Advice for teams that have gotten knocked out.
Yeah, you're pretty normally brutally honest.
Sure, I mean, for a lot of the teams that have got knocked out, they're still young. Like, I didn't even win until I was 27, so just keep at it, keep grinding. Like, it's good to feel sad, in my opinion. It's good to feel, that's motivation, right? So as long as you don't give up and you still have the passion, as long as you think you can still win and just don't give up entirely, that's good enough.
Did you know you're not the oldest TI winner anymore?
I know Snaking is by a few months.
By a few months. Were you devastated when you heard the news?
I mean, he's taken everything from me. That's all I had left.
That was it. That's the only thing that was keeping you going, was being the oldest TI winner. Look, I'm going to move on to another question. I do know Tsunami has one out there, so let's quickly hear what it is.
That's right, my friend. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Abhishek, and I've been playing Dota for around 5 years. Yeah.
And you have some specific fond memories from Jerax specifically. What were you hoping to ask him?
I've been like astonished with the tiny lands in the TI. It's so good. And I just wanted to know, like, what's your reaction when
게임 언제 해, 그래서.
did the tiny lands to the RTG in the base?
Wait,
and yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question. Yeah.
Tsunami, can you please repeat it?
Whenever, you know, obviously you're very famous for some Tiny Airlines plays, Jerax. You're tiny in general. Does it ever warm your heart a little to see that play be pulled off on a high-stakes stage, such as previous TIs, when maybe Sumail did it to Arteezy or something?
Yeah, sure. Make a trend, you know.
I'm going to have to start getting all the clips and then just put hashtag Jerax Tiny Airlines next to it instead.
I'm happy to see it anytime.
I love it. Look, we're nearing the grand finals now, okay? We're only a couple minutes away, so I want to go back to the teams that we want to focus on. Team Spirit, Gaming Gladiators here. Fear and Jokes, this is mainly for you two because they're such similar things. And actually you as well, Aoi, because that TI5 win
몇
for
분
you
남았다고
both,
합니다.
it was, you were in the upper bracket, you came to that lower bracket, and one day you had to go lower bracket into grand finals, and you won it. So your advice for Gaming Gladiators right now, what would it be? How do you contain these emotions, and how do you persevere through a potential best of 5?
I guess I'll start, I suppose.
Yeah.
So we got knocked down by CDEC and went into the lower bracket. We won that match 2-0, I believe, and then we went in. I think we just, sure, we lost to the team beforehand, but we knew we were better. We just had to make a couple adjustments, and if we just made those adjustments, we knew we had to take to win. So it was just confidence, really, and good preparation.
Do you have anything else that you want to add on into that one, Aoi?
No, not really. I think that sounds right. Like, you just go in. I think Gladiators, they had a long run this TI. You know, they started lower bracket after losing to Talon. They've come all this way. I think it's time, like, you put all this work in, you got all this experience in the tournament, they've grown a lot. If they feel confident, they can just execute that. They should feel really good about the series.
So there weren't actually that many nerves for you both when you were about to walk out after even having played a series earlier. Do you think the earlier series actually helped you and could help Gaming Gladiators?
I thought it was good to play, honestly. Like, you're all warmed up, you have the momentum going. I feel like as long as it's not like some, I don't know, like 2 80-minute games that you just played, it's going to be really good for you.
That's true, where it's more as the 40 minutes that we just previously saw, it's a bit better.
Yeah, I'd like it. This is where I say like every finals is going to be different for everyone because we had a unique situation where we scrimmed CDEC a lot. We always beat them. We lost them that one time, and then we had the right strategy. We had this one idea that we went into, and it worked, and from there it just felt easy.
Okay. And my one for you, Jarex, is around Team Spirit, winning it a second time. I already asked you how you felt. There was that little bit of frustration when you went through the upper bracket. So do you think their drive right now is going to be higher than it was in any other day to be able to win Dota right now?
I would imagine it's actually harder to have drive now. And I think it's because the first time it just feels so much more. And I think if they can really tune into what they felt back then and try to like channel that same kind of environment as a team, I think that's what you're looking for here.
Just put it out of your mind. Just think this is a redo of TI10 if you're Team Spirit.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, just repeat.
That's pretty much it. Bendy, for you as well, I like that you're very aware of everything else that's going around you, of this environment, of the arena, of the crowd. I know that you love it. I know that they love you. So for Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit, again, I ask you, what would you want to hear if you were back there, if you were going to be in front of this massive arena and this crowd, knowing everyone was watching?
I think sticking to your game plan, sticking to your confidence, to your comfort, like just give it all in your games. So I don't think I need to hear much. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the guys know their stuff too, what we're gonna do. We're pretty focused on what it's coming up to. Yeah.
Look, it's building up. I want to show the rings again for you guys. I want to thank you guys for coming on. It was so invaluable to have you all talking about. I like it. It is a bit cringe, but it happens. We got our grand finals. We're building it up. Our teams, Gaming Gladiators and Team Spirit.
옵니다.
Let's enjoy the grand finals.
결승 개막합니다. 보이스 오브 TI.
Look at all that fresh meat.
Sorry, I got carried away. Okay. Who's that handsome devil? Trick question. It's me. I'm that handsome devil. But I want to remind you of one thing. There are many Earths, but only one Earth Shaker. Okay, I gotta stop screwing around, get to work. Okay. Welcome, Dota fans, from around the house, around the town, around the block, and around the world, to the International Grand Finals!
최종 결승입니다.
This is the ultimate proving ground. And together we bear witness as the Aegis of Champions hangs in the balance. Please welcome to the stage our worthy contenders, battling all the way through the lower bracket. Gaming Gladiator!
네, GG. 오랜만이죠. 패자조에서 아예 스타트를 끄는.
Please welcome
그렇죠. 캐리입니다. 오늘도 참 대단한 장면을 보여줬었어요. 그리고 채식주의자 셀러리. 진짜 채식을 하는 건지 미인지는 잘은 몰라요. 그리고 퀸. 관중도 얘기했죠. 사람은 고쳐 쓰는 거 아니다. 토fu. 이거 3번 에이스입니다.
Give it up one more time for Gaming Gladiator! And continuing their march through the upper bracket, Team Spirit!
스피릿. 머리 밀었어 야토로. 머리털 사라짐. 머리 밀고 왔습니다 야토로. 결승을 위해. 미포시카. 랄. 과연 킨 찍어 누르기로 갈지 랄 든든하게 받치기로 갈지. 미라. 콜랩스까지.
Two teams remain standing. Only one can claim immortality. Who will emerge victorious? The final battle begins!
마지막입니다.
The final proving ground, where 16 teams once stood. All but two have fallen. Both have outlasted the finest adversaries the world could offer.
Mega creeps in their favor, and now it's a 5 versus 3. And then Toronto Tokyo ends the game, and with that, Bet Boom! Oh, Azure Ray takes them down bit by bit, building by building.
Both have fans still eager for one more reason to cheer. One will join a pantheon of greatness. The other can hope for better luck next year. The final showdown for the Aegis is upon us. Two teams remain standing. Only one can see
Battle begins. 마지막입니다. 스피릿 떼지지.
The grand finals of the International 2023 just moments away from happening here in the Climate Pledge Arena, and I am so ready for this best of five together with my panel.
올해 마무리. 사실 리아드가 마무리했지만 어쨌든 아이기스 들고 있으니까요.
Dude, the second I saw him walk out, I got chills. He shaved his head. He sacrificed his hair. That is how he won TI-10. He started the trend of going bald for TI, and he came to win today. I would be worried if I were Gaming Gladiators.
I mean, others have tried to copy him. Others have tried to go bald to win a TI. They failed. But this morning, when I was leaving the hotel, I saw him, and I just looked. I was like, bald? And he just gave me that cheeky little look, and I was like, oh, this is a guy who wants to win this TI.
Oh, and they have done it before. Slight change, of course, with now Lara on the middle lane, but they're looking so good. Their opponents look fantastic as well, though. The whole year, Lacoste, Gaming Gladiators, they've had a fantastic one.
Absolutely. This is the team that got the top 12 in the previous year. Something was missing. Two missing pieces were Quinn and CY, their coach. I think we got to give them huge credit for what they managed to do with the team, because they managed to win 3 majors, all upper bracket runs, and suddenly they're in the lower bracket. And we had an interview yesterday with Celery, who talked about the importance of the series, the seeding match against Talon, how much they learned from it. And ever since that, they're just speeding things up. This is the team that can beat you in 19 minutes. We saw a flawless performance yesterday against Azure Ray. They were playing turbo mode pretty much.
Yeah, they really, really were. And we must not forget, a grand finals like these is not a crowning of a tournament, not even of the year. It is
야토로 머리털 밀었는데 사진에는 머리털이 남아 있습니다.
these faces lift the ages already. T for Lara will be the first time, but they have tried so many times.
They have, and for Lara at least, last year he played on BetBoom, he came last place, and now this time around he's in the grand finals, of course surrounded by 4 TI.
콜랩스는 근데 사진이 왜 이렇게 창백해?
Lift this Aegis, first time for Lara's second attempt, 2-time winners potentially for the other 4 players. It is incredibly storyline, and of course for Poshko, he's attempted this 8 times already. Sure, he's lifted the Aegis once, but Ace as well, he's attempted 8 times, but yet to lift the Aegis. Can he do it himself this time?
And Quinn, let's not forget to talk about Quinn. 7 attempts, 5 TI attempts. Everyone thought that Quinn, was just hanging around the NA Dota scene, wasn't going to make it very far, but he joined Gaming Gladiators. Something clicked, and he proved to the world the kind of caliber of player he is. He is world class. He has been destroying everyone in his way, and he's here for the Aegis lift.
He is here for it. We'll see which team will come out victorious. Of course, on one side, we have a chance of 4 fresh 2-time champions on the side of Team Spirit. But Gaming Gladiators, they could be having 2 crowning achievements in their finals if they were to lift the Aegis. First one coming all the way, starting off in the lower bracket T.
Yeah, I think so. TI9 Liquid, they got all the way to the finals but weren't able to win it. But if Gaming Gladiators are to win this TI, it'll be the first time a team starts in the low bracket and lifts the Aegis. That's 6 lower bracket games that they have to win back time and time again and not drop a single one. And they could do it. That's an incredible. And then also the fact they won 3 majors, like that's so many things going their way.
Yeah, I think Lacoste, we've heard a lot about the majors, and they all went through the upper bracket, and people are like, well, I don't know how they fare in the lower bracket. Everything's different over there. There's so much more pressure. But this team, they thrive under it.
Absolutely. This is the team that powered up the most, I would say, throughout the whole tournament, because this team is not really familiar with the lower bracket, especially when it comes down to the DPC and the tournament. So really glad that they're showing what they're really made of. They're going to their own, like how they started to dominate the year with these strength heroes, these aura buyers, grouping up as 5, and just complete domination from start to finish. I think coming into this, because they just played 2 games, I think they have advantage.
And let's not forget, Gaming Gladiators, because of their dominance this year, they are the team that shaped the meta. They are the team that got the meta nerfed and changed to the way that it is today. So when the initial patch happened, They were the team that was hit the hardest by it, and it took them so long to adjust. Everyone thought that, okay, it's the TI curse. If you're dominant the entire year, there's no way you win. There's no way you get this far. But they said, what meta? We are the meta. And they proved to everybody that they're not just a patch team.
Yes.
Strong. They're a strong team, and they're here to compete.
And they have played the most games out of everybody here going through the lower bracket. So it's not like they're saving strats. Everybody knows what's coming. The question is, how are you going to answer that if you're Team Spirit? I hope they have something very special cooked up for this. And this series, there's a little bit of a change compared to all the series we saw before. It's a best of 5. And normally you've got one team coming in thinking, oh, maybe they don't have a lot of experience with best of 5s and actually taking them in the end. But both of these teams, have shown that the adaptation that is needed in a series like this, they got it.
Yeah, and not only do they have the adaptation, but the kind of play styles mirror it as well. Like Spirit, they're a team that have been behind quite a lot to come back into their games. And then for Gaming Gladiators, you mentioned that they played the most games, 24 games. Their average win time is 36 minutes. That's 10 minutes quicker than Team Spirit. So it really feels like this whole series will be, can Spirit survive the onslaught of gaming?
아 그래 이전에도 말했지만은 결승은 그냥 요거 틀어놓고 저도 구경할 생각이에요. 결승 보는 기분 물씬 느끼기 위해서.
Everybody was also talking about the Bed Boom as a strong laning stage team, but Team Spirit, when it comes down to late game decision making, the way they're making their plays, they're just top notch. I think when it comes down to super late game, Team Spirit is the best team in the world.
But they gotta get there first, though. A lot of teams have failed to do so against Gaming Gladiators. I think that one thing that I've noticed over the last few days is that there has been a lot of talk about the offlaners, Effie. I feel like we're seeing them be put in the role to be the star player for their squad.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at Gaming Gladiators offlaner, Ace, he is the rock of this team. He is their stable player. He is the one that they can depend on, the one that they build around. He's the player that enables Dyrachyo to play in the hyper-aggressive, sometimes very risky, sometimes very dangerous way that he plays, but he makes it work because their offlane, the offlane of Tofu plus Ace, is so strong. They're dominant. He picks heroes that rallies his team into the game, and he never disappoints. I've hardly ever seen Ace have a bad game. Whereas Collapse, he also fits that role in a similar way where he is the playmaker of this team, and him and Mira have been playing together for as long as Tofu and Ace have.
Yeah.
But the special thing to me about Collapse is regardless of what situation you put him in, even if he has a bad net worth lead, even if his lane goes poorly, he finds the initiation. I mean, I think Collapse is the best initiator Dota 2 has ever seen.
Yeah, Collapse has been showing fantastic work. He brought the Magnus out again. I think it must be, it's at this point, it's a mental story for the Magnus to be played by Collapse.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably going to see Collapse at least once in this finals. I want to see at least one Axe in this finals.
Mars.
Is it unpicked still? Yeah,
it's unpicked, but it has been banned a couple times.
If we get to see that as well, but there's so many specialties, and I think that Effie mentioned is beautiful. It's like Collapse is the initiator. He's the one that always needs to start the fight. But Ace, he plays quite different in his offlane style, where he wants people to group around him. So he's not starting the fight through literally initiating. It's just more like, I'm going to be in the position where I'll force the fight, and that kind of differences could be something that they try to exploit between the two offlaners in this series.
Yeah, and in this series, we're going to see Gaming Gladiators go up against Team Spirit, and that means that throughout this entire series, we wanna learn more and more about all 10 players and their coaches on stage, and we're going to start right now by learning a little bit more about Team Spirit.
네, 뭔가 준비된 영상이 있나 봐요.
I think Team Spirit probably has the best understanding of how to win a game from any point. They prove again and again that they can be behind for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, and then they can just like really sit and wait and be patient, and all of a sudden they hit their timing or they see an angle to kind of turn the game around, and they do it.
What I admire the most about Team Spirit is their team fight execution. Like when it comes to little skirmishes, late game fights, playing around ops and vision, they really excel at that, and for some reason when there are high stakes, they really know how to perform.
Now Kiratit shows up, finds Mira immediately onto him. Yadro dies, but the cat
이거 장난 아니었죠. AP 떨고 올 때.
You can't really afford to be sloppy because anytime you make a mistake against them, I think they punish you severely. And I also think individually they're amazing. I think Yatora is, he's up there with the best of them. He's so consistent, and yeah, always delivers. And I think their supporting cast, the four rest of them, combine really well to make space for him and enable him. And yeah, they're just a very well gelled kind of team.
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators.
네.
Grand Final.
그랜드 파이널입니다.
Game 1.
It's big brain time, everybody. Welcome to the draw.
뭔가 숫자가 늘었어요. 여기 서 있는 사람이.
AUI, you heard Dendi, you heard Fear earlier talk about,
우승자들 모아서 신더랜이랑 같이 세웠습니다.
Get into the nitty-gritty of this one. You guys, you've been there before. You know what the stakes are. You know what to do. So let's get going. These two teams have had very different styles, as was pointed out by the panel going into this grand finals. What are you guys looking for? Who's going to throw the first curveball?
That's a good question. I think the one thing that you do really have to look out for is going to be the Magnus, right? It's Collapse Magnus. He only just showed it yesterday.
마그 얘기하네요.
His first time playing it, and this is what they won TI-10 off. This is something you've got to be
스피릿도
afraid of.
첸벤으로 갑니다. 이 동물농장을 끌고 왔을 때
I'm looking at how
굳이 가능성 감당하기보다는 시원호벤 픽을 하는 게 편하긴 하거든요. 마그벤. 와, 마그가 벤이 예, 놓습니다.
And as Panel said, like Team Spirit, we have longer games when we win. So I'm curious if we come up with some ideas, some plan how to stop it, how we're gonna deal with
ban collapse apparently.
Yeah, on lanes. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Team Spirit, they have a lot of info on Gaming Gladiators. They watch so many of the games. They have a lot of data there. I think honestly, going into the best of 5, you have a lot of games. You have some room for.
제일 센 코어들은 일단 치워졌죠.
To test your limits. I think they should sort of try to pick a Gaming Gladiator strategy that they want to play against.
무에르타 등등은 아직이긴 한데.
They should try to break that early in the best of 5. I think that's what gives them the best shot of like, sort of getting a draft advantage in the series.
It sounds like a lot of the heroes you're talking about overlap with are healing based.
근데 1페이지 밴은 필요했는지 모르겠어. 2페이지 밴 정도면 되잖아. 컨카벤, 무에르타 살아남았습니다. 무에르타, 배지령, 레즈, 인첸 등등 있죠. 인첸은 양팀 다 잘하는데 위버?
I mean, it's a bit flexible, but honestly, I'm a bit surprised. I thought this Weaver, it's a bit weaker into sort of Gaming Gladiator's ball, but what it can do is it can break down the laning stage a lot. If you get ahead of these ball lineups in the lanes, oftentimes they can't group up.
이렇게 되면 그림 스트로크 등등등 있고요.
Yeah, the way I look at this Weaver a little bit is Team Spirits, they're playing against Gaming Gladiators, right? And what I've noticed a lot from Gaming Gladiators right now is you want Dyrachyo on the CK or Weaver, so they ban the CK.
무에르타 픽으로 갑니다.
And Dyrachyo's
적절한 침묵이 이번한테 좋기도 하고 K로 뽑아도 서폿으로 뽑아도 꽤 괜찮죠.
Yeah, both teams have very similar three cores idea, which all three cores getting big. But compared, for example, to Gaming Gladiators, Dyrachyo is doing more space creating stuff, and in Team Spirit it's Laurel. So it's a little bit different for both teams. So it's very interesting that Team Spirit stealing this Weaver away, like from Gladiators, and Yatoro played an amazing Weaver like a few days ago. Like it was very strong.
I think we might be seeing Yatoro on the Weaver. Cubano heroes like Bloodseeker. I think the support Weaver, like, I mean, you care about Rupture, but then you're just rupturing a support. I think you would only ban this type of hero if you want to play the Weaver on core. Tofu is also getting like his 89th Morta game of the tournament, so I think that's like Gaming Gladiators. They should actually feel really comfortable right now with this opening.
I guess another thing about the Bloodseeker ban is that it kind of feeds into Gaming Gladiators'
혈기 밴.
approach to the game in terms of pace, right? This is a very aggressive carry that wants to fight and bring that pressure early. It doesn't mind diving towers, which I would say Gaming Gladiators have done more than any team this tournament. So it's very clear here that the teams are targeting different players. You pointed out you're banning carries when you're Spirit here and you're stealing one away, whereas as Denny was talking about, Laurel is playing more of the aggressive style for Team Spirit. Do you think Gaming Gladiators would be wise to try to match that idea, so to speak, by targeting Laurel as much as Spirit are targeting Dyrachyo?
I think the best idea would be to pick an extremely strong laner for Queen, which usually Gaming Gladiators do in every game, and it's working perfectly because Queen is one of the best laners out there for sure, without doubt. So I think this is a part of the plan what should be to lock down a little bit on Varol so he doesn't have a good game. Yeah.
I think if they go with that plan, they can probably look for the Enchantress here. I'm honestly surprised that they're giving it to.
아직까지는 뭐 이게 1페이지배는 센 거 밴하고 2페이지배는 1픽에 진짜 카운터 명확한 거 뽑는 게 아닌 이상 그 다음 밴 픽 생각하면서 하는데 서포 밴이 나오면은 이거다 싶은 게 안 보이거든요. 하도 요즘은 서포들이 온갖 상황에서 쓰이다 보니까 최대 뽑았다고 루나가 나온다든지 이런 부분이 없잖아요.
They're going to want to play fast. If you be greedy, they want to punish it right away. And teams, they seem a bit more flexible in what they want to do in their draft, and they kind of want to just
방고 빠르게 뽑습니다.
they're versatile enough to do it.
혈기벤 했다고 냅다 뽑았나요?
Curveball, right? Picking Pango in this slot is very early on in the draft. As much as I'm sure all the meme enjoyers
글쎄요, 방고 뽑아놓고서는 본인들이 퀸표로 누른 적도 있는데 랄도 퀸표거든요.
They're effectively offering Team Spirit the possibility of truly counterpicking mid here. We've seen Laurel and a hero such as Dazzle destroy mid melee heroes. Is that a good matchup against Pango, or is he
그러니까 대질도 살아있죠.
kind of float that lane?
여러 가지 좀 살아 있습니다.
Dazzle is destroying almost every melee hero on lane, but I don't think that Team Spirit want to go for that path because that will switch them from the more of a comfort strategy. Even though I'm pretty sure they can make it.
나무.
But yeah, like they putting Varo in a situation where I think we will need to decide with more limited like hero pool against this Pango because you want to punish this hero, but at the same time, what kind of heroes left here to punish it from the Varo comfort zone?
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit different because like if I'm Weaver in this situation, I don't find Pango to be an issue for me, right? Like you can get away
Weaver should be good versus Pango for sure.
Yeah, and then now you get the tree to lock down the Pango in these earlier fights, and also you get a counter pick in the laning stage, so it's already not a good Pango game by any means, but they're just showing that Quinn is just super confident on this hero, and that's about it for me on this pick.
Okay, here I can talk a lot, or I can just be quiet. I played around 80 games last month of PAC, and I enjoy this hero a lot, and I really like how Varol played, even though he have a bit different interesting ideas on it. Like it's he's switching to physical carry later, and it's actually a pretty good answer to Pango, because for PAC you cannot win your lane, but if you do 50-50 you're very happy, and Pango one of those heroes that you can do actually 50-50 nowadays. So I believe it's a great answer. In addition to
퍽이 한동안 한국 카운터였는데 지금 퍽이 내려왔어도 한국가 하도 많이 내려가가지고
every single pub since he picks Pango every single game. But I think Puck, he has like 0 armor, right? Once you get level 3 on Pango, you start
퍽으로 이제
him.
찍어 누를 수
It's
있죠.
a very, very skill dependent matchup. And Team Spirit strat, what I'm looking for
런드루.
is I think they watched the Liquid series.
자, GG 투 캐리 카드 꺼내 들었습니다.
Gladiators look the most vulnerable, and Liquid strategy coming into that was
이렇게 되면은 토프가 무에르타 서폿으로 나오겠죠. 이제 퍽을 박살낸 적도 있거든요, GG가. 무에르타를 데리고. 위드가 1대1 상성은 유리하다고 보는데 특히 레벨이 오를수록 토프가 세이브하는 거를 스피릿이 어떻게 생각할까요? 퍽이 중반 스케일링이 한번 멈춘단 말이에요. 그거를 판고를 찍어 누르든 드루를 박살을 내든 둘 중 하나를 해야 되는 건데 뭐가 있을까? 이게 토프가 반드시 오거든 미드에. 사일런서 같이. 아 근데 이러면 역으로 진짜 힘센 오프 들고 지금 켄타 살아있네요. 켄타 타헌은 좀 아니고 타헌 하면은 캐리한테 데미지가 진짜 많이 필요하니까. 켄타 아예 먼저 들어가는 센킹 이런 거로다가 한타 박살내고 시작하는 게 꽤 유효해 보이죠.
So like the Weaver tree matchup versus Lone Druid, it should be perfectly fine because one rotation, or if you manage to get on top of the Lone Druid's real hero and you Sakuchi in with bugs, he could die pretty easily. But Lone Druid, no one's gonna like just straight out CS this hero. That's why he's so strong in the laning stage.
but there's definitely a threat to kill him. And Weaver doesn't have problems like CSing because you have the Jimmy attack. You also have like the Sakuchi. You're gonna get CSing just fine against the Lone Druid. At least go even with kill threat. So
오히려 동물농장으로 가나요 그러면? 라이칸보다는 괜찮긴 합니다. 콜랩스 영웅으로서.
A couple of weeks ago, and we've barely seen him on the main stage.
한고도 멈출 수 있고요.
The Beastmaster game.
요즘 잘 안 나오는 편이기는 한데
I think the Hawk, especially level 1, it used to be completely OP and now it's sort of
네, 비마가 아가님 너프 이후로 그리고 환영 영웅이 죽은 이후로 굳이 나오진 않았어요. 이게 프라이멀로나 운영 없이도 그냥 깡 성능이 너무 좋았었거든요. 이전 패치 동안. 나가 환창 죽고 바로 비스트마스터도 굳이 뽑을 이유 없다 이런 느낌이었는데 오라 자체도 성능이 좀 줄었으니까.
It's also like sort of a classic counter to Silencer, just because if you get to the levels on Beastmaster, Silencer doesn't really do anything to your summons. Curse doesn't do much damage, it's too much mana. And
저 서포트들 상대로 비스트마스터가 지금 너무 좋고 황고 상대로도 지금 당장 좋고 그러면서 중후반 계속 든든하죠. 레인이 타원이랑 비슷한데 후반 밸류는 훨씬 좋습니다. 헤블벤, 뻗들벤. 뻗들벤은 그거죠. 니들은 오지마. 올 수 있는 서포트 치우는 것 같아요. 한국도 석박 한번 잘못 걸리면은 그대로 퍼컨테 맞아 죽을 수 있어서 2대2 안 만들려는 것 같아요. 최대벤 셋업 도와주는 거.
I feel like Team Spirit need a partner for Puck to make some plays on the map.
인첸 아직 살아 있는데요.
It's gonna be complicated and we will need something to be happening for sure. Maybe we don't need to do anything and Gladiator's just gonna run at them and we're gonna just take
Skywrath maybe?
I can see Skywrath working. I think the number one priority for Team Spirit right now is making sure the Beastmaster is a good lane.
네, 하분마 인첸 두 가지 있겠네요. 근데 나무 있어서 인첸은 지금 게임에서 4번으로 쓰기엔 조금 그렇고 하분마 꽤 괜찮네요.
Yeah, for sure. We're aiming some good carries against Beastmaster right now too, like with 1 terabyte, and this looks interesting.
알케벤. 네, 타이밍 땡길 수 있는 걸 루나 생각하고 있었는데 알케벤으로 갑니다.
I wouldn't mind the Weaver carry at all. I think the lane would be pretty strong for Silencer. Weaver doesn't have to like commit. I mean, I think it might depend what carry they're predicting Gladiators to pick.
캐리 하면서 주루랑 알케랑 동시에 타이밍에 챙겨서 나오는 거 좀 어렵긴 했죠. 이게 알케가 하도 잘 안 나오다 보니까 자꾸 있는데 GG 자주 써먹고 있습니다. 알케 꽤 어려웠겠네요. 루나는 차라리 어떻게 되는데 알케는 지금 스프릿 4번 누군지 모르겠지만 버스트
Okay. Is this
I think they're just punishing the silencer, right? In the landing stage.
On Team Spirit, I think they
켄타 같은 게 알케 잡기 좋지 비스트마스터로는 알케를 찍어 누르기는 좀 그래서 어든 터스크 사일 앞으로 나와서 견제하기 굉장히 어렵겠네요.
I mean, I wouldn't mind the Triano 4. I think like honestly committing really hard into the Beastmaster's lane, making sure he secures it and he can take over the game is a good idea.
자이로.
오.
That's an old Weaver.
Really good for Beastmaster too.
Yeah.
His summons just died. The Hawk is free golden EXP.
그라초 자유로입니다.
Don't you guys just love when you go into the finals and there's
진짜 GG가 코치인지 아무튼 들어오고 나서 엠픽이 진짜 깔끔해지긴 했어.
Dare I say it's their first appearances on the main stage? I think so.
Probably haven't seen Gyro on the main stage since TI5.
He's back. Awesome. What do you guys make of this overall? Like, do you feel like there's any sort of advantage that you can infer from specific lanes, or what you've seen from the team so far in the tournament that makes you lean one way or the other?
I think this game's going to be completely decided in Spirit safe lane. Like I think they picked this Weaver and Treant just to be strong, and Lone Druid is honestly sort of the same.
아마 에이스 위주로 굴려서 그런 것 같아. 에이스의 뱀픽 위주로. 퀸도 무조건 스케일링 가능하면서 레인 이기는 거 챙겨서 타이밍 챙기고. 그라초도 비슷하죠. 타이밍 한번 에이스 셀 때 다 같이 오르르. 그걸로 이득 챙겨서 마무리 이런 느낌으로만 가는데.
Yeah, very depending on lanes right now. How the lanes go will decide a lot in this game.
느라초랑 퀸이 탑 티어는 안 돼서 그런가?
To me, it's maybe a little bit favorable for.
느라초한테 후반 믿고 맡기자 이러기에는
It's pretty
불안하기는 해.
to pick Puck so early. Like usually you want to see more heroes. There is still 2 silences, so you want to buy the.
이 전성기 탑 티어들이잖아요, 캐리. 지금의 야토로, 아나,
A bit scary for Puck.
그러면서 아메, 그리고 진짜 전성기의 미라클 이런 애들. 그런 식으로 키워놨으면 무조건 해준다 이런 느낌이 드라초한테는 없긴 해. 흰도 은근히 후반에 실수 자주 나오는 거 보면은 타이밍 한번 챙겨서 이득으로 완벽히 마무리하는 거. 에이스가 진짜 잘하니까. 플렉시블하게 잘해서 그래, 에이스가. 뭘 줘도 어떤 방향으로든 온갖 다양한 운영으로 다 잘해서 그거 위주로 굴리는 것 같아요. 혼자 굴려서 이득을 보게 시키든 팀파이트로 시키든 여러 가지 있으니까. 그래서 코치 인터뷰입니다.
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by Silent of Team Spirit as we get ready for this grand final, a best of 5 grand final. Not many teams get the privilege of playing best of 5s, but you've been to many of them. So to you, is there any difference between best of 3 Dota versus best of 5 Dota?
For me, you have more chances to do a mistake. Best of 3, you can really don't figure out how to play against your enemy and what might cost you series. But here, lucky it's best of 5 because gladiators have some. We play way too fast, and I think we need to adapt somehow for that. That's the point.
All right. Well, we got to get that data with a game number 1. So Seattle, are you ready to start grand finals? That's what I like to hear.
진짜 최종 결승 시작이 됩니다. Game 1.
That's right, it's time to make our grand finals head underway. On one side, we have a team that is absolutely the best team of the year. But on the other side,
인첸이 더 초반에 나올 줄 알았는데 위버로 스타트를 끊어가지고
major winners, and on the other side, TI winners. But only one.
드루가 나중에 나왔으니까 드루가 먼저 나왔으면 나무보다는 인첸을 먼저 뽑지 않았을까 싶어요. 미라론 못 먹었습니다. 미사일 한번 피해주고요. 근데 지금 슬로우가 너무 많죠. 오, 네. 유정북을 썼어요 그냥. 네, 이거 드라초 더 이상 쫓아가면은 손해나죠 웨이브에서. TP 끊어보려고 살짝 나무 바깥으로 기다려보는데 많이 쭉 빼서 넘어갔습니다 그냥. 호프도
Gaming Gladiators though have had to make the long run through the lower bracket. And there's something special about that lower bracket momentum.
You cannot underestimate how much this team has gone through, especially going to their
GG가 다른 패자조 경기보다는 가능성이 있는 게 다른 때에 비하면 하도 일찍들 게임을 끝내가지고 체력으로 좀 여유가 있어요.
When you see a Toro come out of that player walkway with a shaved head, the amount of fear that instills into you, the amount this man is willing to sacrifice to claim a second Aegis and join that limited pantheon of 2-time TI winners. You can't not help but be
또 다른 투타임 위너가 될 수 있을지.
In a best of 5, both these teams are capable of anything. The greatest question, however, if you've watched this lower bracket run from Gaming, is can Team Spirit put a stop to the speed and the tempo in which they are playing these games? Because right now,
필이 지금 나이 생각하면 3타임 위너도 진짜 노려볼 수 있거든요.
a lot of these games have not gone past the 25-minute mark. So you need to slow it down, you need to play your game, or at least take it back to them. And if there is one team in the world that can accomplish that, it is Team Spirit, who have shown that they are no slouches when it comes to the first 10 minutes, particularly the laning phase.
Yes, this laning phase is going to be the ultimate test for this best of 5. It's going to be a long journey to get through this.
공포 가지고 있어요. 일 받는 중. 할 수 있나요? 네, 안 됐고요. 퍼스트 블러드. 오프의 길입니다.
And this is a familiar story. Acceleration for Ace on the off-lane lone Drew. This is a hero that has demolished the lower bracket along with all the buildings in those series. A scary hero to give a lead off to here, especially when once more Gaming have a lot of tempo that can just go with Ace, go through these objectives, play with that Bear's timings.
이거 랄 너무 가까운데요, 킹한테. 야토로 버텨지나요? 네, 킬 먼저 따기는 했어요. 경치 받아갑니다. 근데 미포시카 좀 불안한데요. TP 없습니다. 네, 거기까지만.
They are definitely winning this lane. They're walking away with it a bit. And that's going to be fast over corrosion for the bear. That's going to give him a lot of chase.
오, 네. 들어가서 마무리하네요. 힐.
He has that extra little bit of heal.
네, 골드로 받게. 야토로 3발콜드 이거 받으면 또 이득인데요. 힐보다 오히려 돈은 더 줘. 오히려 죽음에서 바로 회복한 느낌이네요. 보시카 근데 너무 앞에 있었는지 에이스 좀 많이 얻어맞았거든요. 아 근데 터프로 돌립니다. 잡아내네요. 여기서 힙도 가져가고요. 오 코로전 벌써 나왔어요.
Still a lot of gold going to Yatoro here as he takes a net worth lead. Good sign for Team Spirit is, I mean, Weaver has to be one of the fastest carries in this meta. I think CK is the other one that I had point to. Of course, Bristleback, he's a pseudo carry getting banned out. This is a hero that Team Spirit first picked for a reason. If they get him to a good position, he can go and defend all these towers. You can take every single fight with this carry hero, try and match Duracio's pace where I almost feel like it doesn't matter what hero Duracio's playing. This guy is going to run at you. He's going to join all the skirmishes with Quinn. You have to be ready for the 5-man collapse at a certain point. Either get some trades, be ready to defend them at the towers. This Beastmaster can trade on the map. That's another objective that Team Spirit can look for as this game progresses.
한 번 더. 이거 곰 돌아오려면 좀 멀었는데요.
That's a resummon.
오우야. 이거 미드랑 오프 고통받는 거에 비해서 야토로 너무 크는데요. 죽은 게 아무 의미가 없네요.
And also the bounty, man, he is sitting at 3K net worth already, way ahead of anybody else in this game.
Wow.
Real fast, these bears are worth a lot. It's also extra damage going into Ace. You're not healing while the bear's on cooldown. There's a lot going wrong in this offlane for Gaimin right now for the hero that's supposed to give them that lead, at least comparatively to those other games, right? This is still a very even game, but if you watched any of these series yesterday, particularly the Azure one, I guess if you're not down 5K at the 5-minute mark, you're doing pretty well.
Yeah, seriously, you cannot let Gaming Gladiators run away with the laning phase.
토프가 자리를 좀 못 비워요. 에이스가 너무 고통받으니까 자리를 못 비우네. 드라초 쪽으로 가나요? 여기서 TP 미포시카까지 힐 쭉쭉 받으면 드라초 공격 정도는 괜찮죠. 스노볼 3인공 네 스틱으로 마무리가 안 됐네. 이제 TP 뽑아냈죠. 힐은 나름 이제 힐도 있고 다 같이 받으면 돼요. 2레벨 진짜 쭉쭉 찬다. 이거 풀은 터프 미드 가던 거 견제 들어가는 거죠. 결국은 미드 키우기 들어가는 거 확인해야 돼요. 흰 만화 별로 없습니다. 터프가 못 따주면은 퍽이 충분히 1대1 할 수 있죠. 네, 이거 좀 깊기는 해요. 퍽 옵니다. 아, 오나요? 안 오네요.
Plus 2 int on the board for Celery. Glaive's already getting some extra work done. We'll leave solo lanes on these sides, so Yatoro gonna try.
오, 이거 묶었어요. 와, 이게 웃기네.
Another bear kill on this lane, man. He has been taking it to Ace. Level advantage already going Yatoro's way. It'll look like it'll just be the Dragonlance. So defensive oriented build here from Yatoro. Get the high HP up. Don't get bursted in this game. Man, he is just chunking Ace down. This is a roam opportunity up here, right? Like this is a great hero for Team Spirit to roam on.
이거 야토로 킬일 수도 있었는데.
Because every time you kill this bear, he has to resummon. He's susceptible again, and you don't
어쨌든
really
리필 받고 에이스로 가보나요? ASP가 좀 깔려 있어서. 위즈덤. 그냥 콜 써버리네요. 네. 그냥 미드로 TP 타고 가죠, 퍽은.
But Laurel already back to the mid lane, doesn't want to miss out on too much of his CS.
Nice heads up smoke by Spirit. They are a team that will happily smoke to any of these Wisdom runes, and if you study them, you know it's coming. The 7, the 14, the 21 especially is one of their big power moves. They really want this XP advantage, and again, rotating to Ace's lane, I think, is a recipe for success. The other move you're going to make is to collapse when that helm is up to try and push this tower or kick Dyrachyo out of the lane. But I feel like every time you make one of these aggressive moves on game and in the early game,
골드 성합 자체는 GG가 좀 밀려가네요. 근데 들어가요?
and then things like this can start to happen where another kill for
오.
Yatoro. He is absolutely out of control.
오, 게다가 드라초 혼자 있다가 물렸어요. 근데 마무리가 될까요? 스노볼 스틱 한번 버티고요. 이게 콜랩스가 만화가 없어가지고 여기까지는. 결국은 퀸 도와주면서 사이드가 밀리죠. 원래라면 사이드가 버텨줬는데 약한 서포트들이 있고 그러니까. 오늘은 근데 스피릿 양 사이드에 아예 힘 실어줘 버리네.
However, Gaming rotating supports mid will secure that power rune for Quinn. Now it's a question of what he can do with it here. I mean, can you rotate into Yatoro's lane? Is this Weaver killable in the very early game? Calling plus some roots, it's doable. And in fact, they're just going to bring everybody up here. Try and go on Ace again. This is
오일 에이스. 아이고.
They have done serious damage to Ace, killing him so many times, and even maybe catching Tofu here. Selly's going to try and slow
스피릿 그냥 양 사이드 다 이겨버리면 그만이다 이거죠.
They're just going to back away though.
스노볼 버팁니다 미라. 근데 이게 추적의 장착 나와 있네.
Good separation there with Shard, and Quinn doesn't feel like diving too deep.
And this is the helm coming out finished for collapse. So now you have a second pressure point on the map if you're Team Spirit. You've gone through
퀸한테 투자하는 GG를 거꾸로 그냥 사이드 다 복사해내겠다.
If he wants to rotate, play with collapse, start pushing some of these towers, you can
항고로 낚은 건가요?
against them here. As they are still struggling to keep Ace in that.
항고 뽑기 좋은 게임 만들어준 다음에 바로 그냥 미드 어쨌든 상성 있으니까 너는 미드에서 파밍만 해라. 양 사이드를 다 뚫어버린 것 같은데.
Fortunately, the Pango versus the Beastmaster doesn't necessarily leave you the most options. Can't really put to use that Rolling Thunder super well. He's going to try for it anyway, perhaps. Going to
빨말로.
around the roar. Collapse now going to try and back away with that extra bit of.
글쎄요, 스킬 다 박아놓고 슬로우 추가 들어갑니다. 스노볼. 미사일 피하고요. 롤링 선더 닿긴 닿았는데 이미 끝났죠. 와요 코일. 오우 야 이거 야토로 킬 또 주워 담겠는데요. 라이얼 킬 야토로 킬. 야 싸워 이기면 돼요. GG 상대를 할 때. 그게 쉽지 않아서 그렇지. 오프 스노볼. 오 다 왔습니다. 벌써 3K 앞서네요. 이게 잠깐 앞서고 있었는데 GG가. GG 중반에 힘 없으면은 이 조합 후반 못 가요. 네, 퀸한테 팀 날려줍니다. 그걸 들어오냐? 바로 죽인 것도 아니고 진짜 스킬 다 박아놓고 갑자기 터스크 나와가지고 게다가 아예 콜을 잡았는지 드라초한테 들어가 버렸죠. 스노볼 자체를 다 와가지고 마무리. 오 근데 야토로 오 글싸 야토로 잡힙니다. 와 벌써부터 현상금이 900골드.
His net worth just shot right back up as he got 587 gold for just himself up.
에이스 근데 한순간에 쫓아오네요. 골드.
So Ace absolutely happy to pick that up. That's the power of the global versus the Weaver before he has any sort of dispel item, which looks like it's going to become very late in this game as Yatoro's opted for a Deso build-up. Another reason that kill was pretty valuable, right? You slow down the Deso, limit the.
아직은 차이 있기는 해서 괜찮을 것 같아요.
Because his pace is very strong right now. Of course, Dyrachyo, we have not seen Gyro too much.
이게 전체적으로 레벨이 앞서간 게 있어서.
The stacking, right? It's not something we've seen Gaming go back to a lot as the game's been very fast. But this triangle is getting stacked in his way.
에이스론 거기 챙기고. 저 큰 스택은 레이스를 또 먹여주게 될 텐데. 이쪽 시야가 체크는 안 됐죠.
Depending on how fast they can push these towers down.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that in this game, it's funny, but I feel like the game plan is kind of swamped where Team Spirit want to be able to run over Gaming Gladiators, take these outer towers so they can.
이거 오디오 좀 더 올려야겠다. 바로 코일 미사일 같긴 했거든요. 묶어놓고요. 근데 마무리가 좀 안 되죠. 일단 빠집니다. 지금 데미지 잘 나오는 위버가 여기 없다 보니까 흰 롤링선도 근데 저 피로 들어가는 거 맞나요? 이미 다 빠져 있는 상황인데. 오히려 들어오거든요. 에이스 이거 위버 왔어요. 에이스 그대로 죽었습니다. 이렇게 겨우 먹어놨더니 랄이 그나마 좀 얻어맞고는 있어서 좀 나중에 빠지긴 할 텐데. 오 근데 터프가 이거 침묵을. 플래넷한테서는 기대할 수 없었던 침묵입니다. 플래넷이었으면 퍽 한가운데에다가 침묵 중앙 넣어놓고서는 침묵 안 맞았을 텐데. 진짜 서폿이 본체야 GG.
Once more, that fight got dragged out. Really nice disengage from Spirit. Draw them back up the ramp. Waste this Rolling Thunder.
랄이 좀 얻어 맞다가 빠질 줄 알았는데 이게 잡히긴 하네요. 아무튼 에이스도 잡혔습니다. 나름 또 이제 위버 먹으면서 팀 내 1등이었는데 팔말로 지금 스펠 빠졌거든요. 덕박. 근데 마무리돼요. 와, 퀸 Nothing to say 지금 집에 가면서 신나고 있겠죠. 나한테 한 거 똑같이 당하네 그러면서. 신날 겁니다.
This is a position we've not seen Gaming in a while.
더블 데미지.
Tournament especially, they are usually the ones with a very strong.
요걸로 자이로가 한번 땡겨가긴 하겠네요.
Double damage definitely going to help accelerate Dyrachyo here. But we talked about the resiliency of this team, right? There's a reason they're here in this grand finals. There's a reason they've been in a lot of them too. This is not a team that can only play from ahead. They're going to have to show some resiliency here,
탈까요?
a little bit from behind.
아, Q1레벨.
I mean, maybe Ace's timings, but honestly, he's found a lot given his start. I'm surprised at how rich he is.
Yeah, he's got 3 deaths. I think his bear has died like 5 different times in this game, but still second in the network chart. Still though, Spirit clearly holding the tempo control of this game. They're up by 3K. They've got to be feeling pretty good about it. Even if they can stop the gyrocopter from clearing
요즘 펑 나온 게임에서 이렇게 간 거 없었던 것 같은데 너무 잘 주워먹긴 했죠.
Trying to scrunch in the map a little bit.
Yeah, take advantage of the fact that Dyrachyo's not
50 대 50.
And it is dead even. And that would have been my prediction before this series as well.
Goes to show.
I mean, respecting the ace timing as well, too.
Yes.
Like this Radiance on the Bear, we have seen them do an incredible amount of work with it, and it's coming soon.
이도 TP 대기하고 있죠. 드라치입니다.
Finish off this mid tower before those timings reach the Aghanim Scepter on Dyrachyo, the Radiance on Ace here.
And these are acceleration items. That's the thing. If you give Gaming time to get to their big farm items in the Radiance and the Aghanim Scepter on Dyrachyo, those items let you fight, but they also let you just clear the map.
와, 대졸 15분.
If you can limit the space they can use these farming items on in terms of the sides of the map, that's going to feel really nice with this Treant Protector lineup. Miposhka did not go for living armor points early, hasn't even needed them at this point. In all 3 tier 1s.
또 물렸어요, 퀸. 그나마 이번에 서포트 다 왔거든요. 스크린 잡히겠네요. 나는 빠질 오우네 공판.
Yeah, but the exchange on the other side of the map, Ace going down to Yatoro again with this Desolator.
근데 이거 서폿이랑 코어랑 교환이요. 나름 팀 내 1등인. 대졸 스택도 생기는데. 이슬이 아니라 아예 뛰어넘죠. 대졸 스택, 코어 대 서폿, 상대 TP 다 뺏기. 큰 거 같아요, 오히려. 엄청.
Now you're going to have to need a bit of a backup plan if you're Gaming Gladiators. You no longer have that good control over the double ancient stacks like you're talking about.
지금 어느새 콜랩스도 수위 1등 올라왔거든요. 상대 1등 우위로.
Gemini hit off the Sakuchi going through everybody with an early Desolator. These heroes just don't have the armor to deal with this right now. You don't burst him.
와, 빠르게 벌써. 아예 샤드 타고 비비면서 싸울 생각이에요. 아이기스 들고. 그냥 피모라 쳐버리는데. 굳이 로샨 올라간다는 생각보다는 저거 아, 로션핑 찍네. 아, 로션핑 아니네요. 로션 쪽핑은 나무였고요. 암만 그래도 이건 예상 못했겠죠, 지지. 너무 빠르다고 생각할 텐데. 아마 요거 웨이브 밀려 들어가니까 픽업할 생각이었을 텐데.
Playing this game way too fast right now, and the Beastmaster from Collapse speeding everything up. Helm of the Overlord is already done, by the way, so this map pressure is going to escalate.
콜랩스가 오랜만에 오라 빌드 타네요. 모미투의 어설트. 그냥 방어력 없애버리겠다는 것 같아요. 당장 밀고 올라갈 수 있을 정도로. 위버 지금 데미지 세거든요. 아 근데 한번 빠지네. 상대가 너무 많았죠. 나중에 가니까. 네, 보시 뚫려요. 지금 동물농장 지지가 당하고 있습니다. 뭐 농장까지는 아닌데 만 농장. 에이스는 또 디마 주기 좀 그렇거든요. 오라 비마가 아니라 일반 비마로 하기엔. 네, 여기 갑자기 생겼어요. 그냥 타워 안으로 올 수밖에 없었는데 문제는 에이스가 어우
The single target physical burst is way too fast for this true form to even be considered in terms of casting it. They just had aces.
네, 250.
Radiance reveal down the drain as his timings are going to get prolonged yet again. Collapse, he's just farming it up. Not too worried about playing on game inside of the map.
엠픽 제대로 준비해 온 것 같아요.
BKB, it looks like Team Spirit, they're just going to work towards a triple.
네, 이거는 미드가 방고 혈기 밴드 했다고 너무 대놓고 나왔기는 한데. 네, 퀸 방금 스펠 썼거든요. 녹습니다. 약간 한국 픽이 자살 느낌이 있었어. 너무 일찍 나와서 해설들도 계속 얘기했죠. 일 맞고 한 대, 두 대, 세 대. 오, 게다가 알기스 살렸어요. 그리고 미드에서는 셀러리. 지지가 얕본 수준의 뱀픽이었거든요. 피리스. 투캐리야 원래 본인들이 하던 건데 쌀 뽑으면서 서포터 힘 너무 약해졌고, 물론 이게 서포터 힘 빠진 거 에이스가 크면 상관없던 거긴 한데 야토로가 너무 셌어요. 레인도 개박살 내고 커버려가지고 이 실패했을 때의 대책이 전혀 없었던 느낌입니다. 서폿이 데미지가 아예 없고 한타 스페이라고 할 수 있을 만한 것도 없고, 이게 침묵은 있는데 침묵이 뭐 한타 뒤지면 스펠은 아니니까요.
And considering the pace of game
Starless.
right now, it does kind of feel like he's going to get that BKB.
아, 그냥 댐찍루 20분 깨면 가나요? 올라갔는데 미포시가 먹고 풀어요. 토프. 네, 빠져나가고요. 글쎄요, 이거 네, 뒤쪽 퍽이 들어갔다 나갔다. 오히려 GG 가지고 있는 건 다 쓰는 느낌이거든요. 알겠어, 아직 1분 남아있습니다. 리포시가 저 뒤에서 나중에 그냥 길 막아버려요. 어도 박아줬고요. 셀러리 퀸 바로 죽었어요. 불사 박아넣어도 아무 소용없죠. 게다가 코에 걸려있는 상태로 그냥 얻어맞다가 죽어버릴 수도 있습니다. 도끼 날아와서 마무리. 그리고 뒤에서 알기스 한 30초 남기고 썼죠. 에이스 궁 쓸 수 있을까요? 아, 궁 없었네요. 애초에 그냥 쓸립니다. 라초 혼자 남은 상황. 엉포. 오, 네. 아, 진짜 강심장입니다. 강심장. 상대 CC가 있긴 있는데 자기 피가 저 정도인데 저거를 들어가네.
The aggressiveness of Yatoro I've seen in very few players at TI before. I mean, that play when he was warping, he gets skewered into the base, and then he waveforms deeper into the base. That's the kind of aggression this guy's playing with right now.
You gotta play to win. You play not to lose, it eventually will happen. Right now,
저스도 조금 있으면 되고 나와서 이니시도 훨씬 편해지거든요. 온갖 게 다 생깁니다.
But that's the power of what Miposhka is providing them with this tree. All of these fights and pickoffs, they've been scouted. He's been on game inside of the map for a lot of it. It's paid off to a large degree. This early tree and shard.
22분 11K.
And of course, the vision's really nice versus these silencer lineups because if you're the one
이거 GG가 제일 박살냈던 게임 그 이상인 것 같은데. 아예 허스카 게임처럼 초반에 4킬 먹은 거 빼면.
Yatoro goes in, he kills somebody, time lapses out. There's a black dragon, pours some fire on somebody else. Too many fires to put out quite literally here. And once more, Miposhka just scouting out the moves from Gaimin. Gives them all the setup in the world. This is deadly, man. The cores from Spirit are converging on top lane.
Look at Miposhka, man. He doesn't care if he gets caught. As long as he gets information for his team, he knows all 5 heroes of Gaming Gladiators are up here. So Team Spirit are going to slowly approach. They're going to group up together and take this fight.
Yatoro just time-lapse to the fountain and back to get his BKB. He will not have time-lapse.
오, 위포시카 스포크 바로 풀어버리고요. 이거 불킹, 라이더 불킹이죠. 바로 그냥 셀러에 녹여버립니다. 에이스까지. 케인도 그냥 멈춰서 죽을 수밖에 없죠. 딱 쓸려. 와. 버프 뺄 수 없습니다. 진짜 스피릿이 이번 대회 유일한 희망이다. 재미도 있고.
It's just beautiful gameplay here from Team Spirit and Gaming still searching for answers.
나무도 살고 위버도 살고. 위버 자체가 GG 상대로 꽤 괜찮은 픽이었나 봅니다. 와, 그냥
You could not ask for anything more. Swarm hits everybody and then you get the save roar for the Rolling Thunder after Ace goes down to just right clicks. I mean, making it look easy out here.
The item timings, the positioning, all of it is just so
위버만한 게 없긴 하다.
for Team Spirit.
That's the power of vision.
GG 타이밍 따라가면서 할 수 있는 거. 그래서 밀렸죠 마지막 2차까지.
Beastmaster might have got nerfed in this regard, but Miposhka doing his best Hawk impersonation.
If you want to be worried about the Chen of Gaming Gladiators, I think it's the Tree Protector of Team Spirit that may become a problem in this series. Maybe there's just not enough sentries in the world for you to buy to catch this guy.
I mean, he's dewarding them too. That's the problem. They are lacking sentries. They are lacking the detection. No one wants to buy a gem right now. I mean, you don't want to have to buy a gem for a Tree Protector, but we're getting to that point. And every time one of these fights goes wrong, you fall a little bit more behind with the... I mean, core heroes that don't want to function in these team fights from behind, right? Particularly the Gyrocopter. This is a hero you want to accelerate with the triangle, accelerate with the Ancient Camps, put him in a prime position like a Luna or something where he goes in that fight, he's the absolute raid boss. Dyrachyo has escaped these fights, but across his teammates' tombstones as he cannot output the firepower to match what Team Spirit are bringing with the ball right now. And everything is looking towards this next Roshan, which Team Spirit would be very, very happy to collect and put an Aegis on Yatoro with his aggressive DPS build. Not to mention, I mean, Laurel is picking up the speed right. He's just going for the Maelstrom right-click tuck. It's also a fearsome late-game beast, especially when you have that Beastmaster aura pumping in attack speed to everybody on this lineup. You have tag teams to buff the physical. You're gonna have multiple scaling right-click cores here for Team Spirit. You're gonna need armor on Gaming at some point. You're gonna need survivability.
광고가 꾸역꾸역 아가님 갈 만큼 아가님이 좋은가? 이게 뒷싸움 있을 때는 모르겠는데 지금은 얼고. 근데 그거랑 상관없이 그냥 평타 데미지로 오, 네, 잡을 뻔했어요 또. 아무튼 한국 아가님이 뒷싸움일 때는 진짜 좋았다고 생각을 하는데 공석 감소일 때는 그 정도 급은 아닌 것 같아. 이제 이기고 있을 때 아가님만한 게 없기는 한데 디퓨 아가님. 지고 있을 때도 이 정도까지 지고 있을 때도 필요한가? 침묵이나 이런저런 능력이 있어도. 약간 좀 그런 느낌.
Maybe game 2. High ground play for sure, right? You let him go
밀포시가 몰리긴 합니다. 근데 이거
defensive spell. You catch the tree in first. That's a nice pickoff.
And it's actually really nice with the gem on the ground.
Yeah, okay. So you needed a gem in this game. Miposhka will give it to you. That's a
네,
big
잼 바로
pickup. Limit the
뺏겼고.
vision, limit Miposhka's aggressive positioning. That was very deep, right? Especially for Team Spirit looking towards this next Roshan. They have the Beastmaster creep in the pit scouting it out.
지금 로샨 직전에 스펠 다 뺐거든요. 그게 문제죠, 사실.
Anything better?
로샨 나왔습니다.
Waiting on their vision.
Yeah, sad part for Game of Gladiators
롤링
is they
선도
can't actually
없고
do anything
홀다운
off of that
없고.
play besides getting a little bit more farm than normal. They'll be
바이달로스.
able to push out some of the side lanes. I assume they
지금
know
딜 차이
that
너무
Team
나니까
Spirit's gonna be
자이로가
Roshan sometime soon. Of course, they're doing it
최대
right
데미지
now,
빌드
and it
가네요.
happens so quickly. It gives you such a
에리스가 없는
small
상황이거든요, 지금.
if you're Game of Gladiators to actually
번째
be able to
알겠어.
contest. So you're right. They're going to play for the high ground. They're going to try and see if they can make Team Spirit slip on that staircase.
Just a question of what are they going to get up for that high ground defense, right? It's the Daedalus on Darachu. That's going to be the big DPS item here. Ace is just, I mean, he's just going Wraith Bands. He didn't even get to anything else in this time period. It's just going to be armor up, try and survive the initial burst. Now, these Wraith Bands are pretty nice versus Team Spirit's minus on the Wraith. So they are very good value. I don't
그러니까
blame him for doing
에이스
this, but
이 정도로 망한 판이
we
있었나?
saw, I mean, he had a full harpoon before he went back for these Wraith Bands. So it tells you how far behind he is off that, you know, first 15 minutes. Team Spirit shutting him down right now.
28분에 라디아나든 드로이드 그게 5%?
Because there is a
끔찍합니다.
there is a rolling thunder that can
가맹시킬
abuse you on
수도
the choke
없고.
points. There's the Radiance burn with mischance and a resummon, assuming it's hard to jump Ace initially. And of course, Global can bail out any sort of initiation from the Tusk or the Beast. See how strong Yatoro really feels he is if he thinks he can just walk up and start hitting this tier 3. Wouldn't surprise me. Maybe that's why he's gone Scotty here. Level 20 done for the Weaver with Scotty completed a double damage rune and a quiver.
Oh yeah.
업댐, 스카디, 크리스탈리스,
I think you're gone on the
에이스.
And that's a huge problem for
네,
Darachu as well.
저거 걸렸으면 죽을 네, 걸렸어요. 시야 있습니다,
So he
와드.
doesn't have the sustain to be able to stand toe-to-toe against the Weaver for too long.
위버 다음 스코치 기다리죠.
What's coming for you right now, but you're not gonna like it.
아이고 엘스
It's gonna be a shot to the back.
너무 불쌍합니다.
Blown away by Yatoro and
미드에서 퀸도 털렸어요.
to make this kind of play. Laurel activates his BKB.
아이고야.
against the opposing mid laner, and with 2 dead, a double damage activated.
그나마 크리베이브 돌아오면은 말 시간 좀 오긴 하거든요.
One way to break the high ground, just one shot an enemy off lane carry here. Oh, and force it with a double damage here. Yatoro has AC aura behind him now as well, so that Deso plus the Swarm plus the AC is just going to amp this physical.
파워 방어력 반토막 납니다. 오 미라가 길 갈라줬거든요. 근데 침묵 때문에 스노우볼을 못하고. 근데 이거 위버 데미지 이거 다이브 그냥 쳐요. 이렇게 있다 이거죠. 오 오야. 와 저거를 저기까지 기어 들어가서 잡아내. 진짜.
He's just taking your base at 30 minutes. A position Gaiman is used to putting their opponents in. The noose has been pulled taut here as Team Spirit have just given them
리아드가 스피릿의 위력을 돌려준 것 같아요.
Ace can't even escape the tier 3s right now.
집중력도 장난 아니고.
High ground defense without your carry. Watch another lane disappear.
Yeah, I don't see how they stop this without Darachu.
두 번째 세트 30분에 치고 있습니다.
Really wants to just force the issue. This Tuskar is hella tanky right now. Gossamer Cave Drum happy to start the engagement, particularly if you can find a good core target. He got feared on the jump. That was incredibly impressive actually, but it will not yield them the fight. And it'll be a second lane.
2 lanes barracks up for Team Spirit. And they still have a minute and a half.
31분 27킬 27K 차이.
That final push, I mean, if you're Team Spirit, you're here playing a full best of 5 against Gaming Gladiators, why not make the first game quick? Just for your own sake.
Yeah, give them a taste of their own medicine. And show that the Zoo is indeed not dead. That's the scary part of this game for me. You have Collapse on a hero that, I mean, they have been incredibly proficient with it, right? This was a first phase ban at Riyadh for a reason. It is a Collapse signature hero, but
마지막 한 줄. 알겠어, 아직 1분 남았고. 브레이킹 돌아오면 들어가겠죠. 그렇구나. 바이달로스 날아와요.
And it was the raw aggression objective taking to put Gaming on the back foot. It's a scary thought if Team Spirit are taking
오우야.
their own strat against
그냥
you.
갖다 줘요. 와. 자신 있는 거죠 지금. 삐삐하고 집 갔다가
X marks the spot.
갖다 주는.
That is so much burst damage. When he's got
근데 정작 자기
chance
TP는 안
to put her
챙겼어.
on top of that.
This is an insane like single hit, right? It doesn't take much. He just Sakuchi's in, hits you instantly, can start to run away. You're just getting chunked. This is the strength of Weaver right now. 15-2 for Yatoro.
Mira looking for his opening. Gaming Gladiators.
네, 곰. 한두 대 치면은 죽을라 그래요.
They're gonna have to play around the fountain here.
아이고.
The Dream Coil is slowly taking him out.
호프 살아나갔습니다 그나마.
For now, gets back to the fountain, but Team Spirit. They still have more opportunities to come. The Aegis is going to expire.
헉이 좀 뿔 빠졌거든요. 불킹도 방금 빠졌던가? 확신이 안 드는데.
It's best just to wait for a third Roshan.
불킹 안 빠졌던 것 같아. 아이스 끝났네요.
I think Yatoro's happy to give the Aegis up. It'll free up another slot for him at the rate he's going.
Yeah, seriously.
He just wants more damage, more survivability. Everything is great for him right now. The scary part is you can still work towards a Tusk Ags in this game.
뿔 빠졌으니까 나가보는 것
You're
같습니다.
talking about a high ground break mechanism. They really
단 한 번의 기회거든요. 근데 이거 제일 앞에 야토로 불킹 켰어요. 에이스 그냥 녹았습니다. 아, 에이스 아니 퀸 먼저 녹았습니다. 에이스 침묵 끝났는데 변신할 수 있나요? 변신 없어요 애초에. 위에 프라이멀로 그냥 감당 안 됩니다. 네, GG. 스피릿 게임원 가져갑니다. 와, 진짜 차이 장난 아닙니다.
Absolutely no qualms about shutting Gaming Gladiators out in their own style. 33 minutes and it's done.
Such a one-sided game one. I mean, nice low.
안 나오는데 이유가 있는. 아이고야.
Grand finals here. Welcome to the ultimate boss at Dota
그렇죠.
right now. As you might have won 3 majors, you might have made it all the way here, but if
엄청
you
실망한 것
can't find
같은데.
a way to break this team, which nobody else has been able to do, you're gonna go home empty-handed.
And Gaming Gladiators, like they had such a good run leading up to this, right? They lost one game in this playoff run of theirs, and that was against Team Liquid. The only team who managed to take it until they run into Team Spirit.
And they kind of look shook, right?
Oh, yeah.
That's what they want their opponents to feel. A 30-minute high ground GG, make it look easy. Just
지금
run
다들
over with the
신났죠.
lanes. You had a couple power runes go Quinn's way, but he couldn't find anything on these side
근데 스피릿 이 정도로까지 쉬울 줄 알았을까?
mounted way too quickly. Yet Ancient
상상
still
이상일 것
back up for
같은데
collapse. Yatoro
해보니까.
is just slaying people. Ends this game 18-2. This man's just padding his legacy stats at this point. I mean,
seriously. He's trying to make a name for himself here, as he already did once before at TI-10, but if he can become a 2-time alongside his team, it would be something magical. But that game one, that might have been convincing. We've seen plenty of convincing games in TI. It's a best of 5 for a reason, right, Avery?
Absolutely.
And there's some changes we can make strategy-wise in particular. What was one thing you would point for Gaming Gladiators that you would like to see heading forward in the series?
I mean, you have to think about the lanes going a bit better for you and who you're going to play around right now, because it felt like they left Ace on an island for a lot of that off-lane early game, and Team Spirit just abused it, especially with this Weaver pick. It's basically the most aggressive carry. You give Yatoro a start like that, he's just going to pop off on it and never look back. He's the best carry of the tournament so far, showing why.
Absolutely, showing why, and the panel will sure to be able to talk more about that as we head into Game 2.
Thank you very much.
네,
Capital
패널.
SPG, Team Spirit take game
드라초 저렇게 들어왔는데 나가는 표정이.
International 2023, and it was almost as if Team Spirit just taken a page out of Gaming Gladiators
너무
book,
깊었지.
and basically was the oppressor in this game. I'm joined by Effie, by Tiga, but we also had a change on the panel as we now have Insania weighing in for the insight. And you said this is oppressive.
드라초 입장에서는 파밍할 시간도 없었고 아군 전부 데미지 안 나와가지고 뭐 못해보기는 했어요. 이번 거는 드라초가 억울한 게임일 수도 있어. 자기는 그냥저냥 갔는데 레인전 분명. 근데 에이스 개 터지지, 한국 계속 개 터지지, 딜은 자기밖에 안 나오지. 근데 자이로로, 지금의 자이로로는 그게 안 되니까. 지금 진짜 열심히 치잖아요. 다이달로스까지 일찍 뽑아와서. 근데 안 돼. 결국은 5명 다 잡을 순 없어. 이것도 진짜 강심장이었어요.
Yeah, and on the topic of that lone druid, that
아이기스 빠졌는데 저걸 들어갔다가.
to ever recover, because I think that Spirit had a Genius lane versus Lone Druid, and that came after it. That's the interesting thing. They picked Lone Druid after they
와, 이것도 내 스모크 쓰자마자 털려가지고.
When you have these very high damage output heroes like Weaver and Trine on the lane,
부르고 말고가 중요한 게 아니죠. 상대가 때려 죽일 수 있다면.
and that's what happened. They killed the bear.
예전에 한창 드로우 메타 때 판구가 부르다가 죽는 그런 장면 많이 나왔었는데 위버한테 저렇게 죽는 것도 오랜만이에요. 그러니까 트루사이트급 장면.
Yeah, it was a strong performance, and it definitely looked like Team
근데 트루사이트 지금 작년 것도 안 나왔는데 올해 거는 나오긴 할까? 나온다면 언제 나올까?
Best of 5. Insania, you've been against these two teams in the grand finals several times this year.
Yeah, unsuccessfully so.
What makes these two teams be the grand finals raid boss, if you will?
I think they're both teams that have pretty strong identities, and usually by the time that they get to grand finals, they've really figured out what makes their identity work. So they're not really, I would say, like the most adaptive teams, but they're really good at figuring out how can we enable ourselves to play our own game. So it wouldn't surprise me if Gladiators, you know, they swap up some heroes and then they go look to do the same thing again. It's probably going to be a battle of like two very specific styles, and if Gladiators can take control of the map and really like force you into a corner, then they'll probably be victorious. And if Spirit's able to like hold that away, hold the aggression off, then I think they'll have the edge.
Yeah, I feel like as well for Team Spirit, they come into this series, they pick Beastmaster, a hero that we haven't seen them play at the International so far. Of course, they do play it multiple times before, but it's the fact that Spirit, they look at gaming, they read them and go, you know what, rather than trying to be defensive, let's just overwhelm you as well with our own level of pressure. A lot of teams have tried to delay, prolong, and survive that onslaught, but it was refreshing to see Spirit just change up the style and go, no, this is how you beat gaming.
Yeah, and they closed out their second phase with that Beastmaster, right? And back when Beastmaster was very broken, that was the most difficult part of drafting, is you're very concerned for those gacha 18 pick on the Beastmasters or the Storm Spirits, and they picked that Beastmaster when they saw the Silencer and the Muerta, two supports that can't do anything versus the Zoo. So not only was that pick genius, but I really feel that having this Weaver in the first phase for Yatoro is going to be something to look out for in the series, because if they can bring the aggression to Gaming Gladiators from their safe lane early on, Gaming might not be able to ever play for the tempo that they're looking for.
Yeah, we mentioned that the offlaners were going to play a big role here today. Insania, I don't know if you've noticed that as well. I mean, for us on the panel, we talk about the best looking stats, if that makes sense. And it's been very often this international, the offlaner. Why is that?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so I feel like there's been like multiple metas.
Yeah.
Like the group stage, it was one meta, now it's another. But the offlane seemed to be like the general place where you get a lot of pressure. And with how the portals now work on the map, where you can like
네, 인세니아 나와 있네요 이번엔 또.
You can want one lane to go to. The offlane seems to be like the easier place to connect to, and then like get that thing going. So having strong offlanes sets up for like your position 5 to rotate and like everybody to come in and create a lot of pressure. And both these teams are very like offlane heavy teams. You know, like Collapse and Ace. They're two-star players for these teams.
Very much so, and we heard our draft panel at the end there as well. At the end of the draft, they mentioned how important that top lane was going to be, and I think that's where we saw the Weaver just pop off. Yatoro had a fantastic game.
Yeah, there was nothing really to stop that Weaver, like I mentioned before, and pairing it up with the Treant made it so that not only was it a strong kill threat lane, but it worked
아이스를
playing against the Lone Druid that they didn't even
판고로 뒤를 봐줄 게 아니라 드루를 어떻게든 드루 타이밍 한번 잡아보려고 키우는 게 나았을 텐데.
that Lone Druid might be run by Gaimin because of their series yesterday. But if Lone Druid can't have a good start in the lane and his mid laner cannot enable him by maybe getting some cleanup kills after he's fed a couple of bears, then where do you go from there? Because T was mentioning there's no way for Lone Druid to rotate bottom when there's a team fight going on. He's too busy recovering in the mid lane.
Yeah, and Recover Gaming Gladiators never really did do that, so they're now one game down in a best-of-5 grand finals. They have some time to reset, and while they do that, we are going to check in with Keisu, somewhere in the crowd.
Yeah, oh yeah, what up? Wow. Grandma's here trying to look hip. Sorry about that, everybody. All right, we are coming in to talk to some crowd. Get away from me.
Oh, hi, I'm sitting down.
Oh my God, you're making me nervous. Sir, I'm talking to you. I have several questions for you. I'm not sure whether I should put the microphone in front of your face, but I'll give you one chance.
Hey, I'm sorry. I lost my voice from screaming at the game so loud.
목소리가 나가네요.
Luckily, you're drinking tea and getting better.
네, 음료 선물.
What was the... Hello? Do you really think I can't see you?
Why do you always pick the drunkest people?
you-
Why do you do that?
What was the best part of that first game?
Yatoro just deleting everybody.
You know, Yatoro, it's funny you say that. That is what we call a sexy transition to what Slacks was going to talk about.
Absolutely. I asked these peeps up here who was the biggest Yatoro fan. You guys said you were Yatoro fans, right?
Oh yeah, he's getting me all my fantasy points right now.
Oh, the fantasy points. Thank you, thank you. And you especially, when I said, is anyone a Yatoro fan? This guy ran up on 3 levels up and he just started sprinting. Why do you like Yatoro?
Yatoro is the best carry ever. GOAT!
Let's go, Yatoro! Ame is watching it! Let's go, Ame is watching it!
Yes, that's right. Poor Ame. We're so sorry, Yatoro, about Ame. Keep trying, my friend. Nothing is forever.
Okay, wait, what thick-haired beast said that they were the biggest Yatoro fan?
Yes, we have to find some way to find out who is the biggest Yatoro fan. Now, if you know the Yatoro lore, he does one thing before he goes in the grand finals. Now, you guys said you were the
아,
biggest
야토로
fans.
팬을 위해서
Who's willing to shave their head for Yatoro?
대머리 될 사람.
No. Just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit.
Wherever you want.
No.
However you want it. However you want it.
Just a little bit. Just a little bit. We got it. We got it. All right here. So, just a little bit.
쉐빗. 아 근데 그냥 끝으로 살짝 자르는 거네. 아예 한 줄 싹 밀었으면 진짜 레전드 장면 됐을 듯.
Zany, have you ever tried that? You know, maybe something's lacking with the squad.
We had this last year. You know, our coach said, if we get top 4 at TI, I will shave my head. William looked us in our eyes and said, I promise you guys, if we get top 4, I will shave my head. Yeah, so we got top 4. Yeah. And then we're like, all right, William, you know, we got 4 days.
Where is it?
Let's shave it. Yeah. And he's like, no. I said top 3. But we had vlog footage, so we went back and watched the vlog, and it's very clearly top 4.
But you guys also got top 3.
And then we got top 3, and we're like, William, shave your head. And he's like, you know, like, keep Williams out of it. And then, yeah, no, shaving your head, I think probably is the reason we didn't do better at this TI.
Yeah, I mean next year.
Yeah.
There's a chance. So maybe
머리를 안 밀어서 떨어졌다.
In the meantime, maybe Gaming Gladiators is finding a razor as we speak for their head, that is. And no, that was very grim. That's not why I wanted to go with that. What I do want to say is, I mean, we've got some very dedicated fans. I am sure that if Slacks pushed it, that there would have been a bald head behind us. And while we have very dedicated fans all around the world, there are venues packed with dedicated fans watching the Dota 2 from afar. You guys are all with us here in spirit in the Climate Pledge Arena, and a lot of you are also.
내년부터는 중계하지 말고 나도 펍 같은 거 갈까? 근데 아는 사람 없어서 좀 그럼.
Best of 5 grand finals, and we gotta talk about adaptations because it's a best of 5. Both of these teams have been here before.
그러니까 다음 판은 아마 하던 대로 팀 막픽 주고 최대한 상성 잡아가지고 팀 키우기 하고 그거 통해서 나머지 키우는 그게 맞을 것 같아. 그렇게 하는 편이 서포트 픽이 좀 편해지거든. 드루는 버리고 가기 좀 그래. 이겼을 땐 버리고 갈 수 있는데 이기지 않으면 버리고 가기가 좀 그래. 어쨌든 토프랑 셀룰이 계속 미드로 차출을 할 거면은 제대로 버틸 수 있는 거를 지어주는 게 좋을 것 같아.
Pango alone isn't enough. You go for Gyro, who's typically the AoE clear type of carry, but this hero fell out of meta for many reasons. I feel like he plays a little bit too slowly. If the aggression is brought to you in the way Team Spirit brought it with that Weaver, Gyro does not have enough time to respond to that. He needs to sit in his ancients, needs to farm up like 2 or 3 items, and they couldn't reach that point.
Yeah, I feel like maybe the main question for me is going to be Lone Druid. I don't think Gaming will pick it so openly now, knowing that Spirit are going to be able to play such a high-paced game, kind of abuse the fact that he's on one side of the map, you can only bring 4. And then on top of that, like Effie was mentioning, if you have a Gyrocopter as well, who also wants to hit Ancients, like Lone Druid wants a lane, Gyro wants Ancients, what 3 heroes gonna do everything else for you. So I think
GG는 이제 체력 배분 생각해가지고 일찍 서렌 한것 같죠.
like 18 or kind of like a closing part of the phase rather than so openly.
Yeah, with LD and Lone Druid there, indeed the offlaner for Ace didn't have a great game, and overall it felt like then the plan Insania that Gaming Gladiators had, it was very different from the style that we've seen them play, because if they are playing for the later stages of the game, they're not going to be able to do their aggression ball that we've seen them be very dominant with.
I think the idea was to try to set up like the same thing, where they have this Lone Druid and Amuerta do very well in the offlane, and then you have Tofu running mid. We call it cringing in our team. It's like when the two supports show up mid.
그러니까 얘기하죠.
Cringe the mid laner. So I think they wanted to like cringe Laurel, make sure his game is terrible, but it kind of relies on the laning phase going well.
니샤가 당했던 것처럼 퍽으로서 이제 침묵이 하도 약하니까 토프가 와가지고 미드를 풀어주지 않을까 했는데 그냥 박살이 나버렸어. 퍽이 아예 사이드로 돌아버렸죠. 그 부분이 제일 큰 것 같아. 리퀴드에서 나를 부르는 방법이 있네요. 크린징 미드.
In other people's hands, other than Quinn, the hero's not looked great. Overall, he's had a fantastic win rate with it this time around. T-Gov.
네, 게임도 들어옵니다.
Wasn't able to get the ball rolling.
Yeah, no, he kind of fell flat.
GG 그 전략이 좀 게임 재미를 떨어뜨리기도 하고 이기긴 이기는데 뭔가 이제 진짜 센 팀 만나면 지는 것 같은 그런 느낌들이 항상 뭔가 좀 애매해. 항상 그 전략이었죠. 미드에다가 서포트 2분부터 10분까지 모든 룬 다 봐주기. 무조건 퀸 상성 지어주고 그걸로다가 운영하는 거. 이제 레슈랑 메타에서 내려오면서 G 성적이 조금 출렁이기 시작했는데 메타가 점점 5% 옮겨가니까 에이스 강점이 더 눈에 띄기 시작했잖아요. 그래서 이제 지금의 전략으로 살짝 바뀌었는데 그게 또 미드 박살, 오프 박살 두 개 한 번에 해버리니까. 지금 GG가 취할 수 있는 거는 아예 에이스 봐주고 야토를 죽여버리든지 가능성이 굉장히 낮지만 야토를 개박살을 내든지 아니면은 퀸 키워서 운영해보든지 두 가지 중 하나인 것 같아요. 그 두 가지가 좀 유효한 전략일 것 같은데
that Team Spirit has a lot of data to go off of as well, Insania. How much in a best of 5 do you really put stock into the game that has been played not just today, this morning, but throughout the entire tournament? Because I know a best of 5 generally also has like its own meta developing.
Yeah, I mean, usually what's going to end up happening is you kind of get a good understanding for what it is the other team's trying to accomplish in the draft, and then how to adjust to it is usually at least for us, I think has been a trickier part of the year. So, yeah, you definitely like develop your own meta. You kind of understand. Like usually game 1 is like a feel your opponent out.
후반에 퍼포먼스를 보여주는 게임은 없어. 중반 이득이 어찌어찌 후반까지 끌려가면은 어쨌든 미리 컸으니까 미리 민 걸로 억지로 이긴다는 느낌이지. 후반에도 믿을 만한 드라초, 뭐 퀸 이런 게 없어. 어쨌든 마무리는 캐리인데 거기까지 끌고 가지 못하죠.
No, I think they wanted it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Would you have chosen the same cosmetic?
I'm not really sure what gyro cosmetics he had.
The cosmetic that he had was the one that makes Flak Cannon incredibly visible. Like it was disco show out there.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
All right, awesome.
Why not?
But I am actually curious, Aiden. So when we're talking about this Pangolier coming out early and when it doesn't look good, like how much stock did you guys put into thinking about this Pangolier? Because obviously you're going to consider it is Gaming Gladiators, but you did let it through a few times.
I think we've been letting it through all year long. I remember I had a conversation with I think Tundra at some point, and they were like, "Just ban Pango and you win against Quinn." But it's like the hero doesn't feel that good. So when you play it yourself and like it doesn't seem to work, you're kind of surprised because every time you play against it, you're like, oh, this is free lane for Nisha, and then somehow like he makes magic happen. But I think the point about the Weaver is true. Like it's very difficult for Pango to like run to Weaver's lane, roll up, and then look to do something. And then that I feel like every time when they make the Pango layer work, usually they manage to bring the two supports mid, snowball the game, and then like you're scared on both side lanes.
Well, we're going to find out what is happening in game number 2 as the draft for it is right around the corner. Climate Pledge Arena, Dota fans around the world, get ready.
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. Grand Finals, Game 2.
Welcome back to the draft panel, everybody. This is going to be game number 2 between Spirit and Gaming Gladiators. Game 1, Team Spirit kind of ran them over, I think is fair to say. So that begs the question, you know, the teams are feeling each other out. It's a best of 5. What is the adjustment going to be for Gaming? What would you like to see them do first?
Honestly, I would really like them to not target collapse as much in the bans. I think that they should play more to their strengths than what I felt was like a little bit of fear of the opponent. I feel like the Magnus ban was maybe a bit overboard. I'm not too sure. Maybe it has some scrimming experience for us or something. But I think Gaming's strength has always been playing through Quinn in the mid lane. And the way that you have to do that is that you need stronger side lane supports. They target their bans towards maybe a bit of Laurel, maybe a bit of the Spirit safe lane. I think they would rotate on mid a lot easier.
To me, it looked actually pretty decent at the beginning for Gaming Gladiators. Like, their lanes were not that bad. And as soon as Spirits start rotating super hard, like, and being super active, especially on Carry Weaver, like this 10-minute rotation, like, kind of break the game apart for Gaming Gladiators at that point. Maybe we were they should have not react to that at some point.
네, 스피릿은 똑같이 첸벤, 선픽, GG 진영 반대입니다.
Like, so we don't lose the phase of the game.
결국은 라일 주기 좋은 컨카 이렇게 밴을 시작하는 건데
looks true with these bans. Like they don't want Dyrachyo to play CK. They don't want him to play Weaver. He has played other heroes like Alchemist, Razor, but those are much later picks. And if they are on the first pick, by the way, Gaming Gladiators, they chose first pick this game. So
1픽에 항상 드라초 상성이 잡히든 말든 너는 나중에 게임 끝내러만 와라 이런 식으로 가니까.
I will take these away from you. These heroes, I don't play a lot of them, but I'll play them. I'll play them just as good as you, if not better, which is getting into your head for sure. But now you're in a situation where Dyrachyo, he's been playing a bunch of Weaver, a bunch of CK, and then later on the draft, this Alk gets banned. It has to be a perfect Razor game. I think Dyrachyo's been very key for Gaming Gladiators.
LG 상대로 쓴 전략이죠. 2, 3번 다 쓸 수 있는 푸비로 스타트. 퍼들 밴하면서.
against them a ton of games in this tournament, but obviously at some point it will make its way through. This is not the first time they get to play it on the main stage, and you know that's usually what happens when teams get all the way to the grand finals, is they just have so many good strategies that you pick your poison, right? And you see here Ace with a 3-1 scoreline on the
네, 스브 열려 있거든요.
You know, Spirit probably feeling pretty good about breaking his 0 loss streak on the Lone Druid. It was 4-0 before the last game. They took that one out. Now it's time to take out arguably maybe his second best hero of the tournament.
Yeah, I think that just speaks to the confidence of Team Spirit. I think last game they left the Pangolin in, they left the Lone Druid in. They will have something prepared for each of the heroes. Something to know is like, they've sort of been chilling for a bit. You know, they get to watch Gladiators play a lot of games. They're going to have the time to develop a counter strat for each one of these picks. I think what Fear said was right on the mark, like making sure that Dyrachyo doesn't play these aggressive carries and keeping off the Weaver and CK, it looks really good for him. So I think they'll continue to want to do the same line of thought, like just make sure that your
마그누스.
slow down. Ooh.
Oh.
And this was definitely a change that they made in the draft. They decided to collapse Magnus. We'll let it through. They played it only one single time at this TI, and that was in their last series.
아, 이거 무서워져요.
Madman on that series, doing what he was doing at TI10, just getting
지금 GG 머릿속으로 생각 많아질 것 같은데요. 1픽 마그.
If you do put this in the offlane,
전판에는 고려를 안 하고 싶어가지고 밴을 했었는데 1픽 마그 나오면은
but they played with a Shadow Demon last time. They just got a lot of stacks.
그나마 랄이 안 하기는 할 텐데.
The Shadow Demon, so Mag doesn't have that recovery option.
Yeah, Shadow Demon is one of the best heroes to counter Primal builds. Primal builds.
콜랩스 에이스 전매 특허인데 이런 그냥 든든한 영웅 챙기는데 이상하게 솔로킬 내는 하헌 마그 이런 걸로 갑자기 막 캐리 버려놓고 알아서 컬하고 다른 데 돌고 있으면 솔로킬이 나요 자꾸.
Is there anything else you think Gaming are debating here that could be an even more important ban? Like, you know, the classic, if you haven't watched Dota for a bit, you're like, oh, Magnus, now there's going to be an Empower carry. Is there anything that is a really strong Empower carry that's also good against Primal? No, it's going to be the Shadow Demon, so right on point there. What are you thinking for Spirit here? Are you
루나 생각하나요?
until the very end, or is there something valuable you could grab now against the Primal? And on top of that, do you expect this to go offlane even? Quinn has played Primal as well.
I would
야토로
probably think they wanna wait just
패보각
because
조금
there's that
보이는 것
potential of the
같아요.
flex.
마그누스와
I
함께.
think when you play with Magnus, you actually don't need to think about the empower too much. For example, you play some PA with Magnus, usually you actually still buy the Battle Fury, just because Dota's there's just a lot of camps. You don't want to make one of your other cores run to another core in order
패블?
just to empower you. I think right
흡이
now they
있을
should take
때는 좀 각을
given the
봐야
priorities
돼서.
right now they need something that does enough damage to kill it. I think
이제 패보는 크로노 깔 준비만 하면은 흡이 생각할 필요 없이 그냥 일방적으로 팰 수 있으니까. 그리고 야토로 잘하죠. 패블은 한 4픽쯤 상성을 더 보고 뽑을 것 같고.
A looks pretty interesting. Like, but
AA
it's also
살아있네.
need a good partner on lane because it's not the strongest laner, I guess, on easy lane. But Miposhka plays it very, very good, like on next level.
Vincent.
That's a 5 that is strong in lane, I've heard.
Are you gonna do a cringy mid?
They're gonna cringe the mid this one with Enchantress for sure. This is one of Miposhka's
인첸으로 딜 전략 똑같이 크린지 미드 한다고.
And I think when you do play a hero like Magnus, who will take a little more time, might be a little bit
Cringing
slower,
mi드.
having that early game pressure can help a lot. And we'll have to see. Like, I believe Varl probably still can play the Magnus.
자, 인첸 풀렉스에서 언제 나오나 했는데 갑자기 마구 튀어나와가지고 어떻게 할 거긴 했는데.
Will game and also
인첸
automatically think
퓨리언.
class as well, or are they gonna respect it and think that it could be a potential mid laner?
Yeah, I think Enchantress is also one of the supports that eventually you're actually the one who can kill the tanky heroes. Miposhka, he pretty much always plays for the Hurricane Pike plus Moonshard and BKB. Like I saw sometimes Seller, he's playing for like the Solar Crest Pipe, but I usually don't see Miposhka go for that type of build.
GG는 난전 메타로 가는 것 같아요.
I was reading over a breakdown of team farm distribution, and for Team Spirit, I think Miposhka has a higher average gold per game than Mira does, right? So it's clearly by design that they're giving Miposhka a lot of space in the game as a position 5, and obviously this, as you guys pointed out, can turn into a carry. Do you think there's like a specific type of 4 that is perfect for that mindset? That okay, if Ench needs to take some space,
그러니까 일반 영향 차이도 그렇고 어느 하나 확실히 이기기 위해서 난전 메타 찍힌 것 같아요. 오, 우에르타.
I think it's mostly Mira playstyle. Like we both share.
우에르타도 산 거 치고는 좀 늦게 나왔죠.
So it kind of looks like we're both playing 4 and 5 and even sharing.
우에르타 서폿으로 같이 돌기 정말 좋습니다.
I think any hero Mira gonna play.
캐리일 때는 모르겠어. 아무튼 마그 상대로도 침묵 좋고. 캐리로 해도 어쨌든 레인전 하는 데는 문제 없고. 그냥 터프로 보여주죠. 솔직히 이게 센데 너무 테크니컬해가지고 캐리로 그라츠한테 지워줘서 파밍 너무 느리다 보니까 또 나중에 와서 한타 참여하고 캐리 퍼포먼스로 한타 이겨야 되는 기라. GG 전략 생각하면은 터프 픽일 것 같아요. 4번.
Do you think there is going to be the necessity for Nature's Prophet maybe even to rotate? Like, how does this lane matchup go between what we're assuming is a 5-position Ench playing in the safe lane versus a 4 Muerta off lane? Is that
네, 패보 나왔습니다.
matchups that Muerta will struggle in?
그냥 무난하게. 조금 예상 가능한 픽이었고요. 이거는 퓨리온까지 나왔으니까 더더욱더 나중에 복귀 없어도 지나다닐 수 있고 더더욱더 이제 GG가 크로노 안에 박아놓을 수 있는 게 없죠. 뭐 자잘하게 뭐 공포 정도는 있는데 초반에 이거를 페보가 고려 안 하고 갈 것 같지는 않네요. 오, 그림스트로크.
And there's the Grimstroke that you were mentioning, Fear coming out. To be expected on Mira.
Great partner for Magnus, and overall it's pretty good hero against Primal Beast too. Overall, Void and Magnus is one of the best like partners, and
인첸 그림 이 둘이면은 미드 갱가서 돕기도 너무 좋고 마그 쪽이든 페보 쪽이든 3인도 타기도 너무 좋고요.
And I think if you're gaming gliders here, if you're fitting the bill of like needing a Dyrachyo as hero, the hero that kind of stands out the most that they're successful with this would be an Alchemist around this point. And a lot of the other heroes that he might want to go for, like the Razor, you're not going to pick that versus a Faceless Void. Potentially, if they want to, it could be an okay Wraith King game to carry. It would be a bit faster, so
I really like the Wraith King actually. I think it'd be really stable in lane. Right now, I think they should want something that they can leave alone in the safe lane. If you have the Wraith King in the safe lane, even if your lane starts to go slightly bad, you
아직
can just go to the
모르기는
back
해요.
lines and this allows
에이스일
for
수도
great
있고
plays. I think right now,
라츠일 수도
the
있고.
number one priority is making sure that their supports are freed up to rotate onto mid.
Will this fit the bill, though, for how Dyrachyo has been playing in your face, hitting these really fast timings and running at you? Definitely the same style as like an Alchemist, but probably comes on a little bit slower because you don't get that blink as early. But if he has a good laning stage, it could do what they need to do.
Are we getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here? Is this guaranteed to be carry Wraith King? We've seen Gaming Gladiators put the off lane and they could put the primal mid. I feel like the flex is still there. What would you guys rather like to see if you were in their shoes right now? Do you think the Wraith King 1 or the 3 fits the bill better here?
I'd be really happy with the Primal Beast on 3 and Wraith King on 1.
오프밴을 하면은 캐리가 뚫리고 캐리밴을 하면 오프가 뚫리고 그러면서 에이스 픽이라면 미드가 뚫리죠. 그냥 모아놨을 때 제일 어려운 거 뽑는 게 맞는 것 같아. 대보 뽑았으니까 판고는 필요 없고 타이밍 영웅이 날게.
They did ban it, so they are
thinking that it can be an offlane Wraith King in mid primal.
Yeah, we can still pick.
필승 그냥 후반 캐리 게임으로 가려면 다른 타이밍 잡는 영웅이 뭐가 있을까요? 본인들이 막픽이라 미드 상성은 가져갈 수 있거든요. 누가 나오든.
The most punishing hero for a faceless void in the laning stage as
well. 시간 얼마 안 남았습니다. 드루 타이밍.
Really greedy if it's an offlaner, which would give you more space technically as a carry to make things happen. But a lot of the good ones that can be faster are probably just going to get removed.
This is quite a rare sight in the last phase, right? To see a team ban one carry and one offlaner. I think most of the time you kind of commit to the one idea, okay, this is the biggest threat, is that they put the heroes in this way. But the way Spirit seems to be approaching this is these are the two specific heroes that cause the most problem for our Faceless Void, it seems like. Do you guys think this Lone Druid ban would have been, or this Lone Druid would have been a really big problem for their safe lane to deal with?
I feel like that should have been a Spectre maybe, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I also watching a Spectre and I felt to point it out, like it might give the tempo what we needed because we
이게 망령 오프면은 그림스트로크랑 페보랑 우리 그냥 겟털 수도 있거든. 인체는 아니어도. 그래서 굳이 뽑지는 않을 거야. 그림스트로크가 그냥 4번이어도 그냥 건너와서 스킬 하나 걸어주고 집에 가도 질 수밖에 없어. 인보커 밴. 헉인가요?
These actually are two pretty decent mid bans for Primal as well. Both Necromorph and Invoker I think
아니면은
are pretty good matchups for some.
수비여서 밴인가? 확실하진 않아서.
Just the Invoker ban protecting against the EMP for the Wraith King regardless of role.
모플링.
Well, this hero is like pretty decent in lane versus Magnus because you can match his humongous base damage. There's really no kill threat as well with a Magnus against the Morphling, so that does help a lot. And of course, the attribute shift will help if you get Chronosphered. But this hero is slow, and this is not how Gaimin has been winning most of their games.
이긴 것 같은데 벌써부터. 미드에 데미지 버스 조금만 더 챙기면 될 것 같아요. 크론 안에 넣을 수 있는 걸로. 판고 그렇게 쓰는 거 아니다. 와, 시거를 판고를 가져오네요, 라리. 어플링이 요즘 파밍도 느리고 성장도 느리고 데미지 아웃풋도 야토로가 어제였죠. LGD 개박살 낸 그런 게임처럼 가지 않는 이상 어려움이 많은데 그러니까 퀸페 예상했거든 나도. 퀸페나 퍽 이런 거 예상했는데 이번에 마그 패보다 보니까 데미지 모자랄 걱정은 좀 없거든요. 그래서 퍽, 퀸페, 버스 조금 더 하겠다. 퀸페, 침묵 활용해서 운영 조금 더 해보겠다. 그런 퍽이었는데
Thank you very much. Yes, I am joined by CY of Gaimin Gladiators. A tough game one, but whenever these post-game discussions happen, you're obviously being able to say everything that we see, the entire game. Your players only have half the information. So whenever you're debriefing, do you spend much time telling them this is why things went wrong based off of all the information I have? Or do you mainly focus on, forget about it, here's what we're going to do for game two?
It depends a bit. Sometimes you need to readjust like how you value certain heroes, for example in the draft. But it also depends a bit on lanes. Let's say the lanes go bad. Okay, it's reset, go next game, right? You don't want to be too affected by it. It also depends, like this tournament I can hear the communication. So I can hear it's like chill still, like we're like not stressed or anything like that. So I don't really need to do any work in that regard. So I kind of consider what I have to say and what I don't have to say, and then take it from there.
How about the lanes for this game? We got good expectations on how the first 7 minutes are going to go for you?
I have good expectations, so I hope my boys can live up to it.
I hope you guys are up for it also, because we're getting ready for game number 2.
This game needs to start off very well for Gaming Gladiators, because while this may be a best of 5, this game too feels particularly important, Avery. I mean, last game, Spirit, they took your best trait, your speed, took it away from you and turned it right back around. They ended that game so fast.
And this time they're going to take the late game and the scale, right? Void, Magnus. This is a lineup that is very happy to go into that late game. And particularly when you have Yatoro
자,
and his face is void, it is a
게임
fearsome
섭니다.
beast.
펄랩스 마그가 뭘 보여줄지.
TI6, TI5 era,
오,
people were
깊구나.
developing the Magnus. Wings Gaming were a team that took this strat all the way to the grand finals.
여기 스몰 캠프라서 인첸 견제거든요. 근데 저기는 센트리로 맞고 보통은 제 마우스 보이나 모르겠는데 여기 있는 미들 캠프를 보통 옵저버로 막아서 여기 옵저버 막아도 막혀 있으면 뚫리는데, 그러니까 저쪽은 비교적 덜 가니까 늦게 사라지는데 저기에 저렇게 막아두면은 분명히 알아요. 네, 공짜로 줄 가능성이 좀 있습니다.
Well, I mean, the right kind of performance on a TI final, that could change the entire narrative about his Morphling. He's going to try and do just that by taking away,
진짜 모플링
down Yatoro's Faceless Void. But there's also some other notable heroes. I feel like we focused a lot on Yatoro in that last game for a good reason. He had a monster performance, but there's also some other big ones here.
봐야 알 것 같아.
I'm looking at that Maposhka Enchantress, man. I feel like this is
그러니까 어제 야토로처럼 쉐을 쓰고 들어가가지고 톡탁톡탁 쳐가지고 뒤에 자르고 지나가고 막 그럴 수 있을까?
We saw the way that Chen worked for Gaming Gladiators.
무리일 것 같아요. 그래서 룬툴들
both these teams really highly value and contest. It's a hero that's been banned against Gaming a lot, so they opted to take it away here. It's also a hero that can deal pretty well with Primal Beast in those mid games with the Enchant ruining his charge in. I don't know, when I saw that Ench come out, it gave them the tempo they needed with a Magnus opener to feel really good about it, so they just don't fall behind too much on the lanes. And
슬로우도 추가하면서
to push it under the tower here to try and secure the equilibrium. Very heads up play. Dyrachyo read it, got a block of his own, and it will end up outside the tower.
똑같죠?
So nice heads up play by Dyrachyo to counteract that, as they're going to start 3 top. Maybe looking for a cheeky kill on the Furion, who's
멜로리 근데 지금 TP 뺐는데요? 좀 불안하죠, 위치.
An interesting idea, but they quickly abandoned that as Celery waves goodbye to the Enchantress as Maposhka heads back down to that bottom lane, which is going to be Ace and Tofu in the Muerta plus Wraith King, the double undead hero against the Faceless Void of Yatoro. And then Enchantress.
A very deadly lane as well. We've seen a lot of like the Wraith King Dark Willow come back. That was a classic a couple of TIs ago.
레이스킹이랑 무엘타랑 같이 있으면은 콤보가 좀 쉽기는 하겠네요. 스턴, 데드샷, 침묵하면서.
Very high kill threat on this lane and a lot of pushing power if you start to run away with it. So this is an off lane for Gaimin. They want to go very well. They want Ace to drive the tempo and the objective control of the game, which is something he didn't get to do last time because Team Spirit brought the gank parade to him, right? So that's a big question as well. Do Spirit decide to commit the same resource into shutting Ace down this time around?
레인지 2개 디나이 되네요.
Inadvertently free up more room for Dyrachyo
좀
on a
크죠,
hero
그건?
that I feel like has a better time this game than the Gyro did in that last one. It's a stronger hero in the meta.
오, 네. 밑보시카 때렸어요.
Yep, already on the board.
Yeah, you said this combo
ELL 콤보 들어갔죠?
any sort of forward position that can output some good damage off that Rayfire blast. You got to be careful if you're a support in lane. Gaming Gladiators will find the opening kill.
And this early game is going to be a question for Gaimin in terms of how much they get out of it, because they have the Furion that can TP, accelerate the lane ganks. They have a Primal Beast who can just gobble up runes, gank side lanes very early. He is the king of it. Maybe not a hero we've seen Quinn play a lot, but one he is
마지막 결승 SO5의 게임 2.
So this could be an incredibly fast early game just in terms of the gank potential, not necessarily just taking your towers, which is also a reason if that Wraith King lane goes really well for Gaming, it's a lane they can easily
그다음에 삼겹살? 내가 돈이 어디 있어? 돈 줘.
The heal too much, and now they're going to turn back around with the
뽀프
Nature's
잡히나요? 스펠 다 빠지긴 했는데요. 임표시카도 회복 중. 그냥 거기까지만.
as he heads back in, but Yatoro doesn't want to miss his CS. Right now, lanes are going
내가 돈을 어디서 만들어? 돈 줘. 책상 주문해줘. 가구 주문해줘. 오, 네, 위포시카. 위포시카 조금 불안했죠? 아, 저것도 근데 뽑아지네. 매혹이 가능했네요. 아, 물론 가능은 한데 하는 거 처음 봤어. 이게 조종은 못 하다 보니까. 망령 Q 쓰면은 그게 타겟 조종이 되나 지금? 조종이 되네. 매혹으로 깔면. 스턴 먼저 들고요. 마운스 끌고 나와서 마무리. 콜랩스.
You throw that ink swell on the Magnus. He pulls you closer with the shockwave. You get hit by the stun, and then that stun leads into a free skewer back. So even underneath your tower, you are not safe.
And the Grimshark could be really nice this game as well. Just
얘 보면은 가끔 있는데 인파워 없이 가면 은근 매직 데미지가 커요. 큐도 말렙이면 300이고 꿰뚫기가 200 몇인가 그 정도 되거든요. 은근히 버스트가 큽니다. 상대가 몸이 약하고 탈출기 없고 그러면은 평타로 괴롭히기보다는 그러니까 힘들면 오히려 인파워고 만만하면은 그냥 스킬로 잡을만 하거든요. 한동안 했었어. 이 많이 뽑았네요. 근데 룬 차이 나서 뭐 큰 문제 안 되죠. 오히려 디나이.
It's pretty rare you get 3 range creeps being pushed into the tower. Lara will clean it all up. No roam coming in early here.
이게 네크로였으면은 이득으로 이어질 것 같은데 이득이 되진 않아요. 그리고 너무 깊은데요. 오히려 스턴 다 왔어요. 끊어냈거든요. 퀸 타워 안에서. 아이고. 다이브를 치면은 토프가 더 들어올 수 없어요. 퀸이 이런 거 보면은 진짜 잘하는 애들 사이에서는 탑급이 아니야. 스틱 있고요.
They wanted to be able to punish the fact that Mira had to TP into that mid lane, but couldn't quite finish the job.
It's a game about pressure. Every time one of these supports makes a move, you need to create the pressure.
진짜 탑급이라고 하면 역시 지난 드림리그에서 야토로 침묵 계속 추가된 오우야 살았어요. 아원이 돌아오죠. 그리고 마무리 오히려 네 인포시카의 킬 그리고 6레벨 찍혔습니다. 셀러리. 오 셀러리 그거 조절 잘하긴 했네요. 그래도 킬로 이어집니다. 랄 크는 게 더 어려울 것 같은데 이거 킬 하나 따는 것보다는. 이번 게임 디퓨저 너무 크거든요 효과가. 아무튼 팀 얘기로 돌아가서 드림리그에서 툰드라가 잠깐 준결승에서 나이트펄이랑 탑슨이 스탠드인 뛴 적이 있었잖아요. 그때 탑슨이 푸비하고 퀸이 퀸패 해가지고서는 솔킬 6렙 전에 3번 난다 2번 난다 그랬고 그 다음에도 퀸이 허스카 뽑아왔었는데 일단 썼습니다. 잡아낼 수 있을 것 같아요. 근데 끌고 갈 생각인가요? 네. 어우 타워 끌려 들어갈까봐 킬로 이어지지 않았네요. 아무튼 탑슨이 미드 차이를 보여줬었거든 1대1 상에서는. 그때 이후로는 GG가 더 도와줘. 그 전까지는 이오 같은 거 뽑아서 미드 크고 나면 같이 놀자라는 느낌이었는데 그 게임 이후로 그러니까 두 번째 메이저쯤이었죠. 그때부터는 진짜 완전 미드 키우기로 바뀌더라고. 실버론 미라 근데 이거 네 잘못하면 죽을 수도 있을 것 같아요.
More times than not, it seems like Nature's Prophet tries to make that kind of move. He just walks into a trap.
맞아 이거 봤습니다. 센트리 들고 왔나요? 네, 센트리. 지금 저렇게 박으면은 보여주는 셈이죠. 위에 와드가 언제 박혔는지 지금 화면에 안 나왔는데 그리고 네 와드 알아요.
So that ability no longer there with the 2 support rotations. It's easy to kill Laurel.
그리고 이거죠.
Exactly what they're looking
GG의
for.
메인 전략.
Find the calling dead shot with this primal
크린징
beast.
미드.
Anybody goes down to it at this point. And this is where you
서포
want
또
to
불러와가지고 해줘 합니다.
in a position where you can just guarantee the power runes for Quinn and get the connections going and hopefully lead to like
미드가
jungle invasion, right? Because the one thing
못
you have to think about
이기겠다고
with Magnus is
해줘.
stacks. And if their carry just gets to sit in triangle and double ancients and clear through them at that point in time, the earlier you take down these tier 1s, the earlier you get aggressive obs out, the happier you're going to be.
하이블룬 헤이스트 아케인이었거든요. 이게 문제입니다 가끔 보면은. 근데 롤링 선더 콜랩스 잡혔고요. 근데 목숨 교환되겠죠. 레벨 차이가 나가지고 이거 마그 레벨은 좀 아깝더라도 이득이에요. 팀적으로는 Not real hero.
That's one of those situations you almost rather take the haste rune. It's so damn good on your hero. Collapse will suicide himself.
에서들까지 퀸 매기는 중입니다.
Kind of have to be careful with those skewers against the primal beast. That kind of movement could be deadly.
Look at this, just a quick rotation on the supports. Power of Enchantress, early creep takes down 2/3 of this tier 1 mid. Yeah. Didn't even feel like that was a real move, but they still got a lot of this tier 1 damage out from it. Once again, it's Gaimin responding to some early objective pressure. The whole time this is happening,
라리 1등 끊지 않은 장면입니다 이것도.
He's not the one getting ganked or killed by the calling here. Very happy with that. Ace not able to force him off lane yet. However, Gaimin doing a bit of stacking.
이런 거 만들어서 다 퀸 먹이죠
That's
지금.
something they took out of that game 1, right? Like you go in game 1, you try and run Spirit over. Instead, they run you over. Okay, this is not a team we're going to beat in 20 minutes. Not a team we're going to beat in 25. Maybe we go back to some of our other tricks, other things up our sleeve, like the efficiency on the map. Yeah, this is a team that is stacked their whole.
마그 왔다 갔다 하고 그러느라 그리고 공격이랑 공속 차이도 나고 비교적 낮은 편이거든요 지금. 빌드를 선대고 가나요 그냥? 인파워 레벨 찍히고 있습니다. 에이스 일단은 부활 글쎄요.
Brother against brother here. Whose skeletons are better? Well, right now.
퀸 바로 걸렸어요. 침묵거리긴 했는데 퀸 잉크스 오 공포 너무 잘 넣어줘요 토프가. RP 마무리 크로노 빠지고요. 요 그림스트로크 스턴을 살짝 뺏어갔죠 오플링이. 그것 때문에 빠졌고요. 그리고 콜랩스 한 번 더 넣어줍니다. 로 계속 추가. 내가 라라한테 붙어가지고 스턴 추가. 드라초 빠질 수 있나요? 웨이브폼 돌아오긴 했는데 반대편으로. 네, 게임 3 기다리면 될 것 같습니다. 항구는 이렇게 쓰는 거다. 기다렸다가 잘 낚아서 들어갔습니다. 반반 갈 줄 알았는데 하나도 안 잡혔어요 이거를. 뭔가 좀 더 소모될 줄 알았거든. 어이구야 스턴군에 연결되어 야토로 데미지 아파가지고 살짝 뺐죠.
The combinations they haven't been exactly on point for Gaimin. This will give a really nice bump to Laurel, who is just.
살짝 애매하게 빠지면서 이거 어떻게 되나 했는데 마그가 갑자기 TP 도착해서 위에서 RP 받고 시작해가지고 예상 이상이었습니다 결과가.
Back to clearing some stacks, and net worth still looking pretty good for Gaimin, but the fights are just not going their way.
Particularly when you know the Wraith King wants to rush this Radiance as quick as possible, which means an Ag Shard, he really doesn't want to have to buy that until at least after the Radiance. There's definitely a timing here where this Pango could punish Ace heavily.
그러니까 디퓨 나옵니다.
Especially since it's just done. This is 11:30 Arcane Boost Defusal. This is crazy fast. In a game where they
아케인 디퓨.
to not have the freest time, right? Up against the Primal Beast with a Furion who can.
근데 판고가 너무 커서 지금 GG가 판고한테 센 게 없거든요. 아예 다 쏟아 넣어가지고 잡을 수 있으면 모르겠는데.
And stop it immediately, right?
Look what's waiting for him. Some good old stacks for the mag lineup. This is another.
야토로 어이구야. 인파워 저거 잘 적용됩니다. 그 데미지만큼 튕기기는 하는데 방역 평타에 전부 다 인파워 붙어가지고 은근 세요.
So they're going to be looking to take a fight. It's also going to be the blink timing for Collapse. He's going to finish this off.
블링크 나왔습니다. 아무튼 야타로 데미지는 그렇다 치는데 지금 당장 망령도 데미지가 없고 흡입밖에 없거든요. GG도. 네, 스모그 풀렸어요. 살짝 숨어있어. 지금 시야로 보고 있으니까 미포시카 살아갑니다. 공짜 스모크였습니다.
As a result, that's going to be yet another rotation that fails. One way or another, Gaming Gladiators, whether it's running into a 5-stack of Team Spirit and they lose the fight, or the smoke
미라 샤드 사죠.
out for them. So much of their early aggression with this Primal Beast has been completely stymied, and now Team Spirit are sitting in a pretty
네, 그냥 지나가는
position,
거예요.
I would say.
파밍
The
중.
net worth is dead even. But it does feel like Team Spirit have answered Gaming Gladiators
기다리고
and all
있어요,
the moves they
콜랩스.
wanted to make early.
I mean, there's a lot of Magnus teams over the history of TI. I think all of them will say, if you are even at the 15-minute mark with a mag lineup, you're winning the game. Like you're happy because you know this game is
마그너스로 수입을 비빈다? 그러면 이긴 거지. 마그도 파밍 잘해, 캐리도 파밍 잘해, 다 같이 파밍 잘할 거라. 선 침묵으로 스타트 끊습니다. 그냥 밀면서 마무리.
That can also happen.
Yeah, this is the move the Gaming Gladiators. They were trying to play off this, being able to
네,
get
미드
numbers,
뚫렸어 지금.
right? Like the Primal Beast and the Nature's Prophet.
맵 열려서 이제부터는 야토로가 오프 파밍을 치면 되는 거고, GG는 그거를 찾아 들어가려면은 나머지를 뚫고 들어가야 되는데 이게 어려워요.
You get deep wards up, it's going to set up for your next play, and then your economy is just going to explode. And
이쪽 와드가 야토로가 계속 올지 모르겠네. 일단 야토로 TPBC 하나 먹읍시다. 야토로 미드로 크로노 돌리러 오는 것 같아요. 오히려
Seller's going to be a force to be reckoned with, and he can continue to shove these waves in as well. As Spirit continue to play this game slow, continue to farm up Laurel with their Empower going to work. But that is a successful move for Game in a period where
그죠? 지금 야토로 그냥 오프 언덕 쪽으로.
We'll have to settle for some farm.
Find an interesting note, there's just no hand of Midases in this game. Wraith King, Faceless Void, both heroes that have bought it throughout this tournament sometimes, but feels like as the tournament's gone on, particularly probably because the way the Gaming Gladiators has stomped through some games, there are teams who've been a bit wary about picking up that greedy item.
I mean, Midas is a crutch item, let's be honest. You know, Midas is an item for, you know, the bottom 14 teams. It's not really a grand final item, you know.
미나스는 하위 14팀용 아이템이다.
You don't need the extra DPM. You're going to collect it off your enemies here.
돈은 상대한테서 따면 된다. 아이고야.
Something with this blinker. Maybe he's just happy empowering his other cores and letting them take the bulk of the net worth. Yatoro still pretty much untouched during this period. He's just going Mask Madness into the Maelstrom, Empower on top of it. I mean, this Void is going to keep up and farm, even with a Radiant Skeleton King.
현재 많이 먹여놨는데 꼴찌입니다. 에이스 키우기에서 그렇죠. 발견. 오, 네.
It's essentially there to grab him. Mira can stop some of this though. Throws out in silence. Thinks well.
오, 마무리했어. 오, 마무리. 오, 뭐죠 근데 랄? 딥샷. 오, 서시버클론 실수였던 것 같은데 이게 삽니다. 와. 좀 너무 컸어 혼자. 잘하는 게 아니라 실수를 연발했는데 살 정도로 너무 컸어요 지금. 격차가 너무 심합니다. 크로노 오우와 그냥 최대 범위에서 RP 그냥 박아 넣습니다. 마무리. 콜랩스 에킬. 확실히 하는 거죠. 결국은 GG 드라츠한테 어려운 역할 맡겨놓고 나머지 이득 보려는 게 나머지 이득이 이득으로 안 이어져요. 근데 머플링은 저렇게 잡는 게 맞아요. 크로노로 안 끝나는 게 아쉽긴 하겠죠. 여기서 게임 살짝 슬로우 살아갑니다. 밀포시카가 잡혔네. 와드 하다가.
Yeah, he's got to back away. They showed so many heroes up there killing Miposhka earlier. Miposhka, again, continued to play very aggressively. I mean, the Treant Protector, he was on Game and Gladiator side of the map.
모플링 위로 올라갔죠, 페보. 퀸 스택이랑 엄청 먹이고 퀸 서폿이랑 같이 돌고 그러는데 하밍을 에이스가 하는 게임이라 그런지 특히 더 수입 바닥입니다.
Particularly when the chrono and the RP are down. This is where Gaimin can pretty much run the game to the map, choose which objective they want and claim it for free. There's no way you're fighting them without those big ults off cooldown or without collapse being
그리고 다시 끌 뭐야?
Up into the TP point from Quinn. Collapse. As long as he keeps the damage on him, he's not going to be able to
마무리
walk away,
퀸.
and Quinn will finish the job.
모플링 같은 거 할 때 이런 장면들 나오죠. 모플링 로빅 끌어갔더니 다시 끌려 나가는 거.
You need to be able to pull off some solo moves like that
and create the pressure that's going to create openings elsewhere. And suddenly Dyrachyo, this stolen in power is pretty damn nice. He can throw
아른블킹.
the Raid King, he can throw it on the Primal, especially bonus damage on Primal.
FV가 불매가 없어서 그런가?
That is something we
그냥
can see a lot
깡불킹인
in
것
this fight.
같은데.
Probably going to be the best steal for Dyrachyo outside of maybe time dilation thrown back against Team Spirit, or just creating his own Grimstroke.
깡불킹이 약간 미래를 땡겨 쓰는 느낌이거든요. 미포시카. 뒤에 뭐가 많아요. 바로 공 풀렸고요. 공 안 썼죠. 이제 불킹 쓰기는 하는데 문제는 나머지가 없어요 지금. 마나 다 나가나가요. 마무리. 럴이 다 해줍니다. 이거 야토로 때리고 오 공포까지 연결 다 되긴 했는데 이거 에이스 죽게 되겠죠. 그래도 마나 충분히 많았고요. 공포 플랩스 네 들어가지 않냐. 여기까지만. 이게 상대 시야가 없다 보니까 불킹 켜고 공 쓰기엔 좀 그러긴 했어. 프비 입장에서 어쩔 수 없긴 했는데 그게 어쨌든 손해로 이어졌죠. 우추불킹이라 특히 그랬을 거야. 상대 아무도 안 보이고 서포트 하나인데 서포트 하나 겟거니 그럴 수밖에 없었죠. 제재는 박살내거나 모플링이 크거나인데 박살 당하고 모플링이 못 크면 게임 끝났죠 뭐. 이게 에이스 2 캐리 운영이 미래? 보험이 없어 보험이. 서폿에 뭔가 다른 게 있으면 모르겠는데 오우야 토멘트 그냥 쓱 가져가네요 순식간에. 야토로 그냥 들어가는데 막 별 의미는 없어요. 뭐 표련이 여기 와가지고 할 수 있는 것도 별로 없고. 나무는 왜 깠나요? 그냥 까봤나요? 근데 아군 오거든요. 야토로 오 야토로 잡혔어요. 이렇게 되면 콜랩스가 좀 애매해지네요. RP 하지만 스턴 이거 드라초가 만들어주네요. 근데 이거 락한테까지 들어가는 거 맞나요? 조금 불안하게 치는데.
That is the power of stolen time dilation plus the time walk, right? Infinite chase potential. Suddenly, Faceless Void can't do the same back, and
드라초가 한 건.
can play at that game. Yatoro, I can get aggressive too and make it work. Just creates an opening out of nothing there off a chase that fell.
이거는 질질 쫓기는 상황이었어서 TP가 있었나? 확인은 안 됐어. 선 맞았을 때 TP로 빠졌으면 별 문제 없었는데 지금 이거를 꼭 리플레이로 가려줬어야 됐나? 아무튼 저 위에서 TP로 뺐으면 괜찮았을 것 같은데 GG가 아예 팀콜이 있었겠죠? 끝까지 들어가자고.
Yeah, it actually just leads Gaming Gladiators into more opportunities, perhaps.
That Ags.
GG가 1K 앞섭니다. 여전히 한타 능력 생각하면은 스피릿이 압도적인 것 같긴 한데 와 근데 미포시가 진짜 인첸 진짜 어이가 없습니다. 샤드
That's pretty funny. I think that the Mira 1, Grimstroke, that's so much better for them. Hard Dispel to be able to help save this Pango or this Faceless Void when they need it most.
이거는 큰데요, 판고.
Too much firepower some of these times.
너무 신났었나 봅니다. 역시 가짜 히로는
He's just swarming forward, seeing if there's anybody else to be able to catch deep on Team Spirit's side of the map. And this is the part where
안 그래도 스킬 좀 기다려야 됐었거든요.
The momentum is beginning to play against them.
This is where the map becomes difficult. You have Skeleton shoving in one wave. You have
아 근데 작살 곧
all the
나오네.
lanes. The Morphline's not afraid to show right now. He has Manta Illusions on top of it, and the Primal, if he's in the
이거 약간 그 그림 그려지지 않아요? 마그가 모플링 끌고 쓱 끌고 들어갔더니 웨이브 폼으로 나오고 그러면은 그 위에 같이 마음이 끌려간 지지가 오 거의 올림픽이에요 이거. 공포 안 맞았습니다. 오우야. TP out, TP out. 오 스턴. 잡아내네요. 아무튼 마음이 끌려간 지지가 모플링 끌려가니까 쫓아가다가 다 같이 끌어맞는 그런 그림이 약간 보이는 것 같기도 해.
So he can't really deal with time dilation in the fight if it comes out. This is a very aggressive item. He can lock people down, guarantee the skewer better. But if the fight starts on him, it could backfire. And Quinn's still working towards that heart. So game is looking for the next big damage items that are going to let them ramp this game up. And of course,
이게 그나마 이제 네.
He's the big objective
블링크?
driver. So if he decides that they need to force tier 2, go for Roshan, where they want to fight and how.
토프가 침묵이 있어가지고 그걸로 마그를 끊어볼 수 있을까요? 근데 루비급이 아니면은 좀 어려워.
They get the right kind of opening, they could translate this into a quick rotate.
Exactly. They're looking at the corner of the map, so anybody that dies down here,
이거 다 빠지는데 로션으로 그냥 이어가요. 1분이면 네, 안 가나요?
They look inside, see if it's actually Gaimin who's taking that Roshan. That's going to be pretty tough to deal with you, Toro. With that shard jumping around with Inkswell on top of him, so even if you catch him midway through his time walk and stop him from leaping back into play, there is that Dispel that can come out.
That's why you want to create a situation where he has to choose between chronoing the front line in the Heart Primal or, you know, the Wraith King with 2 lives.
If they make this move fast enough, it could be massive for Gaming Gladiators.
로션 남은 30차에 잡아지나요? 조금 불안한 것 같은데. 방금 바로 시작했으면 괜찮았겠지만 지금은 괜찮네요. 스캔 되고요. 빠집니다. 스모크. 아 근데 가지고 있어요. 체력 봤죠? 네. 불킹 빠졌습니다. 퀸 이거 억지로 들어오는 가야 되는데 타임 딜레이션. 루트 근데 마그 RP 박아 넣었는데 드라치오. 아 큰일 났어요. 뭐라는 했는데 롤링선 더 부르죠. 크로노 막히면서 이거 퀸이 팀 낚아버렸다. 불킹 때문에 아까워가지고 들어가다가 불킹 아까워서 들어가다가 모플링이랑 다 같이 들어가 버렸어. 콜랩스 잡았으면은 그래도 2대3 정도의 교환으로 끝났을 것 같은데.
It's gonna switch the sides, so they're gonna have to run up top. They might not have enough time before Gaming respawn. I mean, you gotta remember they can team.
이거 불킹 그냥 뺀 걸로 참지. 상대 샷 뻔히 있을 텐데 그거를. 이거 불킹 뺐을 때 이거 들어가 버렸죠. 꼴이 어떻게 고르는 건지 모르겠는데 그냥 얌전히 뺐으면 다 같이 아무 일 없었어요. 불킹 없이 못 싸우거든요. 불킹 있어도 어려운데 불킹 없으면 더더욱더 문제예요. 아, 근데 녹이기에는 마그가 작살에 뭐 아이템이 너무 많이 나와가지고 튼튼해요. 불킹도 곧 나옵니다. 마그 피통 자체가 역시 전직 힘캐는 힘캐라. 네, 로샤는 지금 지지가 챙기나요?
Not gonna find it, clear the wave, but this
오,
contest
챙기나요?
all on Laurel with Rolling Thunder. Maybe they can take the fight afterwards.
오, 챙겼어요.
With this Inkswell, he tries to jump in, see if they can get the skewer pick off. No such luck.
그리고 그나마 스피릿 스킬 없으니까 이제 안전하게 빠집니다.
They know Team Spirit are bold enough to make a move like that. They respect it. Now back away.
이건 GG가 전략 잘 잡았죠.
Try and get his farm into the Silver Edge, which is a great way to.
근데 크로노랑 RP 빠졌으니까 들어가 보자.
That Grimstroke is a big problem for them.
It is. The Link and the Dispel off the Swell are both really nice here, especially when you just throw the Cell onto the Faceless Void or the Magnus. They get a free jump, and if they get stunned, you just bail them out, right? I think we're going to see that the whole game. It's going to make sure that both Collapse and Yatoro can hold their BKBs or the Manta for as long as they want here, and Mira can bail them out. Of course, you can also just
이게 샤드가 그림 샤드가 스트롱 디스페이라 뭐 아이템 쓰는데 좀 여유가 있어요. 스피릿. 불킹 조금 더 아껴봐도 되는 거고.
Hurricane Pike for Miposhka. So the damage
아가님 나오네요, 랄.
here for Spirit as they're gonna spread it across.
키는 곧 하트. 아, 랩차가 좀 더 크네 이건. 딴 것보다도. 18렙이랑 차이가 나가지고.
And that pushes the question back to game in terms of how are you scaling in this game, right? Because right now you have an Aegis, you have a Morphling pushing towards Silver Edge.
그러니까 또 에이스.
Hit his BKB timing here.
근데 에이스를 제일 많이 먹이긴 했어요 일부러. 드라초가 힘든 라인 섰으니까.
Fighting items coming out all in the same interval here for game, and you would really like a good team fight out of this. Especially if the Chrono or the RP gets wasted, or if you trade an Aegis for it, you might be okay with that in the long run. You can at least find something on the backside. Because right now, you're looking at Yatoro. He has a Manta. That's it. He did not go for a BKB on the Faceless Void this game. He's just hyping up the damage here, abusing the fact he has Empower. Gonna go for a later Lincoln Sphere, but it will be collapsed with that BKB. So it's a
하는 거죠,
question
많다로.
to start off. And maybe the Silver Edge is gonna give Dyrachyo the option to put his aggression to use and just start on a support, start on a core, give the vision for a Wraith King jump. Vision means everything here for Gladiators as they try and take these next few fights.
Yeah, which means Miposhka is a particular nuisance to them. As he once again
역으로 노려봐요 시야하긴. 끌고 불킹 키려고 얻어맞아 죽죠. 아, 근데 살아갈까요? 살짝 셀러리 올링 선더. 오, 오버실 도팅 살짝. 네, 크로노 안 씁니다. 근신 지금 코어만 있어서 쫓아가기 어려워요.
Glimmer Cape posing problems for Dyrachyo as well, and just can't see anything to hit. And Team Spirit able to disengage after that.
지금 일방적입니다. 불킹 없어요. 오, 네.
Looks for it with the Chronosphere. They were so grouped up on Gaming Gladiators, but he doesn't have the vision. He's now been grabbed. He's been time dilated.
많다. 근데 이게 밑으로 타이워크. 아이고야. 뱅궁이 바뀝니다. 이게 아이기스랑 부활 때문에 안 들어가죠. 미라 커리어가 좀 이상한 데서 죽긴 했는데 여기 콜렉스가 끌고 왔어요. 크로노 서포트 아이기스 뽑고요. 부활까지 뽑고요. 더 들어갈 수 있나요? 근데 야토로 한번 빠집니다. 묶어주네요 이거. 서폿이 하나 해줍니다. 이거 근데 랄이 판고가 옛날 그 판고가 아니라서 일단 서폿은 잡았는데 뭐 할 수 있나요? 뒤쪽에서 서폿 잡힌다는데 드라초 잡혔어요. 이렇게 다시 돌고 그나마 라디 데미지로 콜랩스 잡히네요. 결국은 브레이킹이 필요하지 않았을까 싶네요. 이렇게 되면 해버가
And of course, you had the Aegis on Dyrachyo, the Reincarn on Ace, and Quinn just abusing this heart regen on the backside of that fight.
3대 4 교환 바이백 하나. 아이기스랑 부활까지 뽑긴 했는데 부활은 뭐 돌아오는 거고. 이게 약간 준비 안 된 상태로 시작한 것 같죠. 야토로가 다시 내려가거나 했었어야 될 것 같은데 바이백하고 속박이 좀 컸어요. 이게 예전 판고였으면 방금 거기서 셋 뭉쳐있는 순간 판고 무적 상태였는데 사실상
entire time. And I thought Laurel was maybe gonna
일방적으로 톡톡톡톡 치면서 만화 깎고 잡는 그런 장면이었는데 그게 안 됐죠. 지금의 판고는 그런 게 안 됩니다.
How much damage they do while Team Spirit is dead. But the fact that Morphling is gone, there goes a decent amount of their pushing power and threat for the high ground. Instead, it's the Furion and the Skeletons that push
웃음이
out.
나와요 지금 스피릿. 솔직히 할만하다고 느끼거든요. 방금 이제 부활에 아이기스에 별거 다 하고서는 그 정도였으니 아이기스 없이 싸우면 확실히 이길 거라는 생각일 것 같습니다. 오, 네, 미라 조금 위험해요. 오우야, 이거 보니까 죽을 뻔.
And think about when you commit the Chrono or the RP, because it's not so straightforward anymore. You can play off some Pangolier pokes, but the damage in the front line is coming through for Gaimin right now, and a lot of it does come down.
이제 가장 중요한 거는 아이기스 없는 드라초가 한타 제대로 수행 가능한가. 아이기스 있어도 두 번 그렇게 빠르게 죽었는데 두 번 없어도 가능한지.
If that happens, so much of your DPS goes out the window. Suddenly that long fight is no longer favorable for you.
It's so wild to me how much Yutoro trusts his team in this situation. I feel like so many other carries, especially carries in this tournament, would have gone for BKB to help protect themselves, but he seems to just fully trust that Mira is going to be able to back him up, right?
이게 스턴이라고 할 수 있을 만한 게 거의 없기는 해요.
He's gonna buy a BKB. Haven't been watching this man.
He's going to go for Scotty up next, which is going to make him very.
못 빼면은 어차피 불킹 있어도 못 맞거나 아군이 풀어줄만 하거나 나머진 다 디스플레이 가능하죠.
Yeah, Radiance turned off for Ace. They're not showing too much on these waves.
They wanted something so badly out of that. They double scans.
러시안 아직은 조금 더 GG 스모크 갑니다. 아, 마스모크 지금 서로 스킬 다 돌아왔거든요. 5대5 그냥 같이 싸우면 이길 수 있나요, GG? 스트릿은 시야 싸움을 지고 있는데 지금은.
How closely were you looking at the body blocks here? And Aegis could depend on it as they will bypass the vision mechanisms. Level 20 for Yatoro. He has Chrono attack speed here, plus this full Mjolnir.
살짝 보고 있어요.
It's a very different story than the last fight.
셀러리.
오,
크로노. 근데 셀러리 이거 다이백이긴 한데 에이스까지 들어가기 좀 그렇죠. 다이백이어도 조금 아깝기는 합니다. 로샨이 좀 남아있기 때문에 딱 이게 로샨 젠 8분 타이머였으면 잡을만한데 지금은 조금 더 봐야겠네요.
Now, what about this next part of this matchup? The Wraith King versus the Faceless Void, especially this Wraith King off lane.
퀸 아가님 브레이크 달려있죠.
At some point in time, that Aghanim Scepter is pretty interesting against the burst that Yutoro wants to be able to employ, right? He wants to Chronosphere, make sure there's one hero or maybe two that gets no impact in the fight.
선 너무 많이 들어갔어요. 퀸 빠질 수 있나요? 로잉스도 쫓아오거든요. 이거 불킹 왜 TP아웃 안 했나요? RP 들어올까봐 그랬나? 돌진하고서는 바로 TP아웃을 시도라도 해봤어야 될 것 같은데요. 어차피 페보가 타임워크로 쫓아와서 치면은 이 정도 공속이면 스턴이었을 것 같기는 한데 아예 시도 안 할 줄은 몰랐네. 오션 추가 시간 2분. 오, 네. 오, 근데 타임워크 썼어요. 이거 오플링 빠질 수 있나요? RP 완벽하게 넣었죠 일부러. 아, 이거야. 에이스 불킹 쓰긴 합니다만 옆에 붙어있는 게 해보예요. 불킹이 중요하지 않습니다. 잠깐 아이기스로 이득봤던 거 다 사라져버리네요. 미라 죽을 뻔도. 근데 오우야. 오프가 진짜 GG의 희망이다. 아이고야.
Well, the man knows his limits, but
진짜 GG의 본체.
The tormentors are new. We'll cut him some slack, but what a find from Tofu.
전판에도 퍽 잡는데 도움 주더니 이번에는 야터를 혼자 잡아버리네요.
So they get the kill on Yatoro. Collapse gets
어떤 샤드는 콜랩스한테.
Yeah, that's the final shard, by the way. Team Spirit, 36 minutes in, have all the shards for their team because they've claimed every single tormentor. This is crazy.
Of course, the Chrono was off cooldown, so you're gonna have some downtime for Yatoro where he would have liked to have been up on the map and used it. Surprised it burst him hard. He must have like time lock hit the Tormentor. I mean, at least he can laugh it off here because there's nothing else you can do.
Back in the game though.
네.
They still don't have ace.
미포시카 풀렸거든요.
There's a hesitant out Yatoro. Yeah, this is I'm surprised Gaming Gladiators.
오, 이거 들어가요?
They're even out here.
근데 퀸 꼈어요.
He doesn't have a TP. Where are you? Quinn.
네, 버셉. 하지만 셀러리 끌려갑니다. 이거 바이백 없어요. 오거실 토템 한 번 더. 근데 오야 미포시카 마무리해주네요. 오 서시퍼클로 안 맞았어요 그나마. 미포시카 브레이크 마무리입니다. 오 근데 크로노 이거 드라초 힘전 전혀 못했는데요. 그대로 삭제되는 거예요. 수비가 불킹은 있는데 이미 의미 없는 상황입니다. 오 이그스웰러 에이스 쓸쓸히 도망가고 있습니다. 살아갈 것 같죠 그래도. 콜랩스 아우 네 여기까지만 러시안으로 갑니다. 아 진짜
No Yatoro. They couldn't find anything. They found an inch off of double dive between the Morphling and the Primal Beast, and that's it. Team Spirit just way too good at kiting these fights out, not giving you an opening. That Hurricane Pike did some serious work.
아이고야.
Went back to NA with his pal Arteezy stuck up there. But what else are you supposed to do? You have to find the openings. You have to dive. You only had 20 seconds without Yatoro. Just none of it went your way, and now it's going to be the Aegis.
I guess 드디어 불킹 갑니다. 야트로. 아무래도 조금은 신경 쓰이죠. 침묵이 너무 많은 게. 오 더블 데미지.
He really wanted to save that double damage rune for Laurel or for Yatoro, but little Treant will deny them that opportunity. Still though, Team Spirit got to feel very good about this next 4 minutes. They've been winning a lot of team fights lately with that extra life on Yatoro. He's already been very aggressive,
데미지 봐.
leading a lot of the charges for Team Spirit, giving information to Collapse to follow it up. And the second life, I feel like there is nothing to stop this man.
No, if you get caught in the corner, you're gone. Yeah, that's it. Even if you're morphing, I mean, who cares, right? The second you come out.
이거 작년에도 툰드라가 3대0 했잖아요. 근데 스피릿의 3대0은 느낌이 다른 것 같아. 툰드라는 게노잼 레이스펙트 레슈랑 메타였는데 스피릿은 꽝꽝 터지면서 싸우면서 이 3대0을 한다면 너무 재밌는데.
Cleaning up these lanes, 500 for Laurel, by the way, who's been swashbuckling what feels like the entire map. Still having a tremendous game here on the Pangolier.
He is.
And look at the difference in the last hits, man. I mean, that is what Empower does. That's what an early Mask of Madness into the male.
히로 데미지 거의 2배.
Summons going down the lanes, so it's inflated a bit, but that's extra gold. And now Miro with an Ags. This is a great.
그냥 좀 복잡해져도 망령 캐리로 가지. 그냥 크로노 맞아도 괜찮게. 지금 뭐 터프가 킬 만들어주고 그러지만은 사실상 GG가 코어가 할 수 있는 게 없어요. 아이고야. 마그너스, 컬랩스. 자, 좋아. 팁 교환합니다. 그렇죠. 이건 근데 너무 깊어서 모르겠네요. 공간을 만들다고 하기에는 GG한테 더 이상 게임 체인지 아이템도 없고 드라초가 커서 드라초가 마무리해야 될 만한 상황이라 누가 콜을 했을 수도 있기는 한데 좀 이해 안 가는 상황이에요 방금은. 25랩 마그도 20랩 콜을 꼽힙니다.
I want to end it now. How much do you have to take the fight on your high ground?
오야 데미지 인첸이 혼자 반피 만들어요.
In the side lanes because well you don't have a carry so there's not much point in acting like you're going to defend this mid lane.
Just has to use Ace's strength. You
마지막 포트였습니다. 알겠어 2분.
Over the long duration. That's where the Pangolier shines, and I mean Laurel hasn't even had to jump in aggressively yet. He's just playing behind his other cores.
Yeah.
Be a free lane of racks here. They're gonna go for number 2. Dyrachyo 3 seconds on the spawn. Butterfly completed for Yatoro.
계속 가죠.
No MKB in sight. You're gonna have to do this the hard way. Just charge in
엑스트랙
and
추가.
hope it goes your direction.
Checking it out, seeing who's TPing in. Toro with the Lincolns. He's got an extra life. He's got a BKB in his backpack.
오 끌려 나왔어요 셀러리. 근데 콜랩스가 위치가 조금 안 좋긴 합니다. 마이백 있고요. 오 네. 크로노. 아 드라초 율 써주긴 했는데 본체 아니었습니다. 마무리. 마이백 없고요. RP 마무리됩니다. 셀러리가 마이백을 하긴 했는데 하푼이 이런 부분에서 조금 애매하긴 하죠. 그래도 성장 차이가 있으니까 그냥 때려주기면 그만입니다. 에이스까지. 램페이지. 아이고야. 그러다가 주나요? 시간이 안 됐습니다. 더블 램페이지는. 아이고야. 세컨드 램페이지 했대. 우리 화면이 안 보였는데.
This is the player with the most rampages in a single TI run in history.
아이고.
Add some more to the stat page here as Yatoro just
이대떡을 그냥 내버리네요.
way too much damage. And once more, Gaming are sitting here thinking, what the hell are we supposed to do against this team?
그렇죠.
We can't outpace them. We can't push
슬퍼
them.
보이는데
We can't
힘들다가
outscale
아니라.
them. We're having troubles in the team fights. We're losing the towers first. This man's playing Faceless Void in a meta where no one else was really willing.
He got you on the Weaver, he got you on the Faceless Void. Team Spirit got you on the Pango on both sides. They defeated the Pango, and Laurel took it into his own hands. I mean, there was so much in that early game where Laurel, he was controlling so much of the tempo, and he knows it too. And the crowd knows it
진짜
too. They're going to
개꿀잼입니다.
thank Team Spirit for an excellent performance in this game too, but it might be a fast closeout to the night the way Team Spirit looks utterly unstoppable.
They are speed running this grand final right now, and the scary part is at 30 minutes, Gaimin had a lead in that game. That game was not some super one-sided net worth stomp, even with a Magnus Void farming it up. It's just, it felt inevitable, right? Like, how are you taking these late game fights, even with a Wraith King Ags, you're respawning just to watch the corpses of your teammates fall right where you were. There's no real burst, there's no real push tempo here.
Yeah.
Nothing going their way in that game too.
Well, I mean, they at least were able to even out the net worth a little bit. There have to be small things that went the way of Gaming Gladiators. Or
마그 1픽 받고
I mean, I think the lane phase was
답은 LGD식 벤틱이었을까? 콜랩스 마그 뚫은 거 LGD에서 언다잉 루빅 그거 하나뿐이었던 것 같아요. 그냥 게임을 이긴 거 말고 한타를 이긴 거는 그거 딱 하나뿐이었던 것 같아.
You need to pull out all of your tricks, get all the cylinders firing, and make it synergize at its peak.
They have played so many games, having to go through the lower bracket the entire time. Does Gaming Gladiators have anything left in the tank? Back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Cap and SVG. We'll find that answer in game number 3 because right now, Team Spirit is on match point, one more game away from being crowned a second time TI champion. And what a game they did it on here. It was a very back and forth, a lot of fights in this one. We have a little bit of a change in the panel. Stormer, welcome, joining us as well.
이 부분이었죠. 시야에 있어서 너무 억지로 들어가서 녹여보려다가 이거 결국은 미라가 살린 거죠. 스턴 시간이면 충분했는데 림스트로크가 디스펠 해주면서
time until Yatoro and Collapse caught up. But yeah, well, definitely a treat to watch.
Yeah, I mean,
스프릿 단 한 명도 못한 사람이 없다.
I think I saw a tweet from Noxel where it's like it's the 5th highest net worth of any Pangolier on LAN, and it's like he had Diffusal, he had links like pre-20 minutes, it was just an incredible start. He was so farmed. Yeah, so farmed.
And it is really hard to top the net worth leaderboards as a Pangolier, right? You usually never see that happen, but it's also due to the Magnus.
이게 타겟이 너무 많았어. 부활하는 타겟이.
They had 3 melee cores with a Magnus, and when the game
야토로 끝끝내 속박당하면서 문제였어. 닭불이 살짝 남아서. 아무튼 판고 진짜 약해진 게 느껴지기는 해요.
They've got the superior team fight, right? They've got the Chronosphere, they've got the Rolling Thunder, they've got the RP, so it made it so that Gaming Gladiators couldn't ever really look for those fights later on as the net worth lead was built up.
Yeah, it felt like at some point both teams wanted to look for the fights. Both teams were ready to fight, but you only want to really fight when you know you have the advantage. And I think, T, that led to some pretty
이 장면 한 번 더 아디오스 파자소스.
Locations where fights were actually happening because we had both teams trying to surprise the enemy team in final locations.
스피릿 이때 웃었죠 바로.
In the bot side of the map, you had like this awkward Roshan where Spirit started it, but they weren't strong enough, and then they baited out with the fight. And then we had a pick off onto Primal, and then it's near a Tormentor where the Poshka's just free farming top lane, hitting a tower, and then the rest of Spirit's just slaughtering the entirety of Gaming Gladiators. So I feel like this entire game was Gaming trying to construct a fight where they could survive the big spells, while Spirit was always chasing, oh look, we have our spells available, let's just win every single fight, because we know if we have the Chrono, if we have the RP, we're going to hit these big spells and just crush every single engagement.
Yeah, and it's hard because they didn't really have that overwhelming teamfight ability on Gaimin, because even when they did have that Aegis on Morphling, they couldn't really ever make anything happen. The fight that they did finally manage to force versus Spirit when Morphling had the Aegis, then they tried to burst the Faceless Void, they couldn't, he time walks away, he chronos. They end up killing the Void in the end, but they didn't really get much in return. I mean, they traded off one of their heroes, everyone else disengaged, and they couldn't turn that winning fight when they got the Void down into anything because they committed too much and they didn't get enough back, and that really was the story of the game.
Yeah, it really, really was, and I feel like we saw Team Spirit. You know, okay, so for people that have been following their vlogs, they have a lot of them. They show a lot of their in-game communication of their vlogs, and those fights that we see them take here on the TI stage, they seem very calm and collected. Stormstormer, there's like, oh, guys, I killed that dude. Yeah, oh, I got stunned. Used my ultimate. Oh, he used his ult. It's like they're, you know, like you're walking in a park. It's like, oh, bird. You know, nice tree. It's literally very cool.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely what you want to stray for as well. I think it's also something that Team Tundra was exceptionally good at when they won TI last year. It just shows that you're confident in what you're saying. You're not over emotional about things. And also, what I think, what I love about this team is that even if they die, you can see smiles in their face.
Yeah.
You know, like this Yatoro, he's dying at the Tormentor. You might think like, oh, I just fed 2k cold to Tofu, but then he's just smiling, you know. And all the team, like, I think they're having such a great time right now, which makes it look even scarier to beat this team. And I think it's worth so much that, like, no matter what is happening, they're keeping a calm head. And this calm communication that you said, like, I think is really, really good to point out, because it just shows that they're really focused, really in zone about the most important things. You don't over communicate. You don't talk louder to make sure your voice is being heard. Everybody's on the same level.
Yeah, and combine that with the fun they are happening at the same time, and that is a skill.
I think they have like the perfect balance, honestly. And together that with how good they play Dota right now, this team is just really scary.
It is really scary. I bet the whole team was having a lot of fun actually in one particular moment, and we talked about it a couple times already. You've seen it in the highlights as well. The great escape from Laurel. Purge is going to talk about it now too.
네. 랄이 살아남았던 장면. 근데 실수였을 텐데. 나는 성장차와 실수를 성장차로 뚫고 나간 거로 봤는데.
They spotted him farming up above. They saw his invis rune, so they placed the sentry now, and they are looking to chain disable him here. Now the AoE, the remnant here for Tofu, it does a little circular thing, and every ghost that passes through him is going to silence him. And if they can chain disable him, it's a really, really crucial kill here. But unfortunately, the Primal Beast charge is going to push him back outside of the radius of this next coming ghost. That means the second silence doesn't hit. The pushback does, but he's disabled still in this very moment, and he gets pushed slightly to the left here by the fear. Now, before Pango's ability here, this one, the roll thing, whatever it's called, it used to give damage reduction.
롤띵. 아무튼 서시버클러가 실수했다고 봐요, 저는 뭔가. 맨 땅에다가 써가지고.
because he was in trouble and Mir was on the right, he puts Inkswell on him. It's this little animation. I know there's a lot of stuff going on in this clip. The Inkswell on him, he pops this the moment before he dies. If he doesn't do this, Celery here on the Nature's Prophet attacks him one time. A second auto attack would have killed him. But because these two guys were stunned, he ends up surviving. All these things going together.
운도 좋고 미라 스킬도 좋았는데 성장차가 너무 커가지고 그냥 살아나갔어. 서시버클러 실수가 있어도 너무 컸어 초반에.
People in the crowd cheering. I know in the green room people are like, oh my god, he got away from that one. And I think a lot of people around the world and all the different versions that people are watching Dota, we have had people cheering them on. This is from Chicago, where the vibes and the atmosphere is definitely very high. We'll see if we can get a punch on stage. I don't know, maybe not today here, but we can only hope. It was very dominant towards the end, of course, from Team Spirit, but it was at the start of the game, incredibly back and forth. We heard our drafting panel say the first 7 minutes are going to be really important. That's what the coach said as well. And Gaming Gladiator survived that, and it looked okay. They couldn't get that final push to get the advantage, and that is something that they're surely going to work on for the next game, which is coming your way very soon. This particular point, though, T, it's all or nothing right now. They're 2 games down. Gaming Gladiators has been in this situation before, but that was an online tournament. This is very different.
It is, and I'm going to just say that I don't want to see Morphling. You know, this hero is Arteezy, got eliminated with it. Nightfall, got eliminated with it. Now Doratio wants to play it, and he lost game 2. Like, this hero, it's the bane of these lower bracket teams' life, and unfortunately, I don't think it's the one that you want to bring out when your life's on the line.
You know, I can only imagine they're going to have something different planned that they have to have. And while they're planning that, we are going to see where Casey is hiding. I think she's in the crowd somewhere. Where are you, Casey?
I'm way up here. I'm sorry, I'm turning away from the camera. I'm way up here. How's everybody doing? Okay, so usually, as I move my cord out, I'm such a professional.
러플링 38%.
Is this your first TI? We get a lot of, it's my first TI. I got a very different answer when I came up here. How many have you been to?
스피릿이 2승.
14, 15, 16. Went to Canada was the last one, and now I'm back, so I'm super excited.
And the 3 of you have been to most of those together? A couple?
Soloed in Canada.
I've been to 2. This one in I think 2017.
And then we were talking just a few minutes ago about the way that this grand final is going, and you heard Shiver say, like, this is do or die, game 3. How is everybody feeling? You, sir, are feeling very well. Want to tell everybody why?
I bet on Team Spirit on the compendium.
스피릿에 베팅했다.
What is wrong with this crowd? That, like, 3 of you are like, yay. Okay, I want to hear from the Gaming Gladiators. Wow. I think this section can do better. All right, I want to hear you as loud. Do you see? Now, this is what Slack should do when he starts talking louder. You hold the microphone further away, like this. All right, come on, upper rafters. Let's hear it. I'm going to have my amazing photographer, Phil, spin around and show you how great this view is from up here. You were saying this is like the best seats in the house, right?
Been here for 3 days.
Oh.
Best seats in the house.
Nice.
자리 진짜 좋네요.
I hear a cheer starting. 3 people. All right.
Thank you very much, Casey. I mean, that does look magical. I will say that is definitely one of the better seats in the house, although I must say, there's a lot of good seats. The screens are fantastic. The Dota has been fantastic, but I'm going to show a little bias here. I would really like this series to not be in 3-0, so I'm rooting for Gaming Gladiators in the next one. And I know all of you want more Dota 2 coming into the Climate Pledge Arena here tonight. And I want to know from my panel, Stormstormer, what does Gaming Gladiators need to do?
I mean, I think first of all, don't let it get to your head. I think they are respecting Team Spirit maybe a little bit too much as well.
네, 갑자기 또 스톰스토머가 나와 있네요 이번에. 경기마다 바뀌는구만.
You have to remember, this team started in lower bracket and now beat how many teams? 6, 7 teams in a row to get here. I just think they have to get Spirit out of their head and just focus on their own Dota and maybe adjust the drafting a little bit, and then just keep the ball rolling again. Get back to your seat.
get back to your seat. I think everybody should
원래
get
하던 거
back to
해라.
their seats right about now.
미드 키우기나 똑바로 해라. 두 캐리 하지 말고.
More Dota to be played. We have
그런 의미인 것 같습니다.
two games up. Can Gaming Gladiators push them back?
장백해졌는데 드라초. 네, 야토로 머리 윈 김에 다이어트도 한번 했으면 좋겠어요. 드라초 오프라인 대회 하면서 좀 긴장했다가 긴장 풀렸다가 오락가락 하는 것 같은데 지금 오늘 좀 심하네요.
Ladies and gentlemen, Team Spirit Gaming Gladiators, game number 3 of this best of 5 grand finals here. But Team Spirit, 2 games up. Gaming Gladiators need all the help they can get right now, and that means every single person in this Climate Pledge Arena, we need you to be extra loud. I know you've been saving your voice for game number 5, but come on! You need to get there first, so I want to have no voices left by the end of this one. I know a lot of people have already spent everything they had, but I know we got to lead a little bit more coming out for game number 3. We know they can do it. They've been in grand finals so many times. Every single LAN event this year in the DPC, Gaming Gladiators has come out on top. Team Spirit, they started really clicking T at Re-Up Masters, and they have not dropped the ball since.
And the fact that they're coming into this grand finals, that like each draft is completely different. In game 1, Weaver, Beastmaster, they swarm the map, they're the aggressors. Game 2, they got big cooldowns, Magnus, Void, like being the team down 2-0 and having to try and work out how do we deal with aggression, how do we deal with the scaling. Like you don't know what's going to come at you in this third game. So for gaming, it's not about Team Spirit,
과하게
it's about
털려서.
what they bring themselves. What is their draft to get them through the laning phase and set themselves up a game that they can actually dictate? Because right now, they're just victim to Team Spirit 2 times in a row.
Yeah.
But also, I just want to have Storm elaborate a little bit more on what he was talking about when he said they need to
뭐
get
하나
Spirit
굴러갈
up.
라인이라도 있어야 뭘 어떻게 뭘 수정해보자 어떻게 해보자 이러는데 두 게임 연속으로 실력 차이와 상성 차이 전부 다 밀려가지고 이 스피릿 우승할 때도 그렇고 지금도 그렇고 항상 얘기 나오는 그거죠. 야토로든 콜랩스든 뭘 밴해도 뭐가 나와. 밴을 해도 끝이 없어서 N으로 잡는다기보다는 상성을 가져가는 거, 자기 센 거 가져가는 거, 이 두 가지가 중요합니다.
bracket to this game 3 and make it like a home run again. Gotta remember as well, Team Spirit, when they won TI10 back then, right, they were also 2 games ahead, and then it still went to a 5-game series against PSG LGD back then. So this is not over yet whatsoever, and I hope Gaming Gladiators also have that in their head right now, that like, you know, it's maybe a longer day for them as well. They also have to play the lower bracket finals against I forgot just now. Bad memory.
LGD.
Okay, that's okay. What's LGD, right? And now they're here again, so it is a longer day for them. But I all just hope they like whatever it was, they got the energy running again, and they just go into it right now.
Yeah, we're gonna find out. Can Gaming Gladiators force out the next game, or will Team Spirit be the 2-time champion? Now let's hear it for Game 3.
Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators.
Gaming Gladiator.
Grand Finals, Game 3.
Welcome back to the draft panel for game number 3, everybody. This is everything on the line for Gaming Gladiators. Down 0-2. Team Spirit have been crushing so far. Seems like they have all the answers. They have all the strategies that they need to become champions once again, just like back 2 years ago. What do you guys want to see Gaming Gladiators? I feel like I'm repeating myself after game number 1. Really is the story here. How can Gaming Gladiators dig themselves out of this strategical hold they found themselves in?
Honestly, I thought their draft last game, they had a really good shot. I think they identified that they want to target a little bit more of non-Collapse heroes. They let Collapse go as Magnus, and I thought that it was not a bad idea. I don't think Collapse had the usual Magnus impact. Maybe he didn't need it, maybe he didn't get there. Tofu was able to pick up an early Yule Scepter, but I think I just want them to do that, but there was a time where like they had the triple wave with Quinn. I want them to play even more for the mid pressure, because Laurel I don't know, the guy's too good. He had too good a game.
I would like Gladiators get back to the idea of super pressure, super tempo, crazy, super fast,
네크로벤.
I think
이러면은 스브카나, 우에르타, 나무, 인첸, 마그벤. 도저히 답 없었는지 마그벤입니다. 급이벤 아무튼 이렇게까지 있었죠. 스피릿이 선픽이면 마그 가져갈 것 같진 않았는데요. 선픽이면은 날먹으로 가져갈 만한 것들이 있어서 굳이 1픽 마그를 하지는 않았을 거야. 두 번째 페이지에 펜이 되더라도 당장은 GG가 다른 거 치우는 게 낫지 않았을까 싶네요. 좀 실수가 될 것 같아요, 마그벤이, 벤 카드가. 셀러리가 이제 얘기를 하면서 조금 분위기를 풀고 있는 것 같습니다.
We'll see if they go ahead and do that, but the problem is, I think, when you play against Team Spirit right now, there's like a triple threat here. It's like you have to deal with Collapse, which they've been trying to do through bans, and then I think what really leveled up Spirit is Laurel. He's just playing so good every game, and you see Quinn, he's normally taking control of the map, he's like making moves. He hasn't been able to in these last few games.
과연
having a great laning
GG는
of course, there's always Yatoro, who's you're gonna pick the CK, but you don't even know if it's his.
야토로 혼돈기사 혹은 콜렉스 혼돈기사 어떤 답을 준비를 했을까요? 마그벤을 하면은 새로운 답을 준비를 해야 됩니다.
What is the first pick of the game? Do you just go for the celery end sharing, or like, okay, full focus on early laning stage and putting that pressure? Your Gen was obviously banned, that you've had a great success with in that macro strategy. Is the Enchi into CK even appealing to start off?
I think it's normally like a decent matchup for CK because he's actually one of the heroes that can kill Ench pretty easily when you bring her out of position. But honestly, I sort of like that line of thought. I think at this tournament, they usually pick Ench with Weaver, just because it gives the Ench a really strong lane. Once you give Ench a strong lane, can snowball to other lanes, you can leave it alone.
준비를 했을까요, 과연? AA.
Not a strong carry with it.
Okay, there's the AA we were looking for in both of the previous games, and this time Gaimin are going to bring it out. Does this fit the bill for you guys? Not a strong laner.
Not a strong laner, not a fast tempo hero, but it can buff really well like other heroes that you can have in a draft.
AA의 문제. 1픽으로 뽑으면 상대가 때려주기로, 5픽으로 뽑으려고 하면은 밴당. 그거죠. 이제 쌀 뽑았을 때랑 비슷하게 힛 죽어라 그러면서 터스크 같은 걸로 4번 때려주기려고 오면은 AA가 게임하기가 너무 어려워집니다.
Generally, when you pick A, you pick some high damage mid, and they just sort of run around together. You get stacks, and then they play together. You get stacks, you get played together. And I think that's also something that we saw a lot from Gladiators in this tournament, is they would play a lot off these stacks. I think the A could be a good start for that.
Look at that stat. This is their first time playing the hero this tournament. They haven't brought out the AA a single
AA
time.
처음
So really
픽한다고 합니다.
digging deep here in the final game, or I say the final game, what could be the final game for them. To look at it from the other perspective, Team Spirit, this is probably a surprise for them, given the circumstances that there hasn't been a single AA from Gladiators. Do you change any sort of approach on the Spirit side? I guess, like you guys said, maybe you want to keep the CK flex. What are your next two go-to picks to make this AA feel bad?
Laning stage, I think the last time they ran this, they're probably looking at a Dark Willow for Spirit to lane it. That lane seemed incredibly strong. I'm not sure who's going to play the CK. They might keep it open for a while. It is a little annoying to play CK versus AA in some ways because the armlet issue, you can't really toggle that. So that could be annoying. But then again, the Phantasm does delete AA pretty quickly, so I could see this being an off-lane CK if Yatoro finds a better pick for himself. But I think the Dark Willow is definitely something they're looking at.
I would really like if they pick Dark Willow. I think what you said about the 3 CK sounds good as well, because AA can keep clicking to CK, but as soon as it's level 3 or 4, these clicks aren't going to do anything to him at all.
헉벤. 글쎄요, 못 뽑네요. 판구 생각하나요? 얼마 또 갈까? 판구 뽑아서 털린 다음에 라리 판구 그렇게 하는 거 아닌데 하면서 판고로 털었는데, 와, 이거를 판고를 뽑았어? 퍽 치웠으면 상성 없다 이렇게 생각할 수도 있는데 말도 퀸팩 꽤 합니다.
Yeah, I think they're gonna pick 18 Spectre. Like, they should start to look at it. I don't know if they will for sure, but I liked what you said about like getting these backline jumpers. I think Yatoro, he played a lot of Spectre.
이번엔 보여줄 수 있을까요?
But he was playing a lot of Spectre in pubs. He always goes for some really high damage builds. He'll go like Bloodthorn, Manta. Like, he never goes for some like tanky build at all. He just looks to kill the backline. I guess Grimstroke does something similar that you were saying as well, right? Just giving you a really high kill threat lane. You want to make sure that the CK is at least open as a flex or the 18 pick.
Yeah, I think they go for that because it's a lot better versus the Pango than the Willow would be, right? You can get the leash on him and then he can get stuck. So same thing in the laning stage, though. It's really strong, get on top of
그림 스펙각이 살짝 보이지 않나요? AA가 그냥 스펙이 네, 일단 터스크 스펙이 그냥 궁만 날려줘도 죽을 거 하나 오프로 하는 편이 아무래도 레인전부터 해주기라서 난 터스크 스펙 보면 터스크 나갈까봐 모르는 것 같아요.
It's most like 100% in Poshka so far.
Did he not play Tusk in game 1? Am I...
Oh, he played it in the last game, but outside of that, I suppose.
Right, outside of this series. Okay, got it. Yeah.
My notes are outdated from the last.
I'm sure they can flex it perfectly well.
원래는 잘 안 뽑아요.
Actually, Morta's not bad
조금
in
전에
this series, which
뽑았었는데.
is sort of surprising because I mean they broke Game's confidence in the hero a bit because I think Tofu played literally every game on this hero before that.
You just go back for it, yeah, because.
의류무회를.
What do you need him to do, right? I feel like you just have so many issues with Gaiman's other heroes that you feel like you don't have to ban it because you have to ban so many other things in this game, like the Necro, the Phoenix, the Chen, all these heals, and this is really good banning, I think, by Team Spirit, even the Kunkka. These lineups where you see them group up, be able to push, they're not being able to get them because you have to deal with the heroes that you see in front of you, and some of your best heroes to do these pushes are just being banned out by Team Spirit. So they're going to play the Brewmaster. The only question I do have, yet again, is this Pango too early? Is it too early of a Pango game? Will he have a game? Right now it looks
지금 아직 혈기는 근데 AA까지 있는데 혈기 혼동 기사는 좀 과한 것 같긴 하다.
For sure. There is a bunch. Like this hero become not as strong as
지금 레인전 단계 때문에 스펙도 조금 눈치 보이는 것 같고요. 레즈 일단은 더 밴드기 전에 미드 개박살 가겠다. 레즈
into A, but I think the purpose is especially like having this insanely strong lanes. They can still
Dazzle.
post free Dazzle if we decide, or I don't know, like if Collapse gonna play it or not. I'm curious because one hero that comes to my mind that both teams ignoring, second I think all games, is Spirit Breaker, right? We all talked how imbalanced and broken this hero is, and now we don't see it much because even here I saw, okay, we have Grimstroke, maybe potentially, who knows? There is not so many heroes to stop it if you think about it.
괜한 동안 화장실이나 미리 갔다 와야겠다. 아이고, 하나씩 갔다
I think there's
오면서
like a
피
mechanic
가져오겠어.
with Brewmaster where the Brewlings take the creep damage from the charge, so you actually kill like over half their HP even after the Brewmaster's 20 time. One interaction with the Dazzle versus A that I think swings the matchup a little bit is that you can actually permagrade someone if they get A ulted. As soon as you hit 18 on Dazzle, so it's not as much of like a, oh, they can all in no matter what with this AAL on one target.
What do you guys make of Spirit's approach to dealing with Gaming Gladiators, which, I mean, if you look at the Gaming lineup, it seems very teamfight centric, right? You've got Pango, you've got Brewmaster ult. Are you a little concerned for Gaming Gladiators having downtime when they have cooldown on this? You look at Spirit's lineup, it seems very fast, very low cooldown. It can play in duos, trios. Do you think by design this Dazzle fits that playstyle really well?
For sure, and I would add up here that both previous game and this game so far, what bothers me in Gaming Gladiators draft is they don't really have saves in their lineup. If you look at Team Spirit lineup, they already have 2, and usually on like middle game, late game, this is one of the most important things that you have in your lineups. So not only like big cooldowns like on Brew or something like this, but also like saves. I think it's often can be like game changer.
Speaking of saves, I think Gaiman probably needs to ban Centaur in this game. This could be a really good hero. Like you see the roll come out, you see the split come out. Some Centaur Stampede could disengage that really well. I think they need another hero that... I'm just kind of looking at Yatoro's hero pool. I'm not seeing anything much better versus the Brewmaster than the CK right now. Potentially it was like a Morphling, but then you're playing versus AA, Weaver's band.
It's like a Night Stalker.
Carry?
Yeah, I think Nightfall pulled that out a couple of hits. I could actually see Nightfall playing in a game like this. It's actually a really good Night Stalker carry game.
Agree on that. That looks amazing if we go for it. It's very hard to play with this lineup so far against Night Stalker.
앞만 봐도 지금 GG가 스피릿 상대로 강점 낼 수 있는 거는 미드 키우기를 잘한다는 건데
Yeah, also by the way, Grim is also safe if you think about it, right? His shot is used.
근데 판구 2픽 뽑고 상대 대즐 나와서 이거 서포 둘 끌고 와도 대즐이 죽여버리거든요.
They probably are wanting a ranged hero because you have Tusk potentially 5. And I don't know if CK Tusk lane is.
퓨지가 좀 잘못된 선택을 한 것 같아요. 자기네들 강점을 못 쓰는.
They might feel like they can greed it out. Like they have a 5 that doesn't really prevent the carry from getting all in, and that can't protect themselves. So you can like play for the kills and they with something like a CK Tusk. I could see them just go for the range route with the Tusk or 5 though. I think they'd have really strong lanes that way as well.
It seems like Gaming Gladiators have the same mindset with this Dawnbreaker ban, right? This is a hero combination that we saw other teams run earlier in the tournament. The Tusk Dawn as a dual lane just absolutely obliterating weak 5s. So it does seem like Gaming are still in that mindset of this CK is going to be the carry. But as you guys pointed out, I don't even think CK Tusk is going to struggle here unless that the carry last pick from Gaming really solves that lane. AA does not like this matchup.
Honestly, I just like this last hero from Team Spirit to sort of solidify their team fights. I feel like right now they actually have a chance that they could run over in team fights. I think Pango, Brewmaster, and Mortar are all really strong versus heroes.
Oh,
okay.
오, 스브.
Well, it was time.
콜랩스, 스피릿 브레이커.
Oh, it's a beautiful lineup here. Spirit Breaker Green.
무시당하고 있다가 나왔습니다.
Also, it's BKB Pierce once again, which is very strong in a lot of situations.
참 스브가 신기한 게 흡이 돌진도 그렇고 판구 롤링선도 그렇고 스브가 이겨. 왜 그런지는 잘 모르겠는데 참 신기한 게 스브가 이겨요. 스브보다 판정이 센 거는 오로지 루빅의 차지뿐입니다. 옆에서 각도를 틀어서 찔러 들어가는 루빅뿐입니다.
And he's really good at it, and it looks pretty scary here. I will say the game in its lineup, it looks pretty good though so far. I think whenever you play against Dazzle, having that AA is really good if you can ever.
콜랩스 혼돈이면은 스펙터가 스피릿스 나오지 않을까 했는데 GG에서 나오네요.
Giving maybe some skirmishing potential to Gaming Gladiators. You have a carry that can join globally. Was this just a matter of okay, there's nothing left?
Is the lane going to be okay? Is there?
건두밴 하면서 글로벌 보지 않을까 했는데.
Have a good lane. This hero is like the most unreal imbo of the patch.
Yeah, Spectre A is one of the best combinations in the game for ages, and I don't think anything changing in that, because both heroes complement each other very well. But at the same time, the lineup on Team Spirit looks crazy in late game if it's the game D-Ways.
아, 미친 수준인데 조합.
All right, seems like we're grasping. Are we grasping at straws for Gaming Gladiators? Is this actually going to be that difficult of a safe lane? Or is maybe some sort of hope with rotation from maybe a gating where it could offset this balance in the top lane? Can you leave Brewmaster alone for a minute to try to help? Or do you need to get really creative?
I think a lot can happen in this game, and I think a lot's going to come from the mid lane. And can Quinn get rotations? And can they abuse Laurel this game? Because I think Laurel is very exploitable in this game with A ult, Spectre ult, and if he feeds a lot of net worth back, that could be a way back into the game.
Yeah, I can completely see that. If one lane starts getting pressured, like you have the Spectre to add on, the Pangolier probably is going to be the strongest hero in the game when he gets his role. So they do have a lot of angles on Gladiator to snowball off that.
So I guess, I mean, not to sound like a broken record, but we're very focused on the laning stage, as per usual in this series. If you're in Quinn's shoes in this game, obviously you've had a couple of games that did not go according to plan, right? Let's talk a little bit about the mentality of him going up against what we assume will be a very unfavorable matchup against Laurel and the Dazzle. What do you think Quinn is telling his team right now? Is it, all right, I'm going to be struggling, but I'll come back, or I need help for sure in this game?
It's actually not that bad for Pango. It's one of the better heroes to sustain against Dazzle because if you have 2 jumps to jump away from its poison attacks.
판고가 근접 중에서는 대들 상대하기 좀 나은 편입니다. 약간 너프를 많이 받아서 서시 버클러가 굉장히 짧기는 한데 초반에 그러니까 초반만 넘기면
Thank you very much.
네,
I am
사일런트.
joined by Silent of Team Spirit, where around 2 years ago,
벌써 팁 주고
you were
있습니다.
in a very similar spot. It was Grand Finals, TI-10 in Bucharest. You were up 2 games. Now a lot has changed since then, but it hasn't changed for your team. The energy from 2 years ago to now, does anything feel different?
No, I think we feel the same. You need to be focused and play till the end. It doesn't matter lead you or losing. Same. You don't like to, okay, we're leading to Aero, we can make some YOLO plays.
네, 열로 하고 있다고 합니다.
But I know one thing that's different. 2 years ago, you didn't have a crowd. But this
Fun game.
time, I think they're ready for a game number 3.
And we are certainly ready for a game number 3. Though we certainly don't want to end it
지금
here. Seattle,
근데 어디서 이렇게 마이크 관련 소리가 슬쩍슬쩍 나나요? 누구 마이크인지 모르겠네.
Cathedral in Seattle. We may just be witnessing the final game of the grand finals,
네.
but I'm sure a lot of us hope for so much more, and that all depends.
게임 3입니다. 마지막이 될 수도 있는.
I mean, they have been the ones to run the gauntlet
S
through all of
포인트죠.
these majors. They were looking like the best team of the year until they ran into Team Spirit. Until Team Spirit ramped up in just the right time, shown up for championships. And they have only lost 2 games in this entire tournament. Avery,
빠르게 타워에 박아넣기 하네요.
in their last 50.
굉장히 많이
This
어렵기는
team is
해요.
looking unstoppable. Is there anything Gaming Gladiators can do to halt this momentum, even just a little bit?
You have to play Dota. There's no way around it. You have to meet this team on their plane and give them a taste of their own medicine, because you came in with a plan, but everybody has a plan until Team Spirit punches you in the face.
낚시.
And right now you're laying on the ground trying to figure out what the hell just happened in the first 2 games. Your plan did not work. Whatever you thought it was going to happen in the games 1 and 2, it fell flat. So right now, Team Spirit are in control of this draft meta. They're in control of the
그나마
series.
이제 에이스가 일반적인 픽 뽑으면서 공반 힘 실어줬거든요. 따로.
Winning these team fights, scaling into the late game, you are not going to run this team over, which means you gotta find some more
따끔따끔해요.
momentum going past that 30 or 40 minute mark. It's not been Gaiman's MO this entire lower bracket run, but hey, you're in a dire situation at Grand Final. You don't have another chance here. You are at the total limit. So figure it out fast, make the adjustments, and get cranking. This is a draft that is heading in that
이
direction.
진짜 오늘 나란데 탈탈
A
털리네요.
lot more scaling presence. Spectre AA here designed to put Yatoro in a tough position. We've seen the AA be a counter to CK for a lot of this tournament in terms of limiting the lifesteal interactions. Of course, it can also have a huge impact versus the Dazzle as this game progresses into the late game. So I think these are much more even lineups in terms of what happens past the 40 or 50 minute mark. There's not some crazy inevitable scale outside of maybe Dazzle Spear Breaker doing crazy Dazzle Spear Breaker things, and Celery in trouble.
In the bottom lane.
네. 오우야. 2레벨 타이밍 한 번에 노렸습니다.
Of course, a little luck goes a long way. A classic Team Spirit strategy going back to their first TI
그리고
victory.
커리어까지.
in a career boot.
Courier pick off as well. Look at that, Duraggio even like taking himself outside the lane to block the hard camp, because this lane is already going a little bit awkward for them. The mid lane's not looking much better. We're 12-4 on Larl over this melee. Range versus melee
두
match.
배
It's
차이
not a
나네요, 지금.
1-1. You should expect the Dazzle to win, but Larl is already taking commanding lead. And then we've got your Toro, 11-2. Now the Brewmaster is keeping pace, but he's certainly not slowing down the carry of Team Spirit. So Gaming Gladiators got to be able to halt this
미드
momentum
키우기 하려고 판다 뽑은 것 같은데 미드 키우기를 하기 위한 미드 픽이 아니야 또. 오우야, 더프 진짜 잘 튕겨주네. 불 또 붙여줘요.
Rock win the war of attrition. I think these silence can go fine for Gaiman over the course of the lanes. They don't look too terrifying to me. I think the Brew can fight back with the help of Morta. Just a very tough hero to trade into. That mid lane is what I'm worried about though, right? It's Dazzle versus melee. I mean, Pango has some escape mechanisms, but if you get some roam going through with the poison adding up.
저거 차지길 맡기고요. 근데 저 구석에 있으면 넘어가집니다. 저거 때문에 쉽게 킬 나진 않을 거라고 생각했거든요. 스가 터스크랑 합을 맞추기에는 스킬셋 자체랑 스탯 자체가 그렇게 효율이 좋진 않아가지고 태그팀만 해도 이제 좀 합수가 너무 모자르죠.
Spear Breaker with absolute free farm, it's going to have a fast Midas. Is what Collapse is going to have here. He's going to have his choice. And he'll be quite powerful going into that mid game. So you got to be able to strike back in these small skirmishes. Get the ults up, particularly the Brewmaster Primal Split, the Rolling Thunder here. Very powerful spells if you can get them fast. And of course, A Blast coming in on top of it with Vortex amping up all this magic damage. And put that mini haunt to use on the step.
Real quickly, want to give a shout out to our observers, our hardworking observers who have been keeping us through this entire tournament. Ace, maybe in some trouble here. Miposhka.
네, 미포시카 스틱이에요. 스턴 연결되고 있고요. 네, 마무리 됐습니다. 톱팩. 앞으로 500. 오우야. 토프가 이거를.
That's the strength of the Morita dual lane that they're looking for. This is why Cyril's been a first pick for them for a lot of these series. They're very confident in what Tofu can do in the early game. And now he has some roam options.
미드 푸는 것도 토프가 풀어. 오프 푸는 것도 토프가 풀어.
야. Maybe you can get some damage poke, help skew this lane back in Quinn's favor. Because he is still getting known 31 and 10 on
이거
the
미라가티 나이.
doubling Quinn up here. He got the courier as well. Quinn with a slight misstep will hurt his regen fairing. That just means more pressure going to build up between Laurel and his
좀
melee.
퀸 엄청 얻어맞죠.
What you can do against the poison touch here.
뭐 먹으러 올 수가 없어요. 아 이거 잘못 낀 것 같은데요. 미라가 포탄 맞으면서 픽, 로터스까지 했는데 좀 모자랐습니다. 디드라츠의 킬.
Puts an early level into that Desolate, and it's just the added damage they need.
Honestly, I think Celery's okay with that. Solo XP for Dirachi on a Spectre. He gets to collect all these creeps under the tower without any pressure.
랄 지금 빨라요. 미다스 선템 갈까요? 아니면 아이템 올리고 갈까요? 미다스를 보통 가는데. 네, 버틀 리피. 어우야, 토프 진짜 속도 봐요. 근데 에이스가 위치가 좀 안 좋아 보이기는 한데. 선 연결되죠. 로터스 다음 리얼리 드리프트 좀 걸립니다. 와, 토프. 근데 이 와중에 아이고 미드 뚫립니다.
That's just going to secure the double check for Laurel. He's going to walk all the way top and get himself a shield rune. Putting this matchup to good use, giving Quinn a taste of his own medicine here with the roam.
이게 판다만으로는 안 돼요.
Rotation from collapse and gets a lot of momentum going into this Dazzle right now. And this is a pressure point you're going to have to
지금
respond.
GG가 오프2 캐리 못하겠다 그러면서 뽑은 픽이 골고루 반반 이상 가야 되는 픽이라.
Trying to fight back, but Quinn with a nice rotation, just eyeing Yatoro up here, all alone. We'll get the
네, 미드에서 셀러리.
In your lane, you might as well rotate out of it, even if it means you're doing it pre-level 6. So, as you can see, anybody who shows up in the mid lane is going to be run over by the Dazzle, especially if you get the extra vision of like a tough snowball or the Spirit Breaker charge.
아무튼 GG가 고루 무난하게 커야 한타할 수 있는 그런 조합이다 보니까 어려워 보이네요. 건치야 건치.
That was all because Quinn tipped him before the charge even completed. Quinn knew what was coming. He could do nothing to stop it.
Well, could have picked the real hero.
진짜 영웅을 골랐어야지 퀸. 아이고야. 계속 나옵니다 해설들도.
You know, them going on mid, you guarantee the Wisdom Rune trade, which Celery's definitely happy about. I mean, you're saying he's like happy to soak up XP here, but it is a weird position for an AA who'd rather just be pulling if nothing else.
그래서 이거 충분히 잡나요? 어려워 보이죠? 건너가고 침묵.
And Tofu can get some damage back in return. No threat of anybody dying, but a decent punish, and will allow Dirachi to clean up some CS. But he is being pushed out of lane. Mira's not giving up on it just yet.
And Miposhka even rotating down here, potentially throwing that Inkswell.
한국 그냥 미드에 안 서 있는 게 나을 것 같은데.
We also saw when Breaker was hot that last patch, the Team Spirit.
AA 같은 애들 보고 정리하라고 그러고.
Breaker across the map.
네, 8불룬 서포트 2불로 와가지고 처리합니다.
Help facilitate, push the lanes in with CK illusions, be a ghost on the map, and all of a sudden you get one pick off.
앞으로 6레벨.
Collapses, right? Well, on the flip side, Gaming trying to do something similar. If you can set anything up with a primal split or the rolling
에이스는 세 게임 전부 라디 갈까요?
come in and clean house. And this is a smoke designed to find Yatoro, but nobody's home. Yatoro.
They juke him out with a phantasm. He sent it back instead.
가져가려는 걸로 보여요. 어스폴 나와 있긴 한데 디펜스 어렵죠.
Onto the tower. One thing to note about that.
그냥 크리 먹으러 끌어서 바깥으로. 오 스펙. 이거 어차피 선이 없거든요. 네.
Yeah, he's pretty damn slow, and he's gonna hit him with another dagger. Mira, he needs the help for the Spirit Breaker. He has a snowball to buy a moment.
태그팀 깔아놓고요. 토프 한 방인데
actually
시야
protects him
없으니까
there.
거기까지만.
Collapse doesn't want to trade 2 for 1, so he's going to go ahead and give up on that. They cannot afford to give any more kills to this Dyrachyo Spectre.
Gonna rotate Laurel bottom. They really want to punish Dyrachyo.
네, 드라초 공 없어요. 스펠 없어요. 녹아버립니다.
Up on the damage. Spirit Breaker got that 5% buff. The movement speed as damage got buffed
어떻게
up by
보면 미드
5%.
차이라고 봐야 되지 않을까? 토프가 이렇게까지 여기저기 뚫어주고 그러는데
Add in this Inkswell movement speed buff.
게임 1, 2, 3 전부 랄이 팀보다 훨씬 잘해.
Heads up read there. You can just walk down the lane. There's no vision here. They probably had a read because Celery's been mid the whole time, right? It's gonna limit where your observers are gonna go.
롤링 썬더로 못 넘어갔습니다. 딜 다 박아넣죠. 근데 넘어갔어요. 살려버려요. 야토로가 좀 위험해 보이긴 합니다. 아, 네. 프라이멀 스플릿.
It's an overwhelming amount of team fight that he'll put to work to bring down Yutoro, and it looks like he's going to chase down Maposhka. Miro really trying for this one. He might just get himself killed in the process. Will it be good enough? Maposhka still dies.
시간 좀 끌어봤죠. 오, 길막기.
Use of the shard blocking him out, but he still falls.
근데 5명 불러왔습니다. 혼돈기사를 잡긴 했는데 혼돈기사는 원래 하도 망해 있어서
And that's why I think this draft feels a lot better for them to play. They can connect the heroes a lot faster. The Spectre facilitates that at a tremendous rate. And then Ace is just on a hero where even if his laning phase wasn't spectacular, which it has been this game, that Primal Split into a fast Radiance is going to give them all the team fight they need. This CK does not have free engagements, where I felt like in the first 2 games, Yatoro's connections were uncountered, right? Yeah. He goes in with a Weaver, goes in with a Faceless Void, gets what he wants and gets out. This game, Yatoro finds himself in a pickle mid where he just can't escape, pays the price. An 0-3 start for Yatoro got up here. Perhaps one of the rougher early games we've seen from him the entire tournament. That is a very good position for Gaimin to be in.
네, 뭐 그냥
Which down a
살짝
lot of the pace.
Laurel's going to have to pick up that little bit of slack, right?
이 후반 밸류가 하도 차이가 나다 보니까
But Dazzle, I feel like
야토로야 뭐
you really want to utilize just yet. Feels like that
혼돈기사야 힘캐기는 한데 지금 스펙터가 옛날만치가 안 돼서 언젠가 실버 엣지 사고서는 브레이크 걸 거란 말이에요. 랄도 아마 실버 엣지 살 정도일 텐데 나머지 영웅 후반 밸류가 너무 낮아요. AA 활용하기에는 버스 데미지가 없다시피 하고 한 달 뭐 이것저것 하면서 점점 커지기 하겠지만은 세게 갈 수 있냐고 물어보면은 딱 그렇지는 않아. 한국은 뭐 전판도 그렇고 전전판도 그렇고 가면 갈수록 약해지죠. 서시버클로 방금 썼어요. 침묵 달려가서 빈 만화 없습니다. 게다가 디표 오우야 공포는 대들이 맞아줬어. 잠깐 좀 GG 분위기 좋았더니 다 뱉어내네요.
And that is a Midas Chaos Knight coming in and cleaning up the enemy carry there. Yatoro gets some XP, a much better turnaround for him as opposed to the last river fight.
망한 CK의 존재감이 훨씬 더 큰데. 지금 혼돈기사 3데스에 2연시 받았나요? 지금 와가지고 이 혼돈기사 파밍이 빨라 업그레이드 돼가지고 그것 때문에 더더욱 뽑는 건데 항구가 너무 망해가지고 답이 없네요. 스펙터도 잠깐 너무 돌았던 것 같아. 상대 서포시고 뭐고 간에 파밍한다고 너무 돌아서 아집니다. 근데 마무리 대들 마침 있었어요. 이거 또 TP 아웃. 아우 근데 다 왔네. 토프랑 셀러리 진짜 본체입니다. 본체. 근데 갑자기 에이스 프라이멀 스플릿. 근데 이거 쓰면 엄청 손해죠. 2분 동안 못 싸워요.
Doesn't look like it so far, and like you said, Radiance 300.
그래도 이번
off for
게임은
Ace. Just wants to get his
적당히
momentum and
비등비등한
get the
느낌.
farm rate going. Still having a very
번
good
가면
game
갈수록
with
스피릿
Brewmaster.
게임이기는 한데
The lone druid game where he was so close to the Radiance for so long, I don't think he wants to risk that happening.
그래도 중반에 지지가 힘도 못 쓰고 털려버릴 것 같지는 않아요. 그나마.
A lot of those games, Ace just didn't get it.
어쨌든 라디 나오고 다음 프라이머리 스플릿 기다려봐야겠죠.
This is going to be a game where he has a very good chance to do that. As Yatoro still behind, right? Yeah. This is a double Midas lineup for Team Spirit. They have one on the CK, one on the Spear Breaker, which
후반 할만하니까 그냥 미다스 그냥.
Getting to the late game talent is going to slow the team fight presence down. I really feel like if gaming can get a fight going,
잘 구르면은 한 40분까지 이득 잘 굴렸을 때 끝날 것 같고 한 번 삐끗하기 시작하면 점점 이제 스피릿 게임 넘어가겠죠. 에이스 없습니다. 70초.
This is a beefy target to just go into.
이게 제일 부유하거든요. 또 하필이면 에이스.
How much does Collapse think he can jump through here?
Tofu just left him alone.
오 하필 터프가 자리 비우니까. 근데 스터닝.
Somehow the Inkswell didn't go off in time, but Poshka didn't pop that one. Taraji was like, okay, now it's my opportunity.
자, 저가 서포트 들어갑니다.
With a fear shot there on the left-hand side, but Poshka still dies. Collapse still in trouble, has a charge instead.
오 충분했어요.
Calculations not on point here. Yeah, he could have just charged the other side of the map. Maybe he didn't have a good target, but
미라가 선 잘못 터뜨렸죠. 애들 이거 그냥 셀프엑스 잘못 박은 것 같은데 이거는. 오 이거 지지가 가나요?
Who were very much needed to be able to buy Yatoro time. Now they've both fallen.
And now you're invading enemy triangle. This is where gaming want to strike. They want to strike hard on the map right now. Gain a lot of the momentum in this game. They have the supports to follow up on the core.
스펙도 다 복구하고 항구가 조금 아쉽긴 할 텐데.
And with Darachu able to join any of these goes, suddenly this map has collapsed pretty fast for Team Spirit.
그래도 나름 붐이 미국 사람 있다고 지지가 응원을 받네요.
Right now, this crowd, they want to see a game 4. They want to see Game and strike back in this game 3.
게임 4 보자.
They are delivering.
Yeah, I'm not even convinced those are all.
솔직히 암만 툰드라급 엔딩은 아니더라도 3대 0은 아쉽기는 해요. 이런 재밌는 게임 많이 해야지. 에이스 프라이머리 스플릿 있습니다. 근데 침묵 스턴 연결돼요. 에이스. 근데 나머지가 세죠. 애들 이번에 삽니다. 근데 퀸 위험해 보여요 오히려. 오, 퀸 잡혔어요. 로토스 받았습니다. 터프가 이걸 또.
Good plays from Gaming Gladiators give him the extra bit of regen he needs.
80.
Now he can pop the regeneration in his bottle for a full heal.
Max efficiency right now. All Team Spirit can do is cut some waves with their double Midas heroes and go late. Because right now it is all gaming on the momentum chart. And a full Vessel was completed very fast here from Tofu. That even gives you more damage. Vessel plus A blast.
치즈 되나? 그게 문제예요. 지금 분위기 괜찮은데 치즈 픽은 아니라서 이겨야 되거든 운명을 계속. 옥탈인 나왔어요 콜랩스. 지금 시간에. 미다스 옥탈인이. 이제 띄워줘요. 이거 대질까지 잡히면 좀 크네요.
They use that Storm Panda to be able to catch more. Laurel's gonna die as well. The Dazzle getting no footing in this game.
치즈급 운영은 아니라서 지금 다른 운영들을 계속 이득을 보면서 밀어내야 되는데 포시가 지금 어딜 지나가나요? 근데 이거 지금 좀 너무 신나서 온 것 같지 않아요? TP 3개 뽑을 만큼의 가치였나요 이거? 야토로 어느 순간인가 파밍 다 쫓아왔어요.
And you can't bring the CK in to really help you here. The Brew is just great versus the hero with the Radiance burn and
살짝
miss. He has the evasion that Yatoro can't.
스피릿이 손해가 엄청 크긴 했지만 혼동기사 시간 벌어준 것 같은 느낌이 있어. 너무 많이 죽은 것 같긴 한데 의도 자체는 원래 그러지 않았나 싶네.
You have to split the map with the breaker, and this is where Gaimin can continue to try and pick you off. Put the vessel to use. Put the radiance.
어쨌든 에이스 엄청 잘 컸으니까 이거 가지고 계속 굴려봐야죠.
He's on a hero that
스펙터도 나름 잘 컸고
farm up some crazy stacks. Doesn't have to go in the fight first. He can
에이스가 몰고 스펙터 일단 들어가서 셋업하고
still happy. I mean, you still got a Spectre.
우르르 몰려 들어가서 코어 하나씩 두 개씩 따면서 계속 벌려보려고 해야 됩니다.
Just to buff up the team fight even more.
예, 미더스 두 개라 좀 불안해요.
Morta is
그냥
doing
단순히
work,
벌어진다고
also
하기에.
having a perfect game so far. And the calling is not a spell that these Team Spirit heroes want to fight into. It's annoying for Mira going in with the snowball. It's annoying for Laurel trying to run in and grave people with low-level grave. This team fight is very obnoxious right now, and it's going to collect a free tier 2.
So a tier 2 at 19
Yeah, tier
minutes
2.
for Gaming Gladiators. They can actually take away that outpost. They've got a pretty good chokehold on the map. What they desperately need now is just not to slip up anywhere. Not allow Team Spirit.
근데 또 다시 생각해보니 하이그라운드가 전혀 안 되기는 한다 이번에는. 기지가 하이그라운드가 아예 안 되는 수준이라
It slips right past Team Spirit.
보고 있습니다. 네. 근데 야토로까지 잡히겠죠. 이렇게 되면 롤링 선더 되고 있습니다. 이거는 굉장히 큰데요. 후반 어쩌고 하는 것도 다 야토로 크고 스브 크고 다 같이 크면서의 얘기지. 이런 식으로 하나가 잘리면
He disassembled in body, he just didn't want to pop it. He didn't have Phantasm. There's no turnaround there.
Yeah.
He will choose to save it for another day. That is the 5th death for Yatoro here, who has yet to make a single kill in this game.
Hey, there's the dazzle play though.
살짝
20 minutes on the
비울었어요.
top. They're going to use the couriers to use the Aghanim Shadow Wave. He could solo up that.
That's
허리어를 활용한 이건 처음 보네요.
Shard from Aposhka going to be pretty damn nice here. Trying to dispel
리포시카 샤드 이거는 스폰 샤드 나왔는데.
Still, I feel like if you're Team Spirit, you're trying to wrap this game out right now, and that is a big.
대질로 솔로로 하는 건 봤었는데.
Wrap though against a Spectre and well, you got this Quinn. He is running around with a Pangolier. You're not going to be able to solo in a lane for very long.
안타깝지만 짧습니다.
It only takes a few seconds for Gaming Gladiators to spot the opportunity to jump onto you an Ice Blast.
그리고 반대편 서폿이
Has the damage necessary
만들어주고
to kill the support by himself.
And the really nice thing about what's happening right now for Gaming is
Okay.
this Spectre is doing an amazing job protecting their wards. One of the biggest things you have to combat when you play against Team Spirit is the vision advantage. They had a
혼동기사
lot
불킹
game one that
사는데
they abused it pretty damn well in game 2. Here, it's
지금은 아니거든요.
trying to get out, get
P랑 에이스가 혼동기사로 잡기에는
these aggressive obs that are doing work for Gaming because they know
이제 뭐 대거까지 나오면서 먼저 물고 들어가는 게 아닌
by
이상
the time you're back up, by the time you run there to try and gain anything.
혼동기사로 때려 죽일 만한 영웅은 아닙니다 지금.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a
오,
little Spectre
96%.
bias in the win probability, and I think that's fair to say. But this is the best Gaming has looked in this series by a large degree. They're continuing to build the momentum.
And he can continue to build the single target items since Ace is built the Radiance, so he could just focus on being able to take out a support in a second. He's going to build into an Orchid up next, so now if you're spotted anywhere on the map, Dyrachyo can guarantee that the Grimshoke dies or the Tusk dies or maybe even some of the
1, 2등
cores.
GG가 차지했습니다. 미라 블링크 에이스 그냥 쫓아가나요? 오, 내 길 한 번 더 맞긴 했는데 소용은 없었고. 펀치.
Spirit just bleeding out right now. They have no answer to the Spectre on the map. Their supports are way too squishy. They don't have an early aura buy. There's no Beastmaster or anything to help protect the backline on the map or help them get lanes out. All three of these cores are just building for themselves, right? It's damage items into BKB. You have two Midases that are still trying to get the work done. Collapse will try and find a pick off on Tofu, and this will combine with Maposhka, so they strike back a little bit.
헛길 내긴 했습니다. 시간 점점 끌어봐야죠. 스피릿 입장에서는.
As well, you look at these dire obs. It took Maposhka a while, but these are some visions they can play around at least.
리포시카.
Though of course, the second you get spotted,
안 보였나요, 저게? 나무 배치가 참.
And they have to charge back in. Are they really going to try this a second time? He's got an armor room. He had so much shield he's got. Maposha's just going to stay hidden here.
네, 리포시카 TPO.
Charge canceled by the Spirit Breaker.
롤링 썬더.
Thunder very far away. He's just gonna
울스요 좀 먼데요. 오 스브 차지. 게다가 디스펠 해줬죠. 펀치. 랄 버티고 있어요. 랄 썼어요. 드라초가 먼저 죽었습니다. 과한 이니시였나요 이거? 스킬 다 안 맞았을 때 뺐어야 했을까요? 나머지 죽고 있습니다. 와, GG. 너무 신나서 억지 이니시, 억지로 마무리하려다가 아직 10초 남았어요. 오, 뭐였어요? 다 뱉어냅니다. 아이고야. 아이고야. 이거 뭔가요, 지지? 어이가 없는데? 이거는 진짜 어이가 없는데? 왜 롤링 썬더로 이제 시야도 밖으로 나갔죠. AA 블라스트도 아무도 안 맞았죠. 롤링 썬더 그냥 쓰던 거 그냥 굴러 나오기만 하면 손해 날 게 아무것도 없었는데 굳이 다시 들어갔어요. 아이브를. 그 다음에 못 잡았죠. 에이스가 열심히 하긴 했는데 대들 끝끝내 연못 썼고 너무 신냈어요. 조금 전에 스피릿이 너무 신내서 몇 번 던진 거 받아먹고 컸는데 GG도 똑같이 너무 신났습니다.
They cannot afford any more slip-ups. They've got Roshan still to be taken here at 25 minutes in.
It's also time for Miposhka to deward. One of the problems they were facing earlier in this game. Suddenly he can run.
다시 2, 3등 1등 야토로로 넘어왔다. 아, 게임 끝났다. 아, 끝났다. 3대 0이네요. 지금 야토로 또 은신 쓰고 올라가요. 걸어 올라가요. 자, 스톰 불킹 쓰고요. 펀치를 근데 못 쓰긴 했는데 스브 차지로 그냥 퀸 없애버렸죠. AA 블라스트 좋게 들어가긴 했습니다. 네, 야토로 얀무 스타트. 랄이 영원히 살려줄 수 있나요? 아직은 안 될 것 같은데요. 옥탈인 아직 없죠. 와, 씨. 걔들 어이가 없다. 아이고야. 그나마 침묵 계속 중첩시켜서 잡아냈고요. 발베코 봤죠? 오, 네. 쌀러리가
That looked way closer than it should have been. These inverse heals are doing mad work at the end of the fight. Have to respect the person and come out from this.
에이스가 근데 이렇게 혼자 살아서 마무리하면은 많이 아쉬울 것 같아. 이제는 스케일링 안 되거든요. 한다.
Shadowblade did not help him out in that type of fight in that ice blast. It was a beauty from Celery.
가짜 영웅인 판고와 달리 진짜 영웅인 대들 진짜 말도 안 됩니다.
This is the problematic aspect of this support matchup. When you go in with the Tuskar, this AoE silence clips you. Your team fight's just a nightmare. Beautiful shards on the flip.
랄 옥탈인 있었으면 아마 불킹 켜고 계속 세이브했을 것 같은데 아직은 없었습니다. 아 근데 진짜 어이가 없다. 이거 침묵 토프가 똑바로 안 깔았으면은 랄 영원히 살아 있었을 텐데.
Think about clumping up on top of this Dazzle in the later portions.
그래서 첫 번째 로션 퀸한테.
That's all the primal split, right? The second ace comes out, he's still full. He's still got Manta Radiance. He's ready to party. He's gonna slap some extra kills down for the full team wipe here. Just when this game was slipping up a little bit of momentum, Game and Strike Back get themselves a full 5-man wipe into the Roshan. We'll put an Aegis out on Quinn here, who's
판고 아이기스가 필요한가요? 잘릴 생각이 아니에요. 스브 우리 박아줘요. 그렇죠, 혼자인데요. 오, 근데 브레이크. 아이고야. AA 블라스트가 잘 들어가긴 했는데 스브 사라져 버립니다. 오야. 오프. 진짜 칼가 가슬아슬했네. 와.
Can't really get much closer than that. And once more, Yatoro, he finds an angle in the fight, cleans up the Racho and gets the hell out. That is a full silver edge reveal done.
다시 들어가요. 아이기스 사라집니다. 아이기스 왜 안 줬을까요? 율. 한 대, 두 대 사라져요. 이거 글쎄요. 프라이멀 스프릿을 써서 들어갈까요? 야토로 그냥 내줍니다. 차지 그냥 끊고.
Not the worst though for Team Spirit, I would say. Just purely the fact that they're continuing to keep things.
이럴 거면 아이기스 스펙 주는 게 낫지 않았을까?
Yes. And they've got to be happy with the next 10 minutes here. This is when the Dazzle and the Breaker are going to come online. They've recovered some of the lost net worth differential here. These heroes get very spooky around the 3rd to 4th item, and they're going to get them damn fast as Collapse is just farming up the map. But Yatoro's aggression used against him here. They'll get the return carry kill. That was a cocky move going up that hill and just taking the fight with his BKB. He can BKB TP there. Just opted blood for blood. Why not? We're in the arena.
이게 어차피 아이기스 없으면은 GG 입장에서는 하이그라운드도 못하고 들어가나요? 공으로 시작 그냥 다 박아 넣어요. 근데 진짜 아이고야 갖고 지나가고요.
If you're getting multiple ink souls off in these fights, it's probably
going to be
engagement. And right now you're just getting outnumbered at a tier 2. You overextended on.
혼돈기 상황 문제가 아니라 다 문제였다. 대질은 대질대로 역겨워 죽겠고 스브는 스브대로 그냥 지나가면 다 죽여버리고. 시간 왔습니다. 스피릿의 시간이. 에이스가 방금 마무리했던 거 오네. 피할 뻔했어 로링. 에이스가 방금 마무리했던 거 스펙터나 항고가 마무리했으면은 그래도 아직은 GG가 조금 앞서고 있었을 텐데 지금 뭐 에이스 돈이 의미가 없어.
will keep this aggression on point if they think they have the advantage.
And another tormentor swiftly dealt with from Laurel.
근데 또 거꾸로 보면은 판다가 궁을 못 쓰고 죽으면, 그러니까 판다가 죽는 경우는 그 경우니까. 그러고 죽으면은 GG가 한타 자체가 성립이 안 되고. 롤링 썬더 그냥 갑니다. 서폿이라도 먹어보려고. 보실까? TP 아웃? 와우. 여기 근데 안 보여요. 여기 텐트가 있거든. 잘 보면. 천막이. 저게 걸려. 스키크리샵에도 천막이 있는데 그거랑 마찬가지로 걸려서 저기 이상하게 안 보입니다. 정확하게 위치를 몰라. 살펴봐야 알아. 아무튼 판다가 못 먹었으면, 그러니까 판다가 먼저 죽고 나머지가 싸웠으면은 싸우는 대로 그냥 몰살이었을 것 같기는 해. 진짜 90% 넘겼던 게임이 신나서 2차 다이브 쳤다가 개박살 나고 있네요. 아 근데 나름 84% 찍히네. 게임 아무리 봐도 끝났는데. 진짜 어이가 없다. 네, 다음 차지 또 오죠. 게임 앞만 봐도 스피릿으로 넘어갔는데 아직 80%나 찍히고 있네요. GG 이게 뭔가요? 드디어 왔던 승기 날려 먹었습니다. 이번엔 드라초 탓할 수도 없는 게 롤링 썬더를 굳이 2차 들어간 거라. 팀이 공격적인데 흥했을 때는 좋은데 망했을 때는 또
If you're just getting caught in the open like that,
망했을 때랑 너무 세진 않을 때 레슈락 같은 것 때야 진짜 엄청 셌으니까 상관없었는데
he is getting six slotted very fast. And the question is, do you have good late game?
망했을 때는 너무 수비만 하고 흥했을 때는 선타기 하는데 자주 넘고 그게 지금도 보이고 있는 것 같아. 그러니까 이게 3대 0?
And that'll be a problem, especially if Collapse is able to use that charge to kill those Brewlings.
좀 아쉽긴 하다. 결승전인데.
Damage is pretty heavy. 31-22, 4,000 net worth lead for Team Spirit. As they've managed to turn this game around and continue to dodge attempts by Gaming Gladiators.
아쉽다, 아쉬워.
The wind has been taken out of the Gaming Gladiator sail. Dorachio's not playing with that same kind of fearless that he once was.
재밌던 경기가 VP 배쁨이랑 그리고 지금 결승이랑 다른 게 LGD 스피릿. LG 스피릿이 최고점인 것 같아. 좋았던 경기가 좀 적은 TI였던 것 같아요. 작년 같은 경우는 결승 아니어도 썬더 대 리퀴드라든지 여러 개 진짜 재밌는 경기가 많았는데 이번 TI는 재밌던 경기가 좀 한정적인 것 같아. 그러니까 저도 이제 LGD 대 스피릿 보고 방송은 탈주했지만 그거 덕분에 잠 좀 깨가지고 다음 경기 보고는 잤거든요. AR 대 GG. 뭐 짧아서 더 편하게 봤어. 짧아서 더 편하게 봤는데 진짜 새벽 몇 시에 하건 재밌는 경기 나오면은 볼만한데 이번 대회 재밌는 경기가 너무 적었어. 아쉬워.
Next fight coming up, all about Roshan. 10 seconds till that potential spawn time, and then we'll see when he's actually gonna show up.
Also, Celery went back for this Ancient Apparition Blink, something we've seen develop in this meta.
그래서 로션 27초 추가 시간 30초밖에 안 줬습니다. 이번 로션 스피릿이 먹으면 끝날 것 같아요. 랩스 뒤쪽으로 올라가죠. 야토로 좀 멉니다. 율 근데 펀치로 먼저 AL 블라스트 쓸 수 있나요? 못 쓰고 죽었습니다. 바이백 있어요. 근데 불킹 뽑았거든요. 문제는 프라이멀 스플릿은 남아있어도 롤링 선더가 빠졌습니다. 타워스크도 불킹 있었거든요. 지금 기다리고 있나요? 셀러리 위치 안 좋아 보이는데요. 셀러리 차지당하면 죽을 수밖에 없죠. 바로 삭제. 바이백 4대 5입니다. 프라이멀 스플릿 썼어요. 파이팅 할까요? 스브 차지 그냥 한번 떨어뜨려 놓고 서포트 구하기 위한. 근데 끌고 가요? 불킹 지금 없는데 문제는 랄이 너무 뒤쪽에 있어서 건들 수가 없죠. 세이브. 이쪽에서 팡고 삭제당합니다. 네, GG. 굿게임이란 뜻의 GG였습니다. 럴도 찾아야 돼, 스브도 막아야 돼.
Team fight decision making just off the charts here. I mean, the kiting dealing with the ult, they just make it look way too easy right now. And so many charges going through from Collapse. He is looking for the high flag.
네, 커리어로 잼 먹어보려고 했는데 실패했죠. 아, 대들이 데미 1등이야.
What are you gonna do if you don't have the buybacks or you're not willing to commit them right here? You don't even have the primal split.
자, 3차 포티입니다. 승리 가능성 66%. 완벽히 뒤집혔네요.
Lead is absolutely exploding here for Team Spirit as they are sensing potentially a second Aegis going their way. One more bad team fight.
스피릿이 고루 센 팀이라 그런 것 같아. 고루 다 최상급으로 세서. 다른 팀들도 미드 퀸보다 잘하는 팀이 있고 캐리 드라초보다 잘하는 팀이 있고 여러 가지 많은데 장단을 이제 GG가 단점을 상쇄하는 식으로다가 운영을 많이 했었는데 그거에 다들 당한 거고. 근데 스피릿이 다 세버리니까 퀸 도와도 답이 없고 에이스 키워도 답이 없고. 단적으로 뭐 니샤가 많이 폼이 떨어졌어도 퀸보다는 훨씬 잘하긴 하는데 1대1은 허프 계속 와서 킬 따서 먹여줘. 사이드 미케랑 자이 특히 하헌 같은 거 애매하게 뽑아가지고서는 그냥 서 있으니까 이제 양 사이드 터질 걱정도 없어. GG가 그런 식으로 이제 많이 운영했는데 미케도 드라초보다 조금 낫다곤 해도 믿을만한 킬은 아니고 다른 팀들도 그랬고요. 탈론 이제 캐리 게임으로 위주로 가자 그랬더니 나머지가 다 부렸지. 미드가 퀸보단 나았는데 서폿이 너무 차이가 나서. 서폿과 오프가 결국 GG가 단점을 모두 상쇄했었는데 스피릿이 다 세니까 답이 없네요. 너무 다 세가지고 상대 단점 파고들 수도 없고 자기 장점 쓸 수도 없고 말도 안 되는 팀이긴 해요. 스피릿이가 여기서 네 제가 지금 또 죽을 뻔했죠. 아직 오우 데미지 봐요.
He didn't use that bulldoze towards the end there.
And these are just free. They have the ways to get collapse out every time.
와, 개 무섭다. 네, 녹여요. 파이브가 없습니다. 뒤쪽에 그림스트로크 잡아내기는 했거든요. 문제는 드라초 삭제, 드라초 바이백 있긴 합니다. 옆에 AA 바이백 조금 전에 있어서 없죠. 그나마 아이기스 빼나요? 아이기스 빼고 애들 옆에서 쳐요. 지금 옆에서 도프가 안만 쳐봤자 서폿으로는 한도가 있습니다. 퀸 바이백 나머지 다이백. 와.
It will be a one-man stand against what is looking like the best team in the world right now. Absolutely, as they take a command.
3대빵 나버리고 말았네요. 이거 스피릿이 5명 그냥 우물에다가 던져줘도 상성 자체가 불가능합니다. GG 영웅 자체가 이미 유통기한이 끝나서. 진짜 그 2차 다이브 계속 생각난다. 계속 컨팅하느라 신나가지고 2차 타워 다이브까지 갔다가 다음 대 5입니다. 이거를 다 10초. 다운볼드죠. 아 롤링 썬더 아무것도 할 수 없습니다. 킥 그냥 스브가 박아 넣으니까 죽어요. 다이백입니다. 아이고야. 게다가 에이스까지. 새로운 TI2 타임 위너가 나왔습니다.
Absolutely an incredible performance in the grand finals against the best team in the season, an undefeated grand final team in Gaming Gladiators, a team that is defeated.
아 근데 오늘 진짜 빨리 끝났네. 퀸 웃음이 나와? 웃음이 나와 퀸? 메이저만 먹고 리아드랑 TI 못 먹었는데.
This is a team everybody had on their radar, but they have slowly built it up over the course of the year. Are hitting in prime form right now.
하다못해 라라한테 서열정리 당해버렸는데 미드 1대1로.
Now they are absolutely cementing themselves as one of the best teams ever to play the game of Dota 2.
How do you stop these guys? You can't beat them early. You can't beat them late. Even when you have the full advantage, you have full control of the game, they'll beat you on the comeback too. Team
네.
Spirit did it every way possible. Nothing is left for them but the handshakes in the end for Gaming Gladiators, who had an admirable run through the lower bracket. I mean, it was the stuff of great stories, but it comes to an end here with Team Spirit just being too damn good.
Yotaro boss. This man walks out, he shaves his head, he sends a mental message before the round even starts. This is a long due victory for them over
토론토 토쿄는 안전적인 팀을 찾아 나갔는데 결과적으로 스피릿이 증명했죠. 그냥 잘하면 안정적인 거다. 이야, 랄한테 들어보라고. 우리는 들어봤다 이거죠 지금. 너도 한번 들어봐라. 야, 오늘의 랄은 장난이 아니었어. 미드 차이 소리 나올 만큼 압도를 해가지고. 네, 이름 적을 칸 이제 없다고 들었었는데요. 네, 미라입니다. 미포시카. 아, 오늘 근데 꼴랑 5게임 했네. 전부 다 짧은 게임으로 5게임밖에 안 했네요. 네, 야토로 삭발 투혼. 야토로, 야토로, 진짜 야토로. 이야. 그러니까 거의 이제 운영하면서 언덕 톡톡 두드리다가 뒤집힐 줄 알았어. 뒤집혀도. 근데 언덕이 아니라 그냥 2차에서 그냥 꼬라 박는다고? 상상도 못한 그런 역전이었습니다. 네, 스피릿의 우승을 축하합니다. 새로운 4명의 풀타임 위너가
I feel great.
I feel great. 소감이 참.
Thank you for an unbelievable game. Miposhka, hello, I must interview you right now. Congratulations, led the boys again. You've joined the 2-time club. Did you know you had a 5% chance probability of winning that game? And you guys came back. How's it feel to be a 2-timer, baby?
It's a magic. Like, it's our team spirit.
스피릿 매직.
And finally, I gotta do it to you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you the undisputed best carry player in the world!
아이고야. 야토로 인기가 하늘을 뚫습니다 지금. 그러니까 머리 밀고 나오는 순간 아, 그 시절로 돌아왔구나.
Thanks for our support.
Let's go. Thank you
Thanks
so
for
much,
support.
and congratulations to Team Spirit. Well done. And there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up one more time for your TI champions, Team
내 스킬이 너무 일찍 이겨서 그런지 실감이 아직 안 온 것 같아. 다들 좀 담담함. 이 처음 이겼을 때 그런 분위기가 없어. 투타임 위너들이긴 한데 라이더 오브 이런 거 보면은 좀 담담한 편이야 지금.
For Gaming Gladiators in that grand finals, and this will be a moment that will go down in history. One of the most dominant teams in Dota 2 history. Gaming Gladiators came close, but Team Spirit, the ultimate raid boss selfies need to be taken. That Aegis will be pictured a lot tonight. I'm joined here by
한 장 더, 한 장 더.
Effie and Tiga.
다 끌고 와서.
Talk to you about everything that we missed.
그러니까.
If we missed anything, I don't even think we missed anything.
모두가 우승할 거라고 생각은 했지만 3대 0으로 그냥 후다닥 우승하고서는 들어올릴 거라고는.
You know, they didn't get the chance to experience crowd at TI10 when they won it, and really glad that Seattle is cheering.
진짜 얘네 나이 생각하면은 드디어 3타임 위너 생각해 볼 수 있거든요. 이게 탑스는 팀이 은퇴를 했다 보니까 데려올 캐리도 없었고, 그래서 항상 뭐 얘기는 나오면서도 그러니까 이번에 왔을 때도 3타임 위너 하냐 마냐 뭐 말은 했었어도 불가능한 상태였는데 얘네 내년까지 먹는다면 3타임 위너 가능할 것 같습니다. 네, 랄 신나죠.
So much. I can't even speak to the improvement of Mira, of Laurel in particular, and for them to just win this Aegis after a year that looked rocky for them at the start, after not placing well in the 3 majors this year, for everything to suddenly fall into place, for everything to finally click right around the corner for TI. I mean, if that isn't magic, I don't know what is, T.
I mean, it's the fact that they have these systems in place to be able to shape Lau into the player, to become the mid laner, you know, be able to replace Toronto Tokyo. Again, like Lacoste mentioned, the start of the year, it was shaky. They barely got in the top 8 of one of the 3 majors, and now here, they get first place, and for Yotaro, sorry, 2-time TI winner, and also second ever player to get a Rampage in a TI finals. The crowd love him, he's just popping off in the game. Like, this team, they are just incredible.
I mean, Dota has not seen a player like Yotaro for a very long time. I mean, he was in contention for people saying he's the best carry in the world, the GOAT, but he has proved that here today at TI. And even earlier this year, during the Riyadh Masters, he carried his team to victory. He fought tooth and nail when they looked like they were going to lose, when it looked like there was no hope in their games. He was the one to just push them forward. And here at TI, they all came
아, 링을
together.
추가하나?
They all came together,
안쪽이나
and it was
바깥쪽에?
just a beautiful team victory here.
지난번 거로 이제 칸이 끝났거든요.
Coming out of the Climate Pledge Arena as well. And for everybody in the arena, I also want to make sure that you guys are aware that you are allowed to stay here for the late game show as well. So you can witness that. You can witness Team Spirit in the late game show with Perry and Flax and Jenkins. So just so you're aware, you don't go anywhere. There's a lot more to come. Team Spirit's run has been fantastic. We got 4 new TI, double TI champions, and I must bring it back to Laurel because his story has just been fantastic. You heard Slack say it on the main stage. He came dead last last year, and it was a rocky start, but there was support from all his teammates, support from the organization. We heard on the main stage, Yotaro said at Riyadh Masters, I really want to win this championship because I want Laurel to experience what it's like. And that he did, and then he went to take on the International with the same squad, and I can't believe they did it here as well.
And they just did it in such style as well. Like, they've played so many different types of games as well. Like, they're not just doing one thing the entire time. They are, every single time they approach a game, it's a new way Spirit approaches to beat their opponents. And I don't know, it's just the most commendable way to win it. And sure, it was a 3-0, but it was a 3-0 in style. And yeah, Team Spirit.
3-0 in style.
Like, they believed in Laurel when, you know, getting that last place at TI, and also some big shoes to fill. This guy, he's nuts. Every single game that he played, you could see that he's powering up. So throughout the tournaments, you could see that he can be toe-to-toe against some of the best mid laners in the world, and now he is the best mid laner in the world, crown immortalized.
Absolutely, what a story. And I mean, for Laurel to play in this team,
지금 러시아 쪽 그거겠죠. 와가지고 인터뷰하고 있는 거.
Every time Team Spirit performed badly, he was blamed. There was mass criticism from the fans, mass criticism criticism of Laurel from the community. People were begging to have this player replaced, but the other members of Team Spirit refused. They believed in him. They said that they think he has the potential. They said that they trust him and they know that he's their mid laner. And here we are at TI, he's won it.
Yeah, immortalized on his dazzle at that. I just want to take a small moment to just iterate the wallpaper every time as the heroes that won TI. We have Chaos Knight dazzle.
뒤쪽에 바로 되게 휴식방 있었네요.
On that wallpaper, I think Tigo, that is the
바로
perfect
코앞이었구만.
embodiment here.
조금 더 멀 줄 알았는데.
You know, just Spirit Breaker. You know, just gonna be next year. We're gonna have to remember this.
경기장에서 한 10걸음 나온 것 같은데 바로 대기실이네요.
The good times will be remembered for a very long time to come. I also know that the average age of players here, this might be a random point, the average age of players playing at TI is around 23 years old. Yatoro is 20 years old. He won his first international at 17. Now his second international at 20. Lacoste, I mean,
It's not to think about.
그러니까 17의 우승, 20의 우승.
Only one team, Yellow Submarine, which kind of turned into Team Spirit. The other members of the team.
캐리 퍼포먼스 떨어지려면 24 정도? 그때쯤부터 너무 오래 해서인지 감을 잃은 건지 떨어지기 시작한 선수들이 많은데 그래도 앞으로 4년 남았습니다.
So you have this mix of a new blood and also some veteran player that's going to lead them to the victory.
I mean, the key thing here is the future of Dota is bright, right? Like when you think about the players here, the 20.
도타의 미래가 밝다고 그거는 좀 그런데. 미래가 밝은가? 어두운 것 같은데 굉장히.
It's just so good to see.
And also, I just want to highlight the support duo of Team Spirit. I mean, we've talked about Laurel, we've talked about Collapse, we've talked about Yatoro, and these are incredible players, but Miposhka and Mira are the heart of this team. They are the backbone of this team. They play so well every game, and their praises go unsung because it's so hard to shine on a team with someone like Yatoro, right? But they're so consistent. They're there with the saves, they're there with the lanemans, they're there with the pressure. They do everything right, and they have done everything right this TI.
Yeah, and for Miposhka especially, we know that his first recorded professional results were in 2015, but he's been around for a very long time, Lacoste. And this guy, this is his second TI win. What a crowning achievement at such a successful career.
Absolutely. This guy is just amazing. You know, whenever we get the chance to talk to him, like the insight that he gives, of course, he doesn't want to reveal everything. Maybe after TI, we're going to see in some of these vlogs. This guy is just a rock of the team. Like, you can rely on him. He's going to be carrying the game on some of his signature heroes when it's necessary. This guy is just a menace to play against.
And he has that, you know, compassion that embodies a leader in a team like this. If you've ever interacted with him or heard him speak of his teammates, he views them so fondly. He's very calm. He's not the type of person to lead with anger, to lead with a form of aggression. He's one of those captains that just leads through friendship, and as cliche as that sounds, that is who he is.
Yeah, and it bleeds into the team as well, because when they're even behind, when they're down, they're still smiling.
GG.
Like, how often do you see a pro team?
일단은 그대로 가겠죠. 멤버를.
Like Team Spirit throughout this entire journey, not only were they the best team, but they
굳이 바꾸진 않을 듯. 리아드가 6월이라 또 새 멤버 찾아가지고서는 바로 리아드 준비하기에는 무리가 있어.
But this time around, TI12, they made it look very easy. 2 games were complete, you know, obliteration coming up from Team Spirit. In the third game, 4%, and they still managed to come back. Dota Plus, not really. You know, Team Spirit, they're all against the odds.
4% it was, by the way. Yeah, 4% to win that. That is, whew.
캐리는 당장 데려올 데가 없고 미드도 팀 키우기 진짜 열심히 해가지고 써먹었는데 이게 굳이 다른 팀에서 올 미드가 있나요? 그게 문제죠 사실. 혼자 서 있어도 잘하는 미드 찾아오면은 GG 전략폭이 진짜 늘어날 거라고는 보는데 데려올 만한 선수가 안 보여. 굳이 내가 퀸이 싫어도 굳이 퀸 떼놓고 데려올 만한 게 안 보여.
I mean, that's why they're here. That's why they lifted the Aegis.
That is why they lifted the Aegis through hard work. They worked really hard this year to get to the point where they were on their team synergy and on their Dota, of course, as well. They went through the upper bracket. They only dropped this entire TI run, road to the international and all. They only dropped 2 games, T. Only 2.
그러니까 1, 2번 차이가 너무 과하게 심해가지고 1번 차이 때문에 3번이 뱀픽 손해를 보고 그 손해 때문에 힘 못 쓰고 2번 차이 때문에 3번 또 멀쩡한 피케도 자꾸 서포 차출당하고 너무 차이가 컸는데 이거는 근데 스피릿이 상대일 때 얘기고 하긴 우승 챙긴다고 생각하면 결국 1, 2번이긴 하네요. 다 합쳐서 드라초는 실수 조금만 더 줄이면 괜찮을 것 같은데 아직 젊으니까 근데 발전이 보이긴 해도 우승권까지 얼마 더 연습해야 될지 모르겠네요. 드라초 진짜 우승권 캐리가 되려면 크리스탈리스는 발전이 없던데 드라초는 발전을 하잖아 최소한.
They need to update this picture. I'm sorry. This is unacceptable.
They do. I mean, to be honest, I don't think... Well, we've seen other pros attempt to shave their head to embody a Toro's power, but let's be real, that power is his own. And it works for him, it works for the team. They have done it. They have taken the Aegis for the 2nd time round, which is an incredible achievement. So congratulations once again to Team Spirit for having their victory. I feel like we also need to give a little bit of light there to Gaming Gladiators because they also had a fantastic run. They came 2nd at this international, and that is not something to be ashamed of.
그러니까 세비지, 왓슨 이런 애들이 야토로랑 한 2단계 차이나 보이고 근데 걔네들은 팀이 전체적인 그게 안 되니까 파카드 전체적인 팀이 모자르니까 후다닥 떨어지고 메타가 오프 메타라 오프 메타 빨로 좀 모자른 캐리 끌고 온 애들이랑은 한 4단계 5단계는 차이 나는 것 같아. 드라초 세비지랑도 캐리 차이 윌로우 캐리를 들고 있어도 차이가 날 정도로 느껴졌는데 진짜 메타가 살려서 지지는 어떻게 보면. 그리고 스피릿도 끝끝내 이제 메타가 스피릿한테 맞게 넘어왔지. 한국 서버 남아 있었으면은 넥슨 아레나에서 저렇게 해줬을 텐데 넥슨 아레나 처분했던가 기억 안 나네. 그 뭐지 MVP 피닉스 있을 때 가서 치킨 먹고 맥주 얻어 먹고 그러면서 경기 봤었는데 뭐가지 부러질 것 같긴 하더라. 거기는 모니터가 너무 위에 있어가지고 무대가 있어서 학생 때 갔었는데. 2층은 괜찮은데 1층이 너무 좀 그래요. 좁기는 해. 좁기는 한데 뭐 도타 인구수 생각하면은 괜찮지 않을까요? 어차피 밤새 쳐다보고 있을 만한 사람이 그만큼 될까? 진짜 가가지고 밤새 보다가 왔는데 그때 그 뭐지 중국팀 경기 지연 때문에 3시간 그냥 가만히 있어서 그냥 멍 때리고 있고 밖에서 다들 뭐 먹고 오고. 그러니까 넥슨이 더빙이나 계속 해줬으면 참 좋았을 것 같은데 퍼블리셔 역할을 그쪽으로다가.
There is a late game show and it will feature all of Team Spirit. You can watch it at home if you want to.
네, 레이트 게임 쇼가 있습니다.
In the arena if you want to, or you can watch maybe in Charlotte Martin Theater in Seattle if you can find a seat, which I'm sure you're going to be highly confident. But if you get there in time, then kudos to you. But there's a lot of content in that one, and it will be a fantastic late game.
화면 넘어가는 순간에 뭐가 있을까 해서 잠깐 기다리고 있습니다.
To do that, oh my gosh. Oh, deep breaths, everyone. I mean, we still got all the confetti here and the memories that will stay with us for a very long time. But it's about that time. It is about that time. T, you want to go first?
Dota's a beautiful game, connects the world, and yeah, thank you everyone for doing it. Without the fans, we wouldn't have all this, so yeah, good job, thank you.
Dota is a part of me. Dota is part of my life for a good 20 years now, and I just want to say thank you to each one of you who attended. Thank you, Seattle. Thank you for each and every player, each and every person who managed to, stay up.
원래 트라이 이렇게 마무리했던 거야.
3 a.m. to do the work. Every single person behind
다
the scenes to
섭중하는
make this
것처럼 약간
possible.
마무리를 하는데
It's the most beautiful
분위기가
event, especially this one.
뭔가 좀 그런데요 분위기.
Nothing can match the prestige of the international. We've seen it today. It was
분위기 요상하게
special
마무리하는 것
watching the
같은데.
audience, is special seeing everybody unite, coming from all over. is
이랬던가?
special. And yeah, Dota is a magical game. I'm forever grateful to be part of this community. I'm grateful for the game, for introducing me to all of my new friends, and meeting everyone in the audience has been incredible. People have been so kind and so passionate, and what an experience.
What an experience indeed. It's TI vibes, and we say that.
아무튼 레이 게임쇼 넘어가기 전에 큰 거 오기를 기다리고 있습니다.
TI vibes, there is something special because it's in the air. It's the people you see. Everybody is happy and passionate. T-Gov, there's just nothing like it.
Yeah, nothing can replace it, and it's simple as that, and that's the joy of TI, and I look forward to the next TI, and the next one, and the next one, and the next players that come in and try and take the Aegis away from Team Spirit. Like, yeah, it's in a class of its own.
It's in a class of its own, and I just want to give a massive shout out to everyone that's tuning in from around the world. I mean, it's very special to be in Seattle. I mean, I also think back in Seattle, that in itself is amazing. But so many people tuning in from around the world, and as Lacoste said, time zones. Who cares? Everybody tuning in at awkward times just to make sure that they can witness the greatest Dota to have ever been graced. Lacoste, what were your favorite moments of this international?
너무 일찍 끝나서 그냥 시간 끄나요 또? 이렇게까지 길었나? 분명 끝까지 다 봤었는데 항상.
I don't know. It feels like we just had so many things that made this tournament special. Like there's like the shift.
그냥 신형 수화 공개는 하라고 이런 거 보여주지 말고. 아티팩트 3, 언더로드 2, 도타 8.0, 신영 아웃나우로 하나 더 해달라고.
Because the other team is just better. Like they prepare, they don't sleep, and they show you how it's done.
Yeah, it's also just really fun to watch the players come out on stage and really feel the energy.
남방 거는 좀 길게 갔죠 그래도.
Basking in their, own enthusiasm and their love for the game. You see them clapping and smiling.
이번 거는 패자결 너무 빨리 끝났고 중간에 그냥 TI 위너들 우르르 갖다 놓고서는 질문 타임도 가지면서 질질 끌고 했는데 올스타전 없이. 올스타전이 하도 작년에 개노잼이었어서. 올해는 뭔가 스피디하네요. 마지막 날만.
Finally, we get a bit of China love. We get a bit of what else we got? We got Eastern Europe, and then also this Orc guy the entire time. He's been pretty good. There we go.
Very much a lot of dedication coming out from.
There we go.
I will tell you mine as well because I was walking around before the road to the international playoffs, walking around and I took the wrong turn.
근데 패자 인터뷰 없었나?
You and me, T, we went for coffee.
기억이 안 나네.
I told you that I knew the way. I did not know the way. We went exactly the wrong way.
T는 패자 인터뷰에서 도망가지 말라.
We were right in front of Benaroya Hall when we found out that we were in the wrong place. And Benaroya Hall, the place of TI2 and TI3, a lot of special memories. So for me, that was very special. And then I must, if you're talking about Dota, the best Dota 2, I mean, the finals were fantastic, but I must highlight Team Spirit versus LGD Game 1 yesterday, upper bracket finals. That was intense, insane. I loved every second of that, and that was I think my favorite moment. I got to watch the last minutes also in the arena because we thought it was over, obviously, 20 minutes ago. So that was very special. And seeing Team Spirit win here again, it's just there are so many wholesome moments that this team has, and they have captured all of them as well. They capture everything. We saw already the moment that they won. We saw Miposhka, Effie standing with a camera in his hand. They vlog everything.
I mean, actually, if you go on their YouTube channel, you could probably learn every detail that you wanted to about any of the players. But I do love that about them, that they're such an immersive team. Like, if you're a fan of theirs, there's so much content to consume. You can get familiar with all of them. So I think they have one of the strongest fan bases in Dota outside of just playing solo.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, I know that there's still a lot of people here Waiting for late game, kudos to you. There's a lot of people waiting in the crowd still already for the actual late game to watch it live. There's a lot of people still watching here because they're waiting for late game to watch it from their homes or from the comfort of pub stomps. But we're just getting ready with late game. We want to make sure that the moment we tune out, you're entertained with late game, so we're holding the fort down here.
late game 쇼로
This
넘어가네요.
entire tournament, we talk about regions a little bit there, T-Gov. I feel like we have to continue talking a little bit more, mostly in regards to the Chinese region, because I felt like compared to last year they came top fourth with Aster, and that was the only team that really did incredibly well. We had LGD still doing okay as well, but of course that was a different LGD. I felt like this was the resurgence of the region.
No, for sure. And I think it was refreshing throughout the entire year at the majors and stuff. We had this like kind of just Western European dominance the entire time. It's why I was happy, you know, that they maybe didn't do so well this time around, because I think once TI sets a statement to what region to look at, then the Western European fans and the kind of Western audience need to look elsewhere to absorb their Dota content. So I think for China specifically, LGD and then the old guard of Azure Ray being able to show up at TI, both get top 4, was incredible just for international Dota.
Yeah. And also they produced one of my favorite memes that Dota has ever seen. You know, Lanham talking about his team, that everything is fine against Gaming Gladiators, and suddenly like this is fine, and everything's burning in the back. There's like 4 people dying. It's just like, you know, it's gonna be one of those things. I was watching that yesterday, and I was spitting water out of my mouth through my nose as well. But we gotta give credit to them because they played some amazing Dota, reaching top 4 without even trying too hard. You know, we talked about the teams that have practiced throughout the year. They formed and they're like, you know what, we're gonna show up at TI and do well, and they reached top 4. The old guard plus some of the new generation of the players, they did extremely well.
Yeah, but on the topic of that, imagine being Lanham in that moment. I mean, like you're doing an interview and everyone's cheering so loudly, so you're thinking to yourself, wow,
oh, we're
really
winning, yeah.
And the cheering gets really loud, and he goes, oh, I'm on a roll here with my answers. You know, he walks down back to the green room, he's looking at the screen and just goes,
4-0.
What?
We did hear Barely Chalice said on his social media that they were all laughing at it. They were all running away from the fight, and then someone goes, "Kill that bear." He turns around. Oh, I mean, there's going to be a lot of memories from this year's international. And of course, I mean, that one is a great one. But the biggest memory will be that we have, for the second time in Dota 2 history, a 2-time champion. 4 new players are getting that award. And Laurel, of course, now also a TI champion. And Team Spirit, with their championship, a clean sweep, 3-0. There's only 2 other times that happened in the history of Dota 2. So Team Spirit will go down in history as one of the most dominant teams of all time. We'll see if they can repeat it next year. I know that the hunger for these players, it just doesn't seem to cease at all. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. We're ready for a late game. So without further ado, I mean, we've loved every second of it, and we've hoped that we've been able to convey those feelings to you at home, to you at the arena. We've loved it, and we hope to be back here in Seattle some other time to experience the same thing, because it's something special, and I can't even put it into words. But I'm gonna have to. So thank you so much from everybody.
네, 레이트 게임 쇼는 각자 보도록 합시다.
A whole lot.
화면 넘어가면서 큰 거 오나? 안 오면 방송 바로 끔. 큰 거 오나? 미리 인사하지 마세요. 큰 거 올 거라고. 네, 다음은 ESL입니다. 큰 거. 큰 거. 큰 거. 아니야, 노래 끝나면서 암전하면서 나온다고. 와, 지지의 개떡같은 스로잉. 진짜 우승할 퍼포먼스는 아니었어. 이것도 세이브 도대체, 아니 플랜에 도대체 세이브를 하네. 서포트 차이로 올라왔죠. 이거 끝나면서 빨리 큰 거.
display of dominance. This last kick queen of pain.
There are many Earths, but only one Earthshaker.
자, 아저씨가 발표해줘야 되는데. 와, 아티팩트 3의 떡밥인가? 아티팩트 노래가 나오는데? 아티팩트 3?
Team Spirit, they are absolutely outplaying Gaming Gladiators right now on the map. They just know all of these heroes are getting picked apart. There just seems to be no response whatsoever from these Gladiators. BKB turns around. Oh man, that damage is just building up so quickly. Quinn's got it in instant. So is the Bear. Doraccio battling up against Laurel.
진짜 게임 1은 아니란 뱀픽이었고
And once he turns his eye on a hero, disappears. Game over for this one. The Team Spirit making absolutely no qualms about shutting Gaming Gladiators out in their own style. 33 minutes and it's done. Gaming Gladiators, they are all gonna fall. They're gonna throw their damage.
게임 2는 그냥 쓸려 나가버렸죠. 더블 램페이지 보여주나요? 끌고 가고 아 이것도 안 보여주네 또. 우리 화면에는 보여주지를 않았어. 더블 램페이지라고 해설을 말은 하는데
Vessel was completed very fast here from Tofu.
Toro's in big time trouble to get him the shallow grave. Oh, what a shard. BKB, but a beautiful shard block on some of these heroes. It's not enough. Toro still falls, and now
애들의 끔찍한 무빙. 아씨 저게 안 죽어.
this game. The narrative was supposed to be Gaming Gladiators controlling and seeing if they could end it, but Team Spirit have turned this all back around. And now it's been broken down. Oh no! It is too much for Gaming Gladiators to be able to handle. They are not going to be able to get through this.
이거 끝나니까 아티팩트 3 나오는 거죠? 아티팩트 3? 쓰리 아 수상쩍은 BGM이 들려와요. 수상쩍은 BGM 암전하면서 네 빠이빠이.